two.
and mitigate hunger. Jobs and
Test
social
one,
protection
two.
needs to be
Hello.
creating inclusive and resilient
Testing.
economies that provide decent work for all. Education, investing in quality education to empower and reach
Testing.
English booth, do you copy? English booth, do you copy?
the digital
Testing. One, two.
These transitions have
Test.
moral and local transformative efforts to ensure a better future for every person in Africa. As envisaged in Agenda 2030, peaceful, just and inclusive society that provide equal access to justice and based on respect for human rights, and they must be at the forefront of our open action. Let's reignite progress towards achieving the SDGs and create a brighter future for everyone. Thank you.
The World Food Program in Ethiopia is saving lives in emergencies and using food assistance to build a pathway to peace, stability, and prosperity for people recovering from multiple crises such as conflict, climate shocks, and disease outbreaks. As we welcome African Union member states to the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, we are faced with a stark reminder that progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is far from satisfactory. We must join hands to provide sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions that drive accelerated implementation of interventions at scale necessary to achieve the SDGs and goals of Agenda 2063. As the UN agency mandated to work on SDG 2, that is creating a world free of hunger by 2030, we are tripling our efforts to ensure that we are responding to communities in urgent need of humanitarian food assistance, as well as transforming food systems to ensure that the drivers of hunger are eradicated. Together with our partners, we are tackling the root causes of hunger, building resilience to climatic and economic shocks, and working towards ending the cycle of hunger once and for all. A world without hunger can exist, and as WFP, we are working towards that world.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being with us this morning, bright and early. I'm please going to ask you all to start trying to find your seat as we will commence with our proceedings in a few minutes. So we want to be able to start getting seated. I see that some people are still chatting about, and that's completely understandable, but I will please urge you to try to find your seat as we will commence in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders. On behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of agendas. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all, and thank you for being with us bright and early this morning. Once again, I will invite you please to go and find your seat and to start getting, placed around this venue as we are about to commence. We will be commencing in a few minutes, and we need everyone to be seated very shortly. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you. If I could please have your attention again for the people in the back. Just here urging you to please find your seat so that we can begin our proceedings. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our understanding that there is an overflow, and for that reason, if you can't find your name on the seats in this very venue, there are overflow conference rooms for you to be to participate in the events. They're located on the first floor, and it's 4, 5, and 6, if I'm not mistaken. 3, 5, and 6. My bad. 3, 5, and 6 are the rooms that you can report to get seated, and I will please welcome you to please. Move to those rooms if you can't find a seat with your name or your title in this venue. Thank you very much, and we're going to try to do that very swiftly as we are going to begin our proceedings in a few minutes. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I'm just going to correct the initial numbers I gave you. The rooms where you can report to, if you can't find your seats in this venue, are conference rooms 4, 5, and 6, and they are located on the first floor of this building. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't found a seat with your name or title in this venue, that means that you are supposed to go to these rooms that are allocated for overflow. Thank you very much for your patience, and please do report to rooms 4, 5, and 6.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning and welcome to you all. Thank you for being with us. I will again urge you to please find your seat in this venue. We're going to begin with our proceedings in a few minutes, very shortly, so we need everyone to be seated very, very shortly. And like I said earlier, if you can't find a seat with your name or your title on the seat, that means that you are meant to follow the proceedings from a different room. There are 3 conference rooms dedicated to other participants, and they are located on the first floor of this venue, of this building, and those are rooms 4, 5, and 6, located on the first floor. So if you could please report to these rooms, you will be able to watch everything on the screens as the programming goes along. So please do so as swiftly as possible because we will commence very shortly. Thank you for your understanding.
ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders. On behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. AFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité, avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces, et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abibatu Wan, Chief of Mission of IAM Ethiopia, head of the United Nations Lead Agency on Migration. This 10th session on the Africa Regional Forum
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I kindly request that you find your seat. Very shortly, we're going to commence with the opening ceremony for this event. We will now urge you to really find your seat. Everybody needs to be seated at this point. We're going to be welcoming our high-level representatives, officials in a few moments, and we need everyone in the room to be seated very shortly. So if I could please have your attention, you either need to be seated or maybe report to conference room 456 to be able to follow the proceedings from these conference centers. Thank you very much. Once again, everyone needs to be seated as we are going to commence in a short moment.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent...
Ladies and gentlemen, could I please have your attention for all the official representatives of ministers who have a permanent representation and whose titles are written on the seats. If you know that you're officially representing your country and your ambassador, you could please report to this seat and get seated very, very quickly. So you can just look along the first rows. There are names of the countries represented. So for all the official representatives of permanent missions, if you could please find your seat and get seated very quickly, we will be commencing shortly. Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander un petit peu d'attention pour les représentants des représentations permanentes qui sont dans cette salle. Si vous représentez officiellement vos ambassades, je vous prie s'il vous plaît de regarder donc le long des 3 premières rangées, il me semble 3-4 premières rangées de cette assemblée, de trouver votre siège, de vous installer assez rapidement. Nous allons commencer notre cérémonie d'ouverture dans quelques instants. Nous avons donc besoin d'avoir tout le monde assis dans la salle. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention. Once again, I'm going to ask for everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, for the people who are not sitting and who represent a permanent mission, an ambassador, if you are representing your ambassador, please find your seat. They're situated in the first, third, and fourth row. You can find your seat and please get seated very quickly. We will be commencing our opening ceremony in just a short moment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency the DSG of the UN is going to join us in just a short moment, along with other high-level representatives and officials. So once again, I urge you to get seated very swiftly. We will commence, and we need everyone to be seated in order to welcome our officials, excellencies, and dignitaries. Please, ladies and gentlemen. I see there are still a few people who haven't found their seats, and I urge you all to seat so we can welcome the DSG. Thank you.
Dear development partners, I'm Ibrahim Mama, and I serve as the country coordinator for the United Nations Capital Development Fund. As we convene for the 10th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, it's imperative to acknowledge the myriad of economic crises, socio-development challenges facing African member states. Moreover, with the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals fast approaching, ARFSD 10 holds critical significance. This forum will center on crucial actions required to eradicate poverty and implement sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the objectives outlined in both the 2030 Agenda and as the flagship catalytic financing entity for the world's 45 least developed countries, UNCDF works to crowd in financing in support of sustainable growth and inclusiveness, specifically through our unique investment mandate to blend and deploy grants, loans, and guarantees, as well as provide related advisory services, which dates to its inception of UNCDF in 1966. Today, we are intensifying our efforts, collaborating with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure financial inclusion is aligned with SDG 1, no poverty, by expanding access to financial services for underserved populations. Additionally, our clean energy finance initiatives contribute to climate change mitigation efforts outlined in SDG 13 climate action by facilitating access to finance for clean energy projects. Moreover, our inclusive finance for SMEs fosters entrepreneurship and economic growth, aligning with SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. For instance, in support of Goal 13 on climate action, we're backing the establishment of a credit risk guarantee facility in Ethiopia in collaboration with UNDP, the Development Bank of Ethiopia, and the Ministry of Water and Energy. This credit guarantee enabled 20 energy MSMEs to access $1.2 million in loans from financial institutions. Furthermore, through projects focused on access to energy, performance-based grants were provided to 2 companies to scale up the adoption of solar pay-as-you-go in rural area. By the end of 2022, these companies have managed to sell 3,000 pay-as-you-go solar products and impact over 15,000 people in off-grid areas. While we acknowledge these efforts, we are aware that more needs to be done. We are rallying action and sparing no effort on this journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, the UN Deputy Secretary General is joining us in this venue, I please urge you to remain seated or find your seat as we welcome her along with other dignitaries and officials for this official ceremony, this opening ceremony that's about to commence in just a short moment. Thank you very much.
And I'm the head of the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs here in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a country that is affected by global climate phenomena, and these are increasingly leading to worsening droughts and floods on a regular basis. This is a country that's also recognized this vulnerability and has built many national systems in order to be responsive. However, when they're overwhelmed, the humanitarian system, coordinated by OCHA, is here to try and ensure an overall response. This year, to over 15 million people in need of response to drought conditions, and also those who've been affected by recent conflicts, including over 4 million people who've been displaced from their homes. For sustainable development to be a reality, further investments are needed in these national systems to be able to deal with the consequences of worsening climate conditions. That includes ensuring that systems are responsive to these kinds of shocks, but also investments in communities to ensure their resilience and also adaptation to the changing climate. Until that happens, the humanitarian response is going to have to continue to grow. So we need further international solidarity, interagency and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
My name is Warganesh Makonnen. As head of UNOPS multi-country office, mandated to expand implementation capacity across peace and security, humanitarian and development efforts through its project services, including infrastructure, procurement, project management, human resource, and financial management services. UNOPS supports governments, the United Nations, and other partners in achieving member states'
Ladies and gentlemen, we clearly have an overflow issue, which I've mentioned a few times. We are going to commence very, very shortly. So once again, if you don't have a seat in this venue, I urge you to report to conference rooms 3, 5, and 6 on the first floor, where you can follow all the proceedings in real time, virtually. We have big screens there, and you'll be able to follow everything along. So please do so. Thank you very much. We'll be commencing very shortly.
(2030) Agenda and Agenda 2063. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regressed below the 2015 baseline. However, the agency that is mandated to work on infrastructure, project management, procurement, HR services, and financial management, we are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure that Goal 1, no poverty, Goal 2, zero hunger, Goal 13, climate action, Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and Goal 17, partnership for goals, are brought back on track at scale. For example, on Goal 13, climate action, we are talking about institutional energy through installation of solar energy to health and school facilities. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to rescue SDGs and get them back on track. It is doable, and this life.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome you all to the 10th session of the Africa Regional Sustainable Development Forum, hosted here in beautiful Ethiopia. This annual gathering is a testament to the strong partnership between the Economic Commission for Africa, the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and the entire UN family. We stand at a pivotal moment. We face unprecedented challenges. Poverty persists, food security is threatened, climate change looms, and some of its effects are already felt in devastating ways. And global turmoil disrupts our path. But amidst these considerable hurdles lies immense opportunity. This year's theme, reinforcing the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, is a clarion call to thoughtful action. Over the next few days, we will not be mere participants in this event. We will be co-creators. We will dissect progress on critical SDGs, from eradicating poverty to building lasting peace, These goals, aligned with Agenda 2063, are the roadmap to a prosperous and resilient Africa. As we tackle our continent's challenges, we are all gathered here today as ministers, experts, civil society, and the private sector to share experiences and forge innovative solutions that are not just effective, but truly transformative, propelling Africa's much-needed development, shaping not only this continent's future, but also serving as a powerful contribution to the upcoming Summit of the Future. I am especially honored to acknowledge the esteemed presence of the UN Deputy Secretary General, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Vice Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, the Minister of State for Planning of Ethiopia, the Minister of Hydraulics, Sanitation and the Environment of the Republic of Niger, and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, and the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who grace us here with their leadership and expertise. Now, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, to officially commence the opening ceremony of this 10th edition, it is my honor to invite to the stage the esteemed Minister of Hydraulics, Sanitation and the Environment of the Republic of Niger and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Mr. Maïzama Abdoulaye. Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre Maïzama.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Mr. Abdoulaye, Minister, I am honored to invite you to our podium so that you may make your opening remarks.
Son Excellence, Madame Amina Mohamed.
Your Excellency, Ms. Amina Mohamed, Vice Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Mrs. Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, Mrs. Asefa, Minister of Planning and Development for the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Mr. Epepe, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the Honorable Representative of the European Commission, the representative of the African Development Bank, honorable members of the Diplomatic Corps, as well as the representatives of specialized UN agencies and other development partners, the honorable representatives of the private sector, as well as the specialized organizations of the UN system and development partners, representatives of civil society, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Bureau of the 9th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, as well as on behalf of the Niger people and the head of state of Niger, and in my own name, I am very honored to speak these remarks as we are opening the 10th ARFSD. May I express our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency, Mrs. Asefa, Minister of Planning and Development of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, as well as to the government of Ethiopia and the Ethiopian people for hosting this session of our regional forum. Your presence, as well as the presence of the Prime Minister of Uganda, is crystal clear testimony to the importance with which you view inclusive, sustainable economic development, not only for your respective countries, but also for the entire African continent. This is certainly a new opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to turn our continent into a home for opportunity for future generations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to express our recognition to the member states for trusting us with the chairmanship of this bureau. The bureau that is made out of Niger, Morocco, Namibia, Chad, and Ethiopia has worked in earnest in order to make our common agenda move forward. I would like to congratulate and thank the members of the bureau, as well as the Executive Secretary of ECA and the Executive Secretary of the Forum for their precious support. The members of the Bureau have significant achievements to boast, particularly in regard to advocacy for our regional forum during the high-level political forum that was held in 2023. The Bureau has also reached out and conducted an awareness campaign during the African Climate Conference, during the 11th Conference on Climate Change and Development of Africa, as well as during the session on Sustainable Development Objectives or Goals, and during the African Climate Conference, we have made tremendous progress in terms of adapting and adopting at a regional level such goals. The Coalition for Sustainable Debt, as well as green and blue bonds and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, this forum is convened at a critical time when our continent has to face multiple challenges. Progress towards achieving sustainable development goals and the 2063 agenda remains unequal as it presents inequalities between regions, countries, urban and rural areas. The world economy is most uncertain and vulnerable, particularly for developing nations, whereas foreign debt service hinders considerably the ability of least advanced countries to invest in health and facing climate change. So, with such challenges, the topic of our session to strengthen our program for sustainable development by 2030 and through Agenda 2063, whereby we seek to eradicate poverty and do away with multiple crises, as well as to implement resilient and innovative strategies. This calls on greater efforts on our part to attain our common objectives. Hence, I would invite you to focus your efforts on 5 essential priorities: speed up the measures to face climate change and to promote green transitions, adopt innovative approaches to mobilize domestic and external resources in order to bridge the gap through objective financing, and also work in earnest on developing a global financial architecture and make debt more viable, and also encourage African countries to commit greater financial resources with the fund in order to face the impact of climate change. And finally, place emphasis on gender equality and social inclusion. I bid you very fruitful proceedings during this session of the ARIFSD, and I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Merci une fois de plus, Monsieur le Ministre, Excellence.
Thank you one more time, Mr. Maizama, for your opening remarks.
We'll now move on to our next speaker, and I will now, ladies and gentlemen, please ask you to welcome warmly the next speaker. Today we have Executive Secretary of the Economic for the Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Claver Gatete. Please welcome him warmly, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning, and welcome to this 10th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to the government and people of Ethiopia as host of the 10th edition of this forum. I also wish to thank the chair of the outgoing bureau, the government of Niger, and to the United Nations entities and our partners, especially the African Union Commission and the African Development Bank, for the collaboration in making this event a success. I want to convey a special thanks for the leadership of the Deputy Secretary General in championing Africans' issues at the global level and during the preparatory process of this event. Thank you very much, DSG. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this year's theme focuses on sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions that reinforce the implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Our theme underscores the urgency of addressing critical challenges facing Africa, from growing public debt burden to climate-related disasters and shrinking fiscal space because of increasing financial needs. The continent is at crossroads. We have 21 countries in or at risk of high debt distress, only 2 countries with investment-grade ratings, high-risk premiums that cost the continent up to $75 billion US, and the climate challenges that reduce budgets by up to 5% of GDP on an annual basis. Yet, Africa's infrastructure and climate change needs are estimated to cost between $68 billion and $108 billion annually in US dollars. The financing options are either to borrow nationally or crowd out the private sector, or borrow externally and face exchange rate fluctuations. Despite Africa's remarkable resilience, evidenced by its status as the second fastest growing region globally, we cannot overlook the stark realities of poverty, hunger, and inequalities. At the recent ECA Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, and the spring meetings of the IMF and World Bank, African leaders voiced concerns over the inadequacies of the global financial architecture in meeting Africa's evolving needs. The triple crisis of food, energy, and climate further underscore the imperative for transformative action. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Africa Regional Forum is one of the most important development platforms, not least because of the urgent need to get back on track to achieve the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. We cannot do business as usual. Mindful of the interconnectedness of the SDGs, we need to be selective and focus on areas that will trigger a cascading domino effect and deliver maximum impact on the ground. And we must deliver at both national and regional levels. The United Nations has identified 6 transitions as key investment pathways for SDGs delivery. And these are food systems, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, and climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Our discussions today must delve into strategic interventions that leverage Africa's vast natural resources, particularly critical minerals that are essential for the global transition to green economies. For example, recent analysis by Bloomberg estimates that the battery and electric vehicle market in Africa is expected to reach 46 trillion by the year 2052. The projected demand surge for these minerals necessitates proactive measures to harness Africa's potential wealth generation. And renewable energy stands as a backbone for sustainable development with untapped opportunities to drive investments and promote energy security across the continent. In addition, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a unique opportunity to boost agribusiness and enhance food security, a cornerstone of resilience in the face of multifaceted challenges. We must take advantage of these opportunities to turn the tide from climate disasters to climate resilience. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, collaboration remains paramount, not only among UN agencies, but also with the African Union, regional bodies, development banks, and grassroots initiatives. The Africa Regional Collaborative Platform helps us bring the regional initiatives to support UN country teams on the ground. Progress in advancing national food systems strategies in countries like South Sudan, Kenya, and Madagascar demonstrates the tangible impact of coordinated efforts at the regional and country levels. Furthermore, the African Union and United Nations partnership frameworks on development, peace, and security and humanitarian issues ensures that implementation of the SDGs go hand in hand with the Agenda 2063. It is also important to note that private sector engagement is equally critical in catalyzing transformative change, but we need to make it easier for them to do business. This requires intentional and collective efforts to enhance the de-risking mechanism so that the private sector can play its role in financing large-scale interventions. Innovative financing mechanisms coupled with reforms in the global financial architecture can unlock new avenues for sustainable investment and inclusive growth. As we chart our course forward, let us remain cognizant of the interconnectedness of our goals. The decisions and commitments forged during the forum will reverberate across global platforms, shaping the Addis Ababa Declaration and key messages for the upcoming high-level political forum and Summit of the Future. Excellencies, in closing, I reaffirm our collective resolve to place Africa at the forefront of sustainable development. Our actions today will define the trajectory of our continent's future, ensuring that no one is left behind on the path to prosperity and resilience. The Secretary General's proposal of a $500 billion a year SDG stimulus signaled to the world that the global financial architecture system must be redesigned to leave no one behind. The inclusion of the African Union to the G20 recognizes that Africa will no longer be a rule taker, but a rule maker. Furthermore, the Global Digital Compact offers Africa the chance to level the playing field on the concentration of economic powers. Moreover, the 2025 Financing for Development Conference and World Social Summit will be a litmus test in the global rebalance towards fairness, equity, and social justice. Finally, the start of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063 and the midway point of the SDGs provide unique opportunities for the African Union and the United Nations to scale joint implementation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, therefore, what forms the Addis Ababa Declaration will matter. The task before us is to demonstrate that there are no global sustainable solutions without Africa at the center. The Pact for the Future is a pact with Africa, and the entire United Nations system remains committed to working with you to deliver on the promises of leaving no one behind. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Claver Gatete, for these opening remarks. We're going to thank him and applaud him one more time for this beautiful speech. And Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next speaker as part of this opening ceremony, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Her Excellency, Monique Nzaza-Baganwa. Please join me on the podium for your opening remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Honorable Minister Maizama Abdullahi, Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Your Excellency, Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, my dear sister, Your Excellency, our host, Minister of Planning and Development of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Prime Ministers here present, my dear High Sister, former President Dr. Joyce Banda, former President of Malawi, all dignitaries here present, the Executive Secretary of UNECA. Allow me to stand on already established protocol and to tell you that I'm happy to bring you greetings from the African Union Commission on behalf of His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat and the entire Commission. We wish all the success to this important forum. Your Excellencies, you may know that here in this city of Addis Ababa, earlier this year in February, our leaders adopted the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063. And this plan reflects our unwavering commitment to realizing the aspirations of the African continent as outlined in our blueprint, the Agenda 2063, and it builds upon already the success that the first 10 years were, modest one though, because we managed to achieve convergence, but we had also a few gaps here and there. And the second plan seeks to address the emerging challenges and tap the emerging opportunities as well as we accelerate the implementation of the agenda. So, as we gather here today, we stand on a very critical juncture in history. We find ourselves faced with the formidable challenge of eradicating poverty and reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, as I just mentioned. This is not just a mere goal. It's a moral imperative. It's a duty of uplifting the millions of our brothers and sisters who continue to live in poverty and deprivation. To step up our ambition and innovative solutions, we must acknowledge the urgency of the situation. We know that already we are not in a good shape, but because of the many crises, recent ones, we have even made a few steps back. And we cannot afford to continue business as usual. Business as usual has been partly to keep thinking that actually sustainable development is going to be delivered on to Africa by the others. But from many experiences we have had in the recent past, we are more and more convinced that actually sustainable development is going to be delivered by ourselves on the continent. And what we need, thank you, what we need is just to make partnership and a collaboration work to take us back to the basics. The basics we know are that we need to look inward and make sure that we create strong institutions that are going to be accountable to the citizens and to deliver what the citizens need. If we need to talk about development, if we need to talk about security and stability, if we need to talk about good governance, what we need indeed is for governments to do the basics of catering for their people. But we acknowledge, like it has been put, that governments on the African continent currently, given the path that we have gone under, are facing tremendous challenges. Some self-inflicted, some also coming from the external forces and the context in which we are developing currently, which is actually making the world retreat back to selfish interests. So with that, then we need also go back to doing the basics of correcting all these gaps and inefficiencies, which is where our collaboration between the African Union and the United Nations is key, so that we bring back that conscience and that spirit of collaboration in our several multilateralism fora. Another set of basics that we need to do is actually to de-risk private sector capital, both on the continent and also from foreign direct investments to come, including multilateral financial institutions capital. We are talking of climate finance. We are talking of financing peace and security on the continent. And we need to go back to the basics to make sure that we unlock all the pipes that are holding this flow of financing to come onto the continent. And we know some of the buttons to click. I know that ECA, you've been doing a lot of job in terms of coming up. I remember the conversations we had during that conference of ministers of finance about really what needs to be done by ourselves and collectively to unlock that financing and let it flow. But we have also to work on domestic resource mobilization. That is also the basics that our governments have to do. And that is if we are allowed a very fair and inclusive taxation regime globally. We've been advocating for these causes as African Union, and we are going to continue leveraging even our now being a member of the G20 to continue hammering these messages. We need all the conditions for the markets to work for us like they work for the others. And for that, we need a few things. We need that we are not charged an unnecessary premium, risk premium, that is making borrowing expensive for our government and our private sector. That is the basic that we needed to achieve, and we can do it. There is no reason that we see actually investments coming for, you mentioned the energy, minerals, but yet you say that Africa is not safe, that Africa is not secure for investment, yet people continue to invest as we speak. So we want actually those realities to come to the fore. So as we talk about sustainable development, and during these few days we are going to be having, we need indeed to underline sustainable. Sustainable. What is sustainable? You cannot sustain something that is not already there. So what we have here is us, is our resources, is our human capital, is our natural resources, is our private sector, is our women and youth that are there and ready to work and are already doing a lot. Talking of women, I'm looking at the former president, Dr. Banda, and if you heard her story, and the women with whom she's working to produce from the land and take to the market on the continent and outside, then you know that we have actually what it takes to really sustain development on the continent. But, thank you. But then we were chatting and then she was telling me, my sister, the drought. And she's true. But when we talk about these risks of climate, of disaster, then we need also to make the basics. The market has solutions for those. Insurance is key. Of course, we are not going to retreat from you know, saving the climate, saving the planet, but some of the things are here with us now. It's not going to wait for us to achieve those targets that we have set, of which even financing is not flowing to. But we need also to make few solutions that we have on the continent, and insurance is one of them. As I speak, I appeal to our governments, our member states, to consider actually embracing those solutions. Like we have this Africa Risk Capacity, and not all the 55 member states have actually bought premiums in that mechanism that we have, which is a beautiful partnership between the African Union and the UN. And this is a market solution that is already working, solving a few issues here and there, but we need to embrace as we continue to talk about sustainability of the development outputs. So as I conclude, I wish to close by maybe making a call to action for all of us. First of all, to really synergize our efforts, because we need to, especially the two institutions, the African Union and the UN, continue to enhance the mechanisms you have put in place. I'm glad the college-to-college fora are working so that we continue to harmonize our strategies. And then on the ground, also coordinate our action. We need to leverage on each other strength and budgets and networks so that we de-risk private investment and international finance to flow in. And this is through transformative initiatives, such as some of which have been mentioned by the Executive Secretary of ECA. Then, of course, you have one framework for which our member states are going to be supported by the African Union and the UN. So we need to really domesticate this framework in our respective member states. We need to collaborate and engage all the forces, private sector, civil society in country to really align to the implementation of these same frameworks, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And we need to continue syndicating our monitoring and our reporting. We have committed our principles at the UN and AU that we are going to be actually doing one reporting system for the two organizations. And then one reporting goes to the UN, one reporting comes to the AU, and then we are going to also have a rich data and evidence resource around so that we can monitor progress, so that we can show that actually the small investment we are making is producing results, so that we continue crowding in more investment. And we keep also holding our governments accountable with tangible evidence and data. So let me end it here by once again thanking you for associating the African Union to co-host, co-organize this very important forum, and we wish all of us all the success that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you again to the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission for this inspiring speech, Her Excellency Monique Nzasa-Ganwa. I hope I'm saying it correctly. I'm now going to call the next speaker for the proceedings of this opening ceremony. Please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome warmly the Prime Minister of Uganda, Robina Nabanja, to join me on the podium.
the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the people of the Republic of Uganda. I want to thank the United Nations Economic Commission and the partners for inviting me and Uganda to be part of this 10th forum. I therefore congratulate you upon convening this important forum for Africa and beyond, which brings us together to reflect not only on the progress of SDGs and the Agenda 2063, but also generate ideas on accelerating Africa's sustainable development. This forum has been organized at a critical time for Africa and the world following the launch of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals commitment during the New York SDG Summit of last year, September, as you all know. Just last week, if I can inform you, I was in New York at the invitation of the President of the UN General Assembly to participate in the UN Sustainability Week. Key on the agenda was discussing debt sustainability, a critical challenge for many developing countries. I know that many of African countries follow in the same category, and this should be an awakening call. We must stop being followers in the global discussion, but rather innovators and solution providers for many of the African challenges. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we take note of the slow progress on both SDGs and Agenda 2063. We must consciously address issues of financial or financing for these two agendas. We must, or we should, reiterate the call for the reform of the global financial architecture to ensure favorable financing terms, especially the long-term financing for developing countries, since financing is a major trigger for sustainable economic development. That notwithstanding, African government should continue to be innovative by initiating interventions that can address poverty, improve the household incomes, and the other social protection programs. For instance, recently, the government of Uganda has implemented several initiatives to foster income generation and improve standards of living for all. And these include, I know some of you have this, the implementation of the parish development model, which is targeting to move the 39% of our population who are still in subsistence production to money economy. Additionally, Uganda government is implementing the Youth Livelihood Program. We have another program called EMYOGA, Women Entrepreneurship Fund, the Small Business Recovery Fund, Agricultural Credit Facility, among others. All these programs aim at leaving no one behind in the journey of sustainable development. Your Excellencies, Uganda, like many other countries, has come up with key commitments to accelerate sustainable development. And these commitments are in areas of strengthening trade financing, and investment mechanisms, climate smart agriculture, strengthening data production approaches, science, technology, and innovation as a driver for sustainable economic growth of all citizens. As such, I urge the international community to continue supporting and promoting global and country-level policy space in science, technology, and innovation. As you all know, Uganda is the chair of both non-allied movement and G77 plus China. I re-echo Uganda's urgent call for joint and coordinated action-oriented efforts to strengthen and harness the growing potential of South-South cooperation and in pursuing sustainable development in its three social, economic, and environmental dimensions. As such, and as Africa, we must remain focused to the fact that regional trade has the potential to back regional and national development, and that it can lead to greater economic and political cooperation. We must take advantage of the African continental free trade area, which is approximately 1.4 billion people. The East African Community, COMESA, ECOWAS, and to stop exporting raw materials, but add value to our materials and agricultural products and foster trading among ourselves. The earlier we did this, the better for the African people. The strengths of Africa should be used to exercise considerable influence, particularly at the UN, for effective transformation process for the better of a common future. In conclusion, as Africa, we should stand together and have one voice during the negotiations for the Pact for the Future and the upcoming United Nations Summit, which will be held in New York in September this year. We should clearly define our priorities that favor acceleration of growth for African countries by maintaining unity and solidarity. For example, in order to achieve global affluence, we must get rid of exploitive phenomenon of commercial lending. Commercial lending should be for goods of frivolity, such as spirits and perfumes, etc. However, for infrastructure, I repeat, for infrastructure, manufacturing, and for some of the services such as tourism, education, health, energy, the borrowing must be concessional, low interest rate, and taking long to be paid back. In that case, much of the African continent, and indeed the world, will surge forward with prosperity. The present exploitive debts should be cancelled. They should cancel these debts because they are a fetter to generalized socio-economic transformation. I wish all of us, the distinguished delegates gathered here in Addis Ababa, fruitful and action-oriented deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency Prime Minister of Uganda, Robina Nabanja, for this speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now welcome our next speaker as part of this opening ceremony. Please join me in acknowledging Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Madam Amina Mohammed, representing the Secretary General.
What measures can be implemented to create a competitive market for school connectivity, and what programs and efforts you will be needed to ensure quality education beyond connectivity. And then I go in the second round to the second question on the SCI policy that you also have been leading.
Prime Minister of Uganda, the chair of the forum from the government of Niger, our deputy chairperson, my sister, the African Union Commission. I'd like to recognize Mama Joyce Banda, our former president of Malawi. Excellencies, our UN colleagues here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the government and the people of Ethiopia for hosting this year's African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, and the warm welcome, and I welcome also our Minister for National Planning and Development. I would like to thank the chair of the forum, the government of Niger, for the leadership that they have shown over the past year in helping us to navigate the headwinds of development and economic prosperity for the continent. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, and today is ably represented by the deputy chairperson, and her leadership across the continent, but beyond, because you have certainly showed us what it is that we need to do in the international community to partner with the African Union. Your call for strong institutions this morning to deliver for the people is critical, but also the genuine partnerships that are needed for multilateralism to thrive.
And
I welcome my colleague, Mr. Kleva Gatete, for the first time in his role as Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, him and his team for the excellent preparation of the forum. Excellencies, the world is facing multiple complex interconnected challenges, and our great continent is being hit hard by a devastating series of global shocks and their impact on our people, on our environment, and on the economies. COVID-19, the cost of living crisis, and the triple planetary crisis of climate, biodiversity loss, and pollution have caused the perfect storm and immense suffering, and further exacerbating Africa's vulnerabilities and reversing the gains of the last decade. Conflicts and instability near and far are thriving, causing untold suffering and further jeopardizing the African Union's goal of silencing the guns at achieving sustainable development. Debt servicing is at an all-time high due to external shocks and is squeezing the economies on this continent dry, with very little fiscal space or nothing to invest in sustainable development, often at the expense of education and health services. Developing economies are exacerbated by what we would say is a new bad norm of low investment, low growth, and stalled progress on the sustainable development goals. As we pass the halfway point of the SDGs and complete the first decade of implementing the African Union's 2063 agenda, our sustainable development efforts are at risk of failure. We can demonstrate some significant strides towards sustainable development gains, but they remain fragile. This includes the African Continental Free Trade Area, the Single Africa Air Transport Market, both key tenets of the 2063, which point to our booming potentials for the technology and innovation sector. Excellencies, colleagues, we know that this progress is not enough, but we also know that more and better progress is possible. At the SDG Summit last September, governments endorsed a bold political declaration recognizing means of implementation, finance, trade, capacities, technology as the key barrier to achieving progress. In the face of multiple crises, development countries are not accessing the finance they need at the scale and in the time with a sense of urgency. The gap is enormous. An additional $4 trillion must be invested every year to 2030 to have a chance of achieving the SDGs globally. In other words, we need to increase the flow of capital. Yet today, capital into the developing world has gone into reverse. Bondholders and the commercial banks have taken over $300 billion out of developing countries over the last 2 years. International financial institutions are trying to buttress countries, but have been unable to stem the tide. Net transfers from IFIs to developing countries fell more than half last year.
Innovation.
Concessional flows fell to zero.
It really gives me a come back to you, Madam Minister.
Increased by 183%,
That
higher than the region's growth rate in dollar terms. These debts are now maturing, obliging countries to confront heavy debt service to satisfy their creditors. Rising interest rates have now pushed debt service higher through no fault of those who took the debt in the first place. Total debt service accounted for a staggering 47.5% of government revenue in sub-Saharan Africa last year. This has crowded out expenditure on essential services, as well as investments in the continent's future. 20 out of 54 countries are at high risk or already in debt distress. With high debt service comes limited fiscal space. This is further exacerbated by years of emergency spending to respond to global shocks and little growth in revenue, reflecting slow economic growth and modest progress in growing the tax base. It is why the Secretary General has called for an SDG stimulus of at least $500 billion a year to scale up affordable long-term financing for developing countries, alongside a series of structural reforms to the very institutions and rules that make up the international financial architecture. Africa's leadership and collective voice will be essential to making the SDG stimulus a reality and taking decisive steps towards a global financial architecture that is more equitable, resilient, responsive, and accessible to everyone. Excellencies, colleagues, the political declaration is only a first step. It must be followed by concrete, ambitious, and transformative action that will put us on the path to deliver the SDGs by 2030, but also the ambitions of the continent by 2063. In this regard, it is essential that we scale up action on key transitions and investment pathways that can accelerate progress across the goals. Both regionally and nationally, we are seeing opportunities for critical transitions that can move progress. It has always been said that we don't bring enough clarity to the agenda, that we take everything and that the agenda is too ambitious. But it cannot be ambitious for a continent that has this much potential in terms of its human resource, over 70% of our youth. Allow me to highlight 4 areas in particular. First, inclusive and sustainable energy, which powers sustainable development. And let me say here, with a just transition. For a just transition requires resources. We cannot be expected to see African economies transition to a green, sustainable energy without the investments that are required. African countries are making tangible progress in securing access to sustainable energy. Access to electricity rose by nearly 10% in the last 6 years. But Africa is also home to 60% of the world's most coveted solar resources. But the continent only attracted 2% of global investments in renewable energy over the last 2 decades. This underinvestment means a continent with the potential to be a renewable energy superpower, lagging with just 1% of installed solar capacity. We are also home to a significant proportion of the minerals critical to the global renewals revolution, an immense potential source of wealth. It is worth remembering that the electric vehicles value chain is estimated to be worth nearly $60 trillion by 2050, a huge potential market for African renewables. As Africa seeks maximum benefits from this market, resource extraction must not undermine the livelihoods of the vulnerable. The Secretary General's panel on critical energy transition minerals is critical to ensure that we do not repeat the past patterns of exploitation. Finance is also vital to rolling out renewables more widely, but we need to take a systematic approach at home. Governments must set ambitious renewable energy targets to contribute to the goal of tripling renewables capacity by 2030 and shift subsidies from fossil fuels to renewables to better participate in global supply chains for critical minerals like copper, cobalt, and other materials. Rwanda's Renewable Energy Fund to tackle electricity accessibility challenges in the remote and mountainous rural areas is a good example, as are Ethiopia's policies and strategies to promote green energy use. By putting forward NDCs that usher in the energy transition, countries do have an opportunity to comprehensively address these challenges. But yet again, let me underscore, without the resources that are needed in time and at scale, these ambitions will not happen. Second, sustainable food systems. After a long period of improvement, hunger has worsened substantially in Africa. around 280 million people undernourished, and an increase of 57 million people since COVID-19 pandemic. Small farmers dependent on agriculture are impacted every year by climate-related weather events, with losses estimated at $670 million per year. The challenges faced by our food systems are not easily overcome, but significant progress has been made in advancing food system transformation across Africa by African states. Various African initiatives are embedding food systems transformation across sustainable development strategies and plans. Positive examples are the African Union Commission's Regional Nutrition Strategy and the African Common Position on Food Sovereignty and Resilience. 42 African countries have developed national pathways to implement the UN vision under the Food Systems Summit and a recent call to action resulting from the Food Systems Stocktake number 2. These are fully in line with national and regional investment plans under the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Programme for agriculture production and food security and nutrition. We are not without plans and strategies. What we are without is the funds behind them, the resources behind them to actually implement them. The third, digital connectivity. Countries in this region are emerging as trailblazers for innovation and booming tech industries. Yet the divide between and within African countries remains significant. While internet access and mobile penetration gaps are persisting between poor and those that are more well off, rural and urban areas, male and female users, more must be done to scale up investments in technology and digital infrastructure to bridge this divide. National digital strategies in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Rwanda are great examples of how we can shape investment pathways at scale across the region. The fourth issue is in education. No country can harness the opportunities provided by food, energy, and digital transitions unless they invest in more quality, relevant, and future-oriented education systems. The AU's decision to make 2024 the African Year of Education and its comprehensive 10-year continental education strategy for Africa speaks to the strong recognition of this fact by African leaders. So too does the progress being made in the area of education by several countries, from Sierra Leone to Kenya to Cote d'Ivoire to Namibia. This echoes the spirit of possibility and determination that emerged again from the UN's Transforming Education Summit in 2022. This year, through convenings in Paris, New York, and Brazil, we will take stock of progress and identify opportunities that will scale up coherent and effective support from international partners to African countries. This will be mostly through our positioning at the G20. Whether that's to tackle the foundational learning crisis and what it needs to fund it, or better equip teachers for a changing learning environment, to boost vocational programs for skills for just transitions, or leveraging the digital transformation we need to improve on how to learn, what we learn, and where we learn. At the heart of this, like so much else, is finance. Now is the time to rethink austerity-oriented international policies, reduce debt servicing costs, and ensure a more equitable global taxation system so that African countries can do what we know they want to do, to invest more efficiently, more equitably in capacities and the skills of their people. Excellencies, across this work, the UN Development System is your partner. Our offices, resident coordinators, UN country teams, regional capacities are all committed to helping you forge investment paths, shape policy and regulatory frameworks, garner the support that you need for multilateral and regional development banks and private investors. We count on member states to keep investing in the UN Development System, including the resident coordinator system, to ensure that we can do so. The inclusion of the African Union in the G20 and the addition of an extra seat for sub-Saharan Africa at the IMF are also major importance for the voice of Africa and for that of the Global South. Our voice will be essential in the lead-up to the Summit of the Future, at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the Second World Social Summit on Development in 2025. These are all critical milestones in our journey to reforming the global financial architecture so that it better supports developing countries in accessing finance they need and securitizing the critical breakthroughs that can further accelerate development progress across the continent. Let us harness these potentials for these fora, including this forum, which is an important stepping stone to the fora that we will have in the region of the African Union Commission. It is important to deliver the vision for Africa that is enshrined in the Agenda 2063 and the recent 10-year plan. Let's try to keep the promise of Africa, the Africa that it wanted, by Africans that want it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for this address. I will now welcome our next speaker, and we have Her Excellency, the Minister of Planning and Development of Ethiopia, Madam Fitsum Asefa, who's going to join me on the podium. If you could please give her a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Dr. Monique, Chairperson of the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Mezima Abdullahi, outgoing Chair of the Bureau, Your Excellency Clever Gate, Executive Secretary of UNECA, Your Excellencies, former Presidents, Excellency Prime Ministers, heads of delegations, ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, I would like to extend greetings on behalf of Ethiopian people and government. Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to express my profound appreciation to the UN Economic Commission for Africa for organizing this 10th session of the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. Our gathering here today is a clear statement to our resounding commitment to Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and the goals set forth in Agenda 2063 of the African Union. I'm convinced that this forum is timely and relevant to review the progress achieved, the challenge encountered, and the way forward in implementing the sustainable development in our continent. Excellencies, Africa has faced multiple and interlocking challenges in recent years. We have experienced the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, devastating impacts of climate change, geopolitical tensions, and economic instability and extreme poverty, among other pressing challenges. These crises have worsened existing vulnerabilities, disproportionately affecting the most marginalized and impoverished communities across the globe, particularly in the African continent. These impediments have hindered our progress towards the implementation of the SDGs and reversed our hard-won gains. Obviously, the enormous challenge we are facing today demand our resolute commitment to eradicating poverty and ensure the effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. In doing so, we must prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable groups and ensure that our intentions are guided by the principles of equity, solidarity, and sustainability. Let me use this opportunity to stress three key areas that seek our undivided attention and intervention in our continent. First, it's important to recognize that poverty eradication is a top priority and requires holistic and integrated approach. This calls for substantial investment in peace building, quality education, healthcare, infrastructure, and sustainable means of livelihood, focusing on women and youth empowerment. This comprehensive approach ensures that we tackle the root causes, not the symptoms of poverty. By addressing this fundamental challenge, we can establish a solid foundation for sustainable development. Second, it's of utmost importance that we encourage youth-driven innovation as a powerful force in our march toward this sustainable development. By harnessing the power of innovation, we can catalyze transformative change, accelerate progress, and unlock new opportunities for inclusive development and poverty eradication. Third, it is crucial that we demonstrate our unwavering commitment to regenerating adequate resources to finance our development plans. In light of this, it's essential to encourage saving and work towards the reform of multilateral financial institutions. By actively engaging in collective multilateral efforts, we can ensure that countries in need receive the necessary resources to finance their development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, let me mention a few points on Ethiopia's experience in its development endeavors. Ethiopia has made significant progress in mobilizing the domestic and international resources for rapid and sustained economic growth and development. In fact, Ethiopia is one of the few African countries that have registered impressive results in implementing the goals of Agenda 2063, especially in mobilizing innovative financing. This experience would be benchmarked for accelerated implementation of the remaining goals of the strategic plan. We have also witnessed the power of innovative domestic resource mobilization for investment in the areas of tourism sector development, climate action like afforestation and watershed management programs, housing programs for the most vulnerable, and school improvements and access to school, especially in the general education sector. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming summit of the future scheduled to take place in New York this September should play a pivotal role by prioritizing the implementation of key frameworks, including the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the forthcoming outcome document of the fourth Financing for Development Conference to be held in Spain next year. These initiatives collectively form the bedrock of global cooperation and action towards a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient future. In conclusion, it is the right time to redouble our efforts to reinforce and streamline the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063 to eradicate poverty and achieve inclusive and sustainable development. Let us reaffirm our commitment to solidarity and close collaboration so as to achieve our shared vision of a more just, resilient, and sustainable world for current and future generations. With this, I declare this forum open and wish you a productive deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Madam Fitsum Assefa, Minister of Planning and Development of Ethiopia. And this opening address marks the end of this opening ceremony. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for your esteemed presence. To commemorate this momentous occasion, I would now like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us for a family photo. For the convenience of capturing this photograph, I kindly request that all delegates and participants remain seated in their current position. I will be calling Your Excellencies' titles in order of protocol. First with UN DSG, then the former President of Malawi, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Chair of the outgoing Bureau, Minister of Hydraulics, Sanitation and the Environment of the Republic of Niger, the UN USGs and ASG, the AUC Deputy Chairperson, the UN Resident Coordinator of Ethiopia, the UN DCO Regional Director, the African Peer Review CEO. We would also kindly request each member state to select one minister to join them now for the family photo. Your Excellencies, our protocol officers will be guiding you downstairs for this official family photo. And in the meantime, like I said, all delegates and participants must remain seated in this room. We'll be back here in a few minutes. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now, like I said, waiting for our officials and excellencies and dignitaries to take the family photo downstairs, but there will be a coffee break happening in just a couple of minutes outside of this venue, which you are welcome to refresh yourselves. And then we will be back here in 30 minutes max to begin our first high-level panel, which I'm excited for, and that will be moderating. And that I will be moderating. So this will happen in this very room, the HLP #1, Stepping Up Ambition and Innovative Solutions to Eradicate Poverty and Reinforce the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want of the African Union. That will happen here in 30 minutes. Thank you to be back here in 30 minutes for HLP 1.
switch on, and then you can see next to me, for example, you can see the mic is open. You see? And when I
professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant
However, the reality
dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abibatuwan, Chief of Mission of IAM Ethiopia, as head of the United Nations Lead Agency on Migration. This 10th session on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development takes place at the same time of when African member states continue to face multiple economic crises and socio-economic challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFSD 10 will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2060. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regressed below the 2015 baseline. However, as a UN entity that is mandated to promote safe, human, and orderly migration for the benefit of all, migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and as such will be key to achieving the sustainable goals. As IAM, we are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure the facilitation of Target N7, which is to promote safe, regular, and responsible migration, and the implementation of well-managed migration policies, as well as Goal 13, climate action, and Goal 17, partnership, are brought back to track and scale. For example, on Goal 13, IAM is working to enhance understanding and respond to drivers of vulnerability due to climate impacts. On Goal 17, IAM plays a key role in supporting partnership in the needs coordinated national, regional, and global level for better and more effective migration governance. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to rescue the SDGs and get them on back track. It is doable in this lifetime.
My name is Marcel Akpovo, and I'm the Regional Director for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in East Africa. And I serve also as a representative to the African Union. As the lead UN agency mandated for human rights, my office is working to ensure that applicable human rights standards and principles are integrated into efforts to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. SDGs and their targets are framed to be fulfilled in compliance with the human rights standard, and OCHR has been engaged in showcasing the instrumental value of the centrality of a human right. Human rights as problem-solving tool, and human rights as accelerator to SDGs, including the Cs identified as transition priorities, with catalytic effects across all SDGs. We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16. As the human rights commitment go unmet, violence increases, conflict evolves, inequality hampers inclusive decision-making, and corruption erodes the social fabric. We can't allow this to continue. OCHR reiterates its commitment and stands ready to deliver on that extremely important responsibility. I thank you. country coordinator for the United Nations Capital Development. As we convene for the 10th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, it's imperative that we are nearing the climate crisis, social development challenges facing African member states. However, the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals fast approaching. ARFSD 10 holds critical significance. This forum will center on crucial actions required to eradicate poverty and implement sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the objectives outlined in both the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. It is evident that progress towards most SDGs is not on track, moving too slowly or regressing below the 2015 baseline. However, as the flagship catalytic financing entity for the world's 45 least developed countries, UNCDF works to crowd in financing and support of sustainable growth and inclusiveness, specifically through our unique investment mandate to blend and deploy grants, loans, and guarantees, as well as provide related advisory services, which dates to its inception of UNCDF in 1966. Today, we are intensifying our efforts, collaborating with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure financial inclusion is aligned with SDG 1 on poverty by expanding access to financial services for underserved populations. Additionally, our clean energy finance initiatives contribute to climate change mitigation efforts outlined in SDG 13 climate action by facilitating access to finance for clean energy projects. Moreover, our inclusive finance for SMEs fosters entrepreneurship and economic growth, aligning with SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. For instance, in support of Goal 13 on climate action, we're backing the establishment of a credit risk guarantee facility in Ethiopia in collaboration with UNDP, the Development Bank of Ethiopia, and the Ministry of Water and Energy. This credit guarantee enabled 20 energy MSMEs to access $1.2 million in loans from financial institutions. Furthermore, through projects focused on access to energy, performance-based grants were provided to 2 companies to scale up the adoption of solar pay-as-you-go in rural areas. By the end of 2022, these companies have managed to sell 3,000 pay-as-you-go solar products and impact over 15,000 people in off-grid areas. While we acknowledge these efforts, we are aware that more needs to be done. We are rallying action and sparing no effort on this journey to revitalize the SDGs and steer them back on track. It is a challenging endeavor. It's achievable in this lifetime, but we can't wait any longer. We need to get to work. On behalf of UNCDF, let me say
ማይክ እየፈለገች ነው። አውራት ማይክ እየፈለገች ነው። አይ የቅድም ማይክ ሞክረን ቼክ አድርገን ሴቶቹ ኦልሬዲ ቴስት አድርጌያለሁ።
Test 1 2 test 1 2.
new era, marked by the highest level of geopolitical tensions and major power competition in decades. Moreover, we are now beyond the halfway mark in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track, and only 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals are currently on track. Against this worrisome background, UNOAU is boosting its effort to advance Goal 16 for peace, justice, and strong institutions. For example, UNOAU is working closely with the African Union in preventing and mediating conflict and sustaining peace through joint conflict analysis, early warning, and good offices. Our work on Goal 16 also extends to the response to conflicts through coordinated and consistent UN advice to the AU on long-term capacity building and short-term operational matters, particularly in the deployment of peace support operations. We are joining the call to action to reverse the current trend and get the SDGs back on track. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is indeed within our reach. Let's work together, take meaningful actions, and create a better world for current and future generations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. I'm now going to ask you all to please join your seats as we will proceed with high-level panel 1 in just a short moment. Mesdames et messieurs, je vais s'il vous plaît vous inviter à rejoindre et regagner vos sièges le plus rapidement possible. Nous allons poursuivre la suite de notre programme avec au panel de haut niveau numéro 1. Once again, I'm going to please urge you all, ladies and gentlemen, to join your seat as we will resume our programming with high-level panel 1 in just a short moment. Excellencies, dignitaries, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to call for your attention and ask of you that you find your seat as swiftly as possible so we can resume our programming with high-level panel 1. Mesdames et messieurs, une fois de plus, je vais vous inviter à regagner votre siège. Nous allons avoir besoin d'un petit peu de silence dans la salle pour commencer ou continuer du moins le programme de notre 10e édition du RFSD avec le panel de haut niveau numéro 1. So to kick us off for this high-level panel on stepping up ambition and innovative solutions to eradicate poverty and reinforce the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, I am now going to welcome the chair of the Bureau on the podium who will help us kick us off. The Minister of Hydraulic Sanitation and the Environment of Niger, Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Maïzama Abdoulaye. Monsieur le Ministre, Votre Excellence, je vous invite s'il vous plaît à me rejoindre sur le podium pour nous aider à commencer ce panel de haut niveau numéro 1. And I please urge you to welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Donc bonjour à nouveau, chère assistance. Donc nous allons devoir reprendre le cours normal de nos travaux. Après,
we're going to resume our deliberations after the opening ceremony. We would like to begin by inviting, first of all, the moderator, and then the various members of the panel to please come over to the podium so that we can actually get started. Thank you. I think they know themselves, the panelists.
D'accord. Donc, sans plus tarder, on va demander à
Without further ado, we're going to ask the facilitator to come and invite the different panelists to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you to His Excellency, the Minister and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau of Niger for this introduction. As I was saying, we're now going to commence our high-level panel number 1 on stepping up ambition and innovative solutions to eradicate poverty and reinforce the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And to help us kick us off, to help us really understand where we're coming from, the background for the discussion that we're about to have, I'm going to invite the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Madame Monique Nsanzabanganwa, to deliver, I apologize for butchering your name, please forgive me, to deliver a 15-minute keynote address to present this high-level panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. I think what I'm going to do is just to maybe try and go into some greater detail about the Agenda 2063 and the 10-year implementation plan specifically, because I know that we are so familiar with the Agenda 2030. Actually, at the African Union, sometimes we feel jealous when we visit some institutions and then we see on the walls the Agenda 2030 and all the mapping and everything else. And then we don't see the Agenda 2063. Then we ask, we challenge that particular official, like, then how do you get to the Agenda 2030 without also taking the Agenda 2063, which actually encompasses more than even the Agenda 2030. And, but it's also our duty as the African Union and institutions also to make sure that actually the African Union and its blueprint, we are connected to our people, to our citizens, and sometimes we feel so embarrassed when actually you go out there and then they ask you if you are yet another NGO that is operating that particular place. So we still have a huge information gap to close about the agenda of the continent. And I thank our leaders, and starting from our elder leaders 10 years back, and at the helm of the African Union, we had our sister, who was chairperson of the Union Commission at that time, Minister Zuma, she actually led the Union to have this vision, 50 years vision of which we have already implemented 10 years. And this is a blueprint for our member states actually to put efforts together to move together as we aspire to achieve the Africa we want, of which the vision is of integration, is one of prosperity, and is one of a peaceful Africa that is driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. This is the vision that we are all about here, and we seek to implement. So we know that this vision has 7 aspirations, and from these 7 aspirations of what kind of Africa we want by 2063, when we will be celebrating 100 years of existence of the African Union, then we said, maybe let's have like small milestones, 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, and try to achieve some milestones on that journey of the Africa we want. So together, our member states, the ministries of planning, whom I thank so much, have been on the journey with us, partnering with the African Union Commission, the African Union Development Agency, UNEPAD, the UNDP, the ECA, the ADB, and others who have formed, I would say, a task force, a working group that is, even after the adoption, still working, because we still have to make sure this agenda is well embraced, well entrenched, well domesticated, well resourced, financed, and also capabilities are built for the implementation. So we have come up with this 10-year plan, which has 7 moonshots, drawing from the 7 aspirations of the Agenda 2063. So the moonshots, and I hope that the panel is going to unpack actually how do we get there in terms of attaining these moonshots on the way to the aspirations by end of 2063. The first one is around really creating prosperity. We need to move every nation of the continent who is not yet there, and whoever is already there, they could also go higher. At least that every nation will be in middle or high income category. And this is a program that is going to bring in all of that is inclusion, equity, sustainable economic growth, industrialization, agriculture, energy, and hence climate change and value addition of all that we are talking about on the continent. So the second moonshot is around integration. The first 10 years have given us one of the critical success stories for the continent, which is the Continental Free Trade Area. In a record time of only 5 years, this agreement has not only been implemented, a number of protocols enacted, but also trading has started. But we need to push it through really meaningful physical integration. Those infrastructure that is connecting the continent, and also free movement of people. So we are talking of issues like how do we harness digital transformation? How do we accelerate this FCFTA even more? How do we improve connectivity on the continent? Because for the time being, we still see a lot of gaps in there, not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of affordability and also options. So issues of really making the African market work for ourselves, and so that we can create a conducive environment to attract investments, both internal and external. Then the third moonshot is around institutions, public institutions that are very responsive to citizens' needs. And here we are talking of how do we improve accountability? How do we improve the responsiveness of these institutions? How do we strengthen social protection architecture? How do we promote good governance? How do we make sure that actually we have stronger separation of duties so that these checks and balances work within each and every member state before even we tap the architecture on the continent, like the AGA and others. So issues of taxation, how do we make sure that actually we seal all the loops that are creating leakages, and how do we stop illicit flows of resources? They can be money, they can be persons, they can be drugs, they can be hazardous waste and natural resources, and so on and so forth. How do we promote and protect human rights? So that is for the third moonshot. Then the fourth one is around peace. Peaceful governance, peaceful resolution of conflicts, most importantly, prevention, because preventing is better than curing, and it's actually cheaper. I've been on a roadshow where we are talking to the private sector about also this peace fund that we have as African Union, for which we want actually member states who have already put down an endowment of $400 million as we speak, and also want to use it to leverage private sector, leverage foundations, and so on and so forth. And we know actually for a fact that when you invest in prevention, $1 is going to save you $16 that you would otherwise pay should you have to deal with the aftermath of conflicts. So really, how do we build institutions that are making sure that we prevent conflict? And here we are talking of the nexus, peace, climate, and development as well. We are talking of the fifth moonshot, which is around African uniqueness, our values, our culture, our proposition to the world. You know, Africa, we are best at collectivities. We are not individuals. And this is a model that actually is challenging the whole world, because as tendencies are actually to be individualistic, to be protectionist, then Africa is telling the world that actually you cannot do well when your neighbor is not doing well. So as simply as that. But coming back to our values, how do we make them work? How do we create hope, not just hope, but jobs, not hope, because we have to create jobs for our youth through creative industries. We have a lot of talent, potential, arts, culture, sports. How can we harness all of these so that we indeed achieve sustainability of our development efforts? Our cultures, our diversity, our languages. At the African Union, do you know that we have 6 working languages, official languages, and you know, that's also asset in itself. How do we make it work for us? Then the sixth moonshot is around the citizens and the human capital, that we need more empowered and more resourced. That is our education. We are the year of education 2024. That is our health. That is our women and youth. That is promoting the citizens and engagement and agency, and so on and so forth. Then comes our 7th moonshot, which is Africa as a strong and influential player on the global scene. So we are talking of how do we improve competitiveness of our continent, and how we also contribute, not just go there with a stand of, you know, asking and waiting for others to give or to do something, but we are also contributing to this global humanity. We need to tap our research, our think tanks, so that as our people, our leaders, as they go to the G20, they just don't go there to show up. They go there that when they are well-resourced, they are backed by things that our researchers, our institutions like the ECA and others have really kind of digested and crushed into key messages and key facts that our leaders are going to use to convince. So this branding and image of the continent is what we need to harness for this to attract opportunities for our continent and also for us to be taken seriously when we are participating on the global scene. All of this, it's what you have to put in place together as especially the African Union, which is has a powerful convening power so that we can harness the messages, carry advocacy, but also attract resources that our private sector, that our women, that our SMEs, that our youth need. So this is the framework. And we thank the United Nations agencies, institutions, because they have actually recommitted and recommitted again to putting all their muscle of convening power also, but also resources and policies and information behind so that we can implement it. So we are talking of also learning from the gaps that we discovered during the first 10 years. First one was that domestication of this plan was lacking. So we need to support our member states, our ministries of planning, our technical sector ministries to mainstream this agenda and unpack it because implementation will happen in countries. We found a gap of financing, a huge one, that we need also to look inwards through domestic resource mobilization. When we took this agenda to a retreat of ministers in Kigali last year, they really recommitted to making this a priority so that we maximize the potential that we have internally. So when we engage our ministers of finance and ministers of planning and different sector ministries, our financial sector and other players, we need really to close that financing gap. Then also there was this gap in capabilities because there is a disconnect when you talk of maybe program on agriculture, then how do we link the CADEP within our member states? CADEP is, by the way, one of our key flagship programs that are doing extremely well, It has a system of, is it a scorecard, whereby member states have committed to naming and shaming. Like if you're doing well, then the scorecard is there open. If you're struggling, then it's also open. And this is going to harness actually that we contribute to knowledge sharing and learning and emulation effects among member states. Another gap was also how do we communicate around this agenda so that it's not government's agenda but people's agenda. And closing that gap is also key because we need also to tap the civil society force that is already implementing and improving the Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. So I was just here to give you that framework so that as you unpack it as a panel, then you also guide us on what we should be doing together so that we can accelerate the implementation of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission, Monique Tsasambaganwa, who gave us an address on the second 10-year implementation of Agenda 2063. To follow us up, I'm now going to welcome the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist of the Economic Commission for Africa, Hanan Morsi, who will now give us highlights of the 2024 Africa Sustainable Development Report, focusing on innovative and transformative actions for integrated and accelerated implementation of the two agendas. Thank you. Everyone, welcome her warmly.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Excellencies, all protocol observed. It's a pleasure to have you join us for this Forum for Sustainable Development. And today I will give you a sneak preview of the key highlights of the upcoming report on Africa's sustainable development. So today I'll focus on 5 goals, SDG goals, and this is the first goal is the goal on ending poverty, goal 1, goal 2 on zero hunger, goal 13 on the need for urgent action to combat climate change, goal 16 to promote peaceful and inclusive societies, and goal 17 on partnerships. And as you can see from this slide, there is a mapping between these 5 goals and the goals in the Agenda 2063. And this is really fits within what we have been working toward, which is 2 agendas, 1 framework. So in terms of the progress on these 5 SDGs, we have had really some limited progress on 4 of them and a regression on 1. So on all, we have slow progress and regression on climate action SDG. And we will be going a bit deeper into kind of like what are we seeing, what are the trends. So basically, there is a lot of efforts that need to be accelerated to actually make further progress in general, but also to reverse negative trends that we have seen on climate action. So let me start with the first goal on ending poverty. As you can see here in the chart, we have seen marginal decline in the proportion of population that is below the international poverty line of 2.15 cents a day, $2.15 a day. And as you can see, Africa's share of population that is below that line have been actually slightly going down from almost 32% in 2015 to around 30% in 2019, and this is still substantially higher than the global average. We also remain as a continent, Africa accounts for more than half of global poverty. So Africa's share is about 55% of global poverty. If we also look at the indicator in terms of national instead of international, national poverty line, the proportion of Africa population that is living below that has actually rose from 33% in 2013 to 38% in 2023. We also have seen variation in terms of performance across regions. So, you know, it's not just a one story. So some regions are doing much better than others. But in terms of poverty, the regions that have the highest poverty rates are Central African region and Eastern African region. If we look at the second chart here in terms of the trends of those that are below the poverty but employed, which is very important. We can see here that there has been a modest decline of those that are employed but poor, and still we can see that for Africa, the portion of employed that fall below the international poverty line in Africa is still higher than that for the world as a whole, with two regions doing better, which is the North Africa region and the Southern Africa region doing better than the rest of the African regions. If we move to the goal 2 on zero hunger, we have seen really the prevalence of undernourished in Africa compared to the world continues to be substantially higher, and also that trend, those that as a share of population have been increasing. So the latest figures as of 2022 is about 20% of the population. That's significant. And that compares, if you compare it to almost 16% in 2015, you can see that things have been, the situation has been exacerbating in that area. And the key drivers for that increase has been really issues related to high rates of extreme poverty, but also other shocks like drought and natural disasters, floods, and especially in East Africa. But also we have been hit by a number of global shocks that exacerbated the situation and led to food crisis, and in particular the pandemic and the war in Ukraine have exacerbated that situation. Another very important indicator in that category is the proportion of children that are moderately or severely stunted. And that actually, you can see that the shares of these that are suffering from stunting is much higher in Africa relative to the world. This is particularly important because this has huge implication on human capital development. It's an issue not just that it affects the children while they're growing, but it has implication in terms of capacity, productive capacity, and also undermining economic potential. Other things also that we have seen under that category that we don't have here, we've seen a decline in the government spending related to agriculture, which has very important implications for the sector and small farmers, which represent the huge share of the sector, and particularly given that we have very high share of employment in that sector, this translates into higher risk for them and more difficulty in terms of keeping their productivity. Moving to the area of climate action, which is actually the one that we were saying there has been a regression in terms of progress. We all know that Africa, despite that it represents 17% of global population, contributes less than 4% of global emissions. Yet, Africa is highly prone and vulnerable to climate change. We have seen that the number of people that are affected by disasters related to climate have actually risen in Africa from around 2.6 between the period 2005 to 2014 to 3.3 in 2015 to 2023. In terms of the good news of what the continent has managed to do, we have managed to have all countries actually have adopted the Sendai framework for disaster reductions. Where we need more is the implementation, because while all countries have adopted, only 29 countries have actually implemented the framework. So more action is needed on this. And in terms of the financing for climate action, it's estimated that there is a need for $2.8 trillion to actually implement the nationally determined contributions by 2030. Yet, in terms of flows, African countries are receiving on average almost 11% of what is needed. So there is a huge gap that remains. And here you can see how the number of death and missing persons increasing. And actually, if whenever we get the 2023 numbers, this will be even higher than what we see here because of the number of climate shocks that we actually witnessed in that year. So this is an area where really the continent has been trying to improve issues of early warning systems and implementation of frameworks, but more is needed to actually mitigate the impact of climate shocks on the population and on the disease. Moving to the SDG indicator on peace, justice, and strong institutions, as you can see here, we have the number of homicide victims in Africa more than double the global figure. And this is related to issues of poverty, economic inequality, ethnic fragmentation, also high unemployment, and partly rapid urbanization. If you look in terms of unsentenced detainees as a portion of overall prison population, we can also see that the figures for Africa are substantially higher than the global average. And here that relates to a number of factors, including issues of weak governance, poor administration, need for a number of improvements in the justice system, but also issues of institutional capacity in terms of the number of court cases relative to the number of judges. And on global partnerships for sustainable development, we have seen a number of key trends here. Total government revenues as a proportion of GDP for Africa on average remains below global average. So there is more need for domestic resource mobilization. In terms of mobile broadband penetration, there has been an improvement, but still below global average. So we have seen an improvement from 30% in 2018 to 40% in 2021. In terms of Africa's debt service obligation, we have been all talking about this, that there has been a huge rise in terms of the burden of debt service and the fact that it's crowding out crucial social spending. Another area of flows in terms of foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investments we have seen these flows being volatile and mainly concentrated on extractive sectors. The one element of resilient flows have been remittances. Remittances have represented, one of the resilient financial flows to the continent and growing one. So I think we need to give that a particular attention. And in terms of the official development assistance, I think we all know that it still remains below the target that we aim for, the UN target of 0.7% of gross national income for donor countries. As of now, we have the current figure at 0.37%. And we only have really 5 countries that managed to meet the UN target, as you see in the chart, while the others are still substantially below. So what does this mean in terms of what do we need to do? How can we rescue these SDGs to really ensure better life for African citizens and accelerated progress toward SDGs? I think one of the key ones is ensuring investments in basic services to leverage, and doing that by leveraging partnerships, public-private delivery, and moving toward higher value-added production so that we can have actually higher wages, higher productivity, and higher standards of living. Another very important issue, which we've already heard earlier this morning, the DSG mentioning, is the need to invest in human capital. Given the young population of the continent, this is crucial to actually ensure a better future, to ensure that we are dedicating sufficient attention to health and education. And on the agriculture side, to make sure that we're improving productivity and enhancing also the use of resilient agricultural practices. Overall, in all these elements, we need to ensure that we are actually using innovation and digitalization to leapfrog in these areas. And of course, we need to harness the huge opportunity and potential with the regional integration in the Africa Free Continental Trade Area to actually reap the benefits from this and to build regional value chains. And to also utilize the opportunity of monetizing green assets by developing carbon credit markets within the continent and ensuring that this is leveraged and monetized. And this will be essential, of course, to achieve all this. I think one element that will go throughout is to ensure that we also close the energy gap that the continent has, because this will be essential to achieving all the SDGs, as we currently have 600 million out of the 800 million that are without electricity globally. We cannot progress without really closing that gap going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist of the Economic Commission for Africa, Hanan Morsi, for this presentation, which was thorough and substantive. We're now going to proceed with our high-level panel and the actual discussion. This is news to no one, and I think it's very clear from the two presentations that we just heard that Africa is far from meeting critical SDGs, namely when it comes to the issue of poverty. More generally, and we also heard that in the opening ceremony, the world is grappling with multi-level crises, a succession of disruptive shocks that have particularly weighed on the socioeconomic growth momentum of developing economy. As nations across the world are faced with conflicts and the catastrophic humanitarian crises that they result in, money is being diverted from development to peacekeeping. But SDGs remain a priority for Africa, and it's become unequivocally clear that we cannot keep a business as usual approach to achieving them and implementing them. We have to think creatively, and this challenging moment is an opportunity to offer solutions to move forward in a resilient, innovative, and sustainable way. Thankfully, we have a panel of brilliant experts who are going to offer their perspective in a high-level conversation that we hope will be candid, interactive, and enticing. And I'm just going to remind everyone that we have translation devices that are available for you if you don't speak English, but because most of the panelists will be speaking English, we also have panelists that will be speaking French in further panels, but you have translating devices that offer translations in French, English, and Arabic. And now, without further ado, I'm going to welcome our esteemed panelists, starting with the Minister of State for Planning and Development of Ethiopia, Nimera Gebeyehu. If you could just join me on the stage, and if you could please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Africa, Madame Cristina Duarte, who will be also speaking this high-level panel number 1. Thank you. If you could give it a little bit more enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen. With us to UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, Madame Ahuna Eziakonwa, who will also be part of this panel. We also have Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, that is Mitika Mwenda. There you go, a little bit more enthusiasm from this side. And then finally, last but not least, he will be joining us on Zoom, if I'm not mistaken. That is Group President and Managing Director of Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, Mr. Admasu Tadese. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have your microphones. If you need anything, please let us know. So, I think just to begin for this first ARFSD high-level panel focused on stepping up ambition and innovative solutions to eradicate poverty and reinforce the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, that is the Africa we want, of the Africa Union. I'll first throw it to our esteemed panelists quite plainly to kick us off. How do we make progress and implement our development agendas, and how do we do it differently and effectively? And we'll begin with you first, like.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to stand by the protocols as established. So I have been listening to all the presentations, all the speeches since morning, and even the very beautiful presentations by the two presenters. So I'm just reflecting and asking myself, so as Africa, where are we? Why do we have all these challenges? We have attended meetings after meetings. When I look, this is the 10th Africa Forum Sustainable Development. And really, I have attended, I think, the previous, even more than 5, successfully. But when we come, we start with a very beautiful presentation, very high level. We go to presentations, and eventually, it just becomes the same ritual. It just becomes, you know, the same, we repeat policy after policy. When you look at the Agenda 2063, and you look at Agenda 2030, very elaborate, very good data from the ECA, analysis from any institution will not lack that. But the question we ask ourselves, then why are we not reversing on the goals, on what we have found here? And the answer, I think we have, is, as Africa, we need to ask ourselves, where are we? Are we on the table in setting the global agenda, or are we part of the meal? So that's question number one. Number two, looking at Africa's place in global geopolitical interactions. You see, everything is set out there. And you have to, looking at the Agenda 2063, I once attended a meeting which was expected in South Africa to discuss the Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. And we were invited randomly. It was hosted by the African Union and the UNDP. Tragically, no one was talking about Agenda 2063 as Madame has mentioned. Everybody is obsessed with Agenda 2030. I was very embarrassed. And because you ask yourself, are you more interested with New York or Addis Ababa? Because that's the point. So as we speak, we have to ask ourselves as Africans, so who sets our agenda And do we have ownership of our institutions and the processes? And if we have, why have we not been able to own a process as important as this? And this brings me to the issue then of the means of implementation, the resources. Resources is very important. And as long as we are in control of our resources, forget it. Both whether it is in international climate finance and whether in the implementation of Agenda 2030, the 17 goals, just forget it. I just reflect, and I heard President Kagame talking about this again. When you go at the African Union, you look at all the buildings there. Who are constructed? Are they constructed by Africa? So that you know the fundamental problem which we have. The tallest building, you know the owner. The peace and security building, you know the owner. And that is how the agenda is set. It is that serious. And so, as an African, I feel embarrassed when I go to the COP28. And the key agenda there, first day which was being done there, was the loss and damage fund. And this, everybody was really obsessed. How are we going to get money? And all the time, you know, agenda is set, and then you fall into it. So day one, the UAE, it was navigated its contribution so that we are blinded on the bigger issue. So at the end of the day, before anything started, we have delivered $700 million for loss and damage. And that's a global fund. Everybody was clapping. As the civil society, we refused to clap. Because why? This $700,000, I'm finishing.
No, I just want you to have time to also respond to the first question. But
So what I'm saying is you go there because you know the issue, whether we talk about all the semantics and the presentation and everything, without talking about money, then there's nothing we are doing. And so, look, that 700, yesterday, the day before yesterday, the United States of America, Senate, House, passed just $95 billion just to fund the war in Ukraine, to kill people in Hamas and in Taiwan. And when you can see they are not able, they contributed just $17 million just for loss and damage, and budget which cannot fit even my country. So where are we? We need to be serious. And now, I hope I'll get another opportunity because I know I have the answer for you. The answer, we have the answer here and we are going to have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutika. Already challenging us you have to leave the microphone alone for a second. Thank you very much for your first thoughts and for sharing them with us. I'm now going to give you the floor, the Minister of State for Planning and Development of Ethiopia. And again, the first question was just to set us off and to sort of think in a more concrete way as to how we can effectively implement the SDGs that are mainly in this particular panel, which is eradicating poverty.
Good afternoon. I think I would like to first reflect on the point, my gentleman raised. I think sometimes it's good to be also in balance and recognize the efforts of such platforms. Yes, I do recognize that we're talking about two agendas, but pretty much really, the same substance matter. If you look into, the aspirations that the Madam Deputy Commissioner was explaining earlier, looking into the Sustainable Development Goals. Yes, so these are, pretty much the same agendas. And also we have these huge, capacity efforts provided by, the UN, the African Union, departments, in terms of, really aligning, our priorities and development planning frameworks. Yes. So how national initiatives are aligned, at the regional level, and also how these, national and regional levels are aligned with the global, sustainable development goals. I think we are all speaking, the same agenda, the same problem, the same issue, especially when it comes to Africa and most of the member states. I think one of the main issues we were having in terms of the discussion is that in terms of our targets, be it looking from Agenda 2063 or Sustainable Development Goals, even be it within certain national development aspirations, we are lagging behind in terms of our priorities. If you take the first two goals of Sustainable Development Goals, which really aligns with the first aspirations of the African agenda about creating so inclusive economic growth, inclusive prosperity. These are at the heart of this is how we are doing well with the poverty reductions across member states in most countries. And in terms of the factors, I think we are on the same page in a sense that we are lagging behind, and a collective action problem is there, be it at the regional level and also global scale. Actually, the presentation that we had with Madam Hanan only showed few goals. If you look the broader indicators of the Africa Agenda 2063 and the SDG, only 15% is on track. About 40% is off track. In a sense, in most of the indicators, we are actually regressing backward, looking in relation to 2015 baseline data. And this is really pertinent issue that we need to be on the same page on the way in which we look at this problem. So coming back to the question, for me, I think given the capacities out there across many state members and also the financial challenges most economies are facing, I think prioritizing our actions is really important in that regard. For me, probably, from Ethiopian perspectives, some of the cases, we always say that the first two goals on which we are regressing, so fast, looking into our food system is one of the most, priority issues we'll be looking. Also, that is, relation to the climate challenges that we are facing. Most of, African, food systems are rain-fed, dependent on rainfall, and the problems that we face in terms of the unpredictability of the rainfalls that we get, at times also the extreme weathers in terms of droughts are affecting most of households at the very local level. So for me, if you're asking me if you can put priorities in that regard, working collectively on climate smart food productions is really important, because the first two goals that we've seen earlier are largely dependent on the food sectors of the economy. The second most important, actually, probably this is very pertinent to African continent, is we are also regressing on our peace building efforts. In most of African case, of course, the global wars and conflicts are affecting the global financial architecture in terms of diverting the flows of resources to other priorities. Within the African context, also at the very local level, a factor that is really significantly correlated to the household welfare is the conflict issues that needs to really take a priority action. And of course, Madam Deputy Commissioner earlier said that prevention is most cheaper in most cases, and most African countries should work on institutional things to avoid conflicts, but also the conflicts within which most African countries are struggling needs to really take a concrete actions at the African level, trying to really give a peace a shot so that societies can have. And we talk after that about business environment, investment environment, undertaking our economic plans effectively on the ground. I think the last approach I would like to echo the last point probably is the financing issue. I think when we speak about financing, of course, we always talk about this idea of innovative financing. I think one of the most important issues that Africans need to really take into consideration, two peculiar nature of African economies. The first one is about the nature of the private sector, to which the prospect of raising financing private sector is really limited, and most African countries struggle with that similar problem. The second nature is about the capacity of the state to collect taxes and to raise revenues to finance, development issues. I think this really requires a collective action in terms of, coming together and trying to devise really, not only at the very global level, at the regional level, also have, our development, financing structures work really towards that phenomena. And the other disappointing aspect, of course, most of the opening remarks we had in the morning, be it from the African perspective, the UN, I think we are on the same page. The global financial architecture is not working. I was just sitting there and looking in a figure from Ethiopian context. Over the last 5 years, the debt service obligation that we had as a country is close to 10 billion. And if you see the new development finances coming to Ethiopia, it's exactly the same. So the net, flows to these African economies is pretty much, becoming negligible. And talking about such, global commitments towards eradicating poverty, eradicating conflict, and achieving our two agendas really require, concretizing the actions that we put. That the gentleman also said that we often talk on so many, platforms, pledges, but concretizing these reforms is really important. And I think these three are more important in terms of, prioritizing and bringing a transformative results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. You touched on several points, and you've namely addressed the issue of financing, which we'll be going into in a much more detailed way, hopefully as we advance in the conversation. I'm now going to give the floor to UNDP, Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Africa, Madame Duarte, with the same question. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get another microphone, but I don't think this is working. With the same question, and how do we make sure we implement both of our agendas moving forward?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, all protocols observed. I do believe that the presentation done by my dear colleague Hannah said it all. Our business model is broken. And I do believe that we Africans, we need to face it. We need to call, in my opinion, for a reset, a rebooting of the policy making in Africa. Something is missing in this equation. And I'm really happy that Her Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson, in her remarks, she called for the need to review business as usual. Actually, it's a strong call that the Secretary General has been saying over and over. Business as usual, for a couple of reasons, even at the multilateral level, has not been working. If we agree with me that there is a strong need to reset, to reboot, and to restart policymaking in Africa, I would like to bring to this exercise 4 conceptual notions that I do believe that we need to introduce in the policy-making production process in Africa. 4 conceptual notions, and these are basically my remarks. The first conceptual notion is that policy-making in Africa needs to distinguish generation of resources from mobilization of resources. These are 2 different animals. I have been saying, and this is in the report that has been recently approved by the General Assembly, Africa loses $500 billion annually. The breakdown is in the report, is there. Africa loses $500 billion annual. I've been saying that over and over in the past, I would say 1 year. We cannot lose what you don't have it. Artificial intelligence has not addressed that yet. So if Africa loses $500 billion, it's because Africa has been able to generate $500 billion. Africa has not been able to mobilize the $500 billion. So, and this distinction is important because the policy mix to address lack of generation of resources is completely different from the policy mix that we need to address, let's say, the mobilization of resources. And the difference, and the fact that Africa generates, but has not been able to mobilize what Africa generates, I do believe that at the end of the day, we do have a question of mindset that has been driving policymaking in Africa. This is the first conceptual notion that I'd like to bring. The second conceptual notion that I believe we need to factor in the policy-making production process in Africa is that Africa has a liquidity problem. Africa has not a solvability problem. And this is also an important distinction. Again, the policy mix to address liquidity issues are completely different of the policy mix required to address solvability issues. Completely different. And I will give, again, let's go back to this magic number of $500 billion. Africa loses $500 billion on an annual basis. In 2022, Africa's public external debt was $644 billion. So we have $500 billion that we lose on an annual basis, which is a flow, against a stock that is $644 billion, which gives me a payback period of 1 year, 0.2. So this tells me that, yes, there's a liquidity problem, because if you lose $500 billion, any household would have a liquidity problem, but we do not have a solvability problem because we prove that we can generate resources. We generate and we lose them. So, and this distinction between liquidity and solvability, credit rating agencies have not been processing it. Credit rating agencies have not been making this distinction towards Africa. And this is important because in this context, so made in Africa financial solutions must combine two dimensions. The first one is the policy mix direct to deal with the basically stress situations of national treasuries, the liquidity problem. But also, we need to come up with a policy mix to unlock countries' solvency protection. The third conceptual notion that I believe we need to bring to the policymaking production process, we need to make we need to agree that acceleration is not possible without resilience. Yesterday in a VNR, we reached the midterm of 2030 agenda. We are complete off track, Anna told us, correct? We are complete off track. And it seems that you are panicked. And you start talking about it. Let's accelerate. But in the case of Africa, I have the impression, and I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday in one of the sessions, that we are in a Ferrari without tires. Can you accelerate a Ferrari without tires? I don't think so. I don't think. Because we need to also acknowledge in a very open way that we have not delivered the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs. Africa has not delivered. So Africa has not built resilience to be ready to implement the SDGs. And Africa has not built resilience to be ready to accelerate the SDGs. And again, I go back to the policy mix. The policy mix to build resilience is completely different from the policy mix to accelerate. Completely. And I will give you an example with school feeding that I used in Cape Verde a couple of times. So, from a policy mix standpoint, we know that resilience paves the way to a policy framework for acceleration. Let's take the example of school feeding. So, during resilience, school feeding needs to be financed by ODA, as today. countries have no policy space to finance school feeding. But during the acceleration phase, school feeding cannot be financed by ODA. It should be financed by budget revenues. So the difference, the same program, but a different finance structure. During the resilience period, is ODA to come up, to scale up, but then down the road, budget revenues need to take over. Second example, very quickly, public goods, land access, water, energy, to address the non-monetary poverty. As you know, poverty has a monetary dimension and no monetary dimension. So a non-monetary dimension is when public policies address land access, water, energy, etc. So, and of course, to address the non-monetary poverty is essentially a feature of the resilient phase. If you don't do that in the resilient phase, you will not be ready to address acceleration. But during the acceleration phase, once you have delivered resilience, your policy mix needs to change to financial inclusion, expansion trajectory, feeding middle class, market scale, a different package, a different package. The fourth conceptual notion is that in policy making, to survive, and again, I'm saying that because I did when the subprime hit Cape Verde in 2008, when the external shock hits your country and you are there to deliver, you have a short-term period to identify three things. If you don't identify these in this short-term period, I don't know if you'll be able to cope with the external shock. The first, you need to identify in your country a game changer. Second, you need to identify a driver. Third, you need to identify the enablers to activate the game changer and to unlock the driver. I do believe, and I have been saying that, allow me to repeat, the game changer in the case of Africa is the need to shift the paradigm of financing for development. As I said, Africa already financed more than 75% of its own development. It's not ODA, it's not FDI, it's our own resources. So we need, in terms of game changing, we need to recognize that domestic resource mobilization, not revenues, domestic resource mobilizations are the game changer. Drivers, I do believe that everybody agrees that is energy. Without energy, we don't go. And enablers, as my dear colleague Hannah mentioned, as well as our Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson, are institutions, country systems, these intangible assets. And of course, digital transformation is there to help you on this. Of course, with the adoption, and this is the last part of my statement, with the adoption of these four conceptual notions into the policy-making production process in Africa, I do believe that we can get ready to start challenge the global narrative on Africa's debt. This is a short-term homework. We need to challenge the global narrative on Africa's debt, particularly if we factor the conceptual notion 1 and 2. And I will finish with the following sentence. Yes, Africa is in debt distress. Everybody agrees. But Africa is not in debt distress because as over-debted. No. Please do not accept this narrative. Africa is in debt distress because Africa does not control its own economic and financial flows, which is different. And I ask to myself, the debt to GDP ratio, 65%, 70%. But you need to build everything from A to Z. We have nothing. But only 7%. Let's compare to Japan. Japan has built everything. You dream Japanese. And the ratio in Japan is 200%. How come I have to build everything in my country, in my continent, and I'm over debt? And Japan has built everything with it 200%, is not over debt. You need to work hard to convince me of that. So I do believe that Yes, we are in debt distress, but we are not because we are over-debted, but because we do not control our economic and financial flows. And this brings me that, take account that in the past 40 years, Africa has undergone approximately 320 sovereign debt restructuring exercise. 320 sovereign debt restructuring exercise. I do believe that we need to also challenge what the global narrative is been adopting as debt sustainability. First, debt suspensions should be designed as initial steps of debt restructuring, which is not the case so far. Second, debt restructuring should be designed as pieces and components of domestic resource mobilization reforms. Only then debt restructuring will serve the debtors and not serve the creditors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Duarte. I'm now going to give the floor to UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, Mrs. Ahuna Ezekonwa. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very provocative thoughts from our sister Christina. And I'm sure that everybody was listening, but also from previous speakers. And how do I build on what has been said so far? So our brother at the end there asked a question. He posed the question, is Africa in the room as a negotiator at the seat or the meal? And our sister Christina said Africa is losing $500 billion a year of the money that it has generated. So go figure. Does that make Africa, somebody's eating, huh? And it's not Africa that's eating. So Africa, if we're answering your question, is for the most part the meal in many of these gatherings. And how is that reflected in present day calculations? She talked a lot about the financials. I'm going to focus a little bit on the human dimension. So we have huge debates today about critical minerals as the things that will power the future, the decarbonized future, and help us get to net zero. Where are most of those minerals found? In Africa. What is the discussion today? It's about rail lines that will cut across these junctures where you find the minerals and be able to get them extracted and transported to the countries where value will then be added to them and they will be processed for use for electric vehicles and others. Where is the value created? What is left behind for those who host these minerals? Deals are being made right now. MOUs are being signed on the construction of those railway lines. How many Africans are in the room understanding the implication of each and every agreement that is signed for the populations? For the young people, 72 million young Africans who have no employment, no education, no training. What is the relevance of those critical minerals to their lives and their future? What does it mean attaining the SDGs? For 1.4 million children in the Sahel today who are out of school because of the closure of 7,800 schools in the Central Sahel as a result of insecurity and insurgency. Those kids who are between the ages of 6 and 12, primary age, in 2063, they will be in their 50s, late 40s and 50s. They will be the leaders of those countries. What is there preparation today for leadership for tomorrow? We're talking about sustainability. How can we sustain the future with those kids denied the opportunity to learn and therefore prepare themselves for leadership of their countries of tomorrow? What does attaining the SDGs mean for 44 million of Africa's people who are displaced as we speak? Continent-wide, there are 44 million people who are not in their home areas, who are not in their ancestral homes, who are languishing in IDP camps or refugee camps. Will they feel the attainment of the SDGs by the 2030 or indeed 2063 agenda? What does it mean, attaining the SDGs, for the 1/3 of Africa's women who experience abuse of a sexual, physical nature throughout their lifetime? 1/3 of women on the continent experience abuse, with the limitations that that creates, not only for their own potential growth, but for the growth of their communities. What does achieving the SDGs mean for that population? Or for the 600 million people we heard today who have no access to electricity? What does it mean that we will attain the SDGs or the 2063 agenda or not? Or for the women, 80% of them cooking with firewood and burning their chests. And I think beyond these questions about the humanity behind the numbers is the question of how we are applying the lens of the SDGs over the continent of Africa, as if we have the same template everywhere, right? So we're in Ethiopia, over 100 million people, several ethnic groups and configurations, land-linked. What would it mean for Ethiopia? What is Ethiopia's pathway to 2030 and 2063 compared to Cape Verde? 500,000 or so people, neighborhood of Addis, ocean, large ocean country, we call them small island developing states, largely stable with good governance over the years, sustained. I don't think Cape Verde has ever experienced conflict or a war. What is Cape Verde's pathway to 2030, 2063? And I was talking to the resident coordinator earlier who said, sounds like a small country, but it has 9 islands. So if you have a water establishment here, you need 9. You need to think of 9 of them. What are the constraints in Cape Verde compared to Ethiopia or Nigeria? Eswatini, under 1 million people. You would say small country, good infrastructure, a monarch. What is their pathway to the SDGs compared to Sudan? Have we thought about countries in crisis, protracted or acute? What is their SDG journey? So I think in responding to that question, I just come up with more questions. That the way that we are approaching this is really, if you ask me, it's a bit dumb because and it's all of us here indicted, we're looking at this continent as if it were one thing on the same track, you know, and we're all kind of following, running on the same path and journey. I think we need to disaggregate. We need to stop looking at Africa with one template. We need to look at the diversity of the continent with all its uniqueness, with all the dynamics and structural differences that exist, but even economic differences and realities and social cultural context, and ask ourselves, how do we apply a lens of the SDGs and the 2063 based on these contextual realities? That what Eswatini needs to get there might be different from what Uganda needs to get there. And once we have that reflection, I think we can begin to construct in real times what needs to happen in each place. The same way we need to reconfigure the methodology and timelines for countries, say in the Sahel, countries that are strapped, countries that are not even in control of half their territory as we speak. You cannot imagine that our pathways that we're deploying would have the same application in those places. So we have to rethink, what does the SDG achievement or 2063 mean for Burkina Faso? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you also very much, Ms. Ahuna Ezeakonwa, for these remarks and for reminding us that when we speak of SDGs, we speak of people, and like you said, a diverse set of people across a diverse continent. We don't have much time, unfortunately. It's always the way that these kinds of conversations go. I'm going to throw the same question to the last panelist that's with us. He's on Zoom and he can hopefully hear me. Group President and Managing Director, Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, Admasu Tadesse. If you can hear me, we're just setting up this conversation around eradicating poverty and implementing SDGs, and hearing from your perspective, how can we implement these SDGs and accelerate them? Seems that we have a problem with the sound. We have an image. Oh, you might be muted. He is muted. He's muted. You are muted. I don't know if it's coming from your side. Okay, it's not his side. Can we try to fix it from our side, please? Can you speak, Mr. Tadesse? He's speaking, he's trying. We're trying to figure out what the issue is. We're just gonna ask for a second. In the meantime, in the interest of time, I'm so sorry, Mr. Tadesse. We'll get back to you in a minute as soon as we sort out this technical difficulties. But because we only have, oh, he's here. All right, you have the floor. We can hear you. You have the floor.
Great, great. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and greetings to everybody. Very happy to be in this very interesting panel. I guess I'm going to take Ahuna's approach and just build on the very interesting conversation that's been taking place. My first reaction, of course, is that the diagnostics, the perspectives are truly profound and indeed very provocative. My angle I'd like to take is maybe what we should perhaps do is disaggregate the approach, as I think Ahuna again mentioned. There's a geographic disaggregation. What I like to do sometimes is identify the spaces where we have more control to do what we can do within our own immediate environments versus the very complicated issues that, of course, requires advocacy and policy engagement, but not always very easy to get movement on the ground. So what I found very interesting was the comment that Dr. Monique made in her opening remarks around experience with CADIP and the scorecards. And what I found so interesting about that particular remark was how we've begun to find our way into robust implementation, because the truth is, I think as speakers have alluded to, the know what is not the problem. I think Africa has gotten to a level of sophistication, of knowing very well what the issues are, what the problems are, the diagnostics. I think to some extent, I would say it's a half story here where we have a little bit of know-how, but our big problem is know how to do, right? So we're very good at the analytics and the diagnostics. And I think the scorecarding approach, the experience with CADEP is the way to go. And I think the bottom line in all of this, I find, of course, as a financier myself, is that, you know, we've got to learn to accept that the storms will continue to rage. And as they continue to rage with shocks and crises, we have to learn to walk in the rain and run in the rain. And walking and running in the rain is all about finding those spaces where you can move the needle within your own space. And I think Christina talked a lot about us mobilizing our own resources and all of that. And I think that is very critical. There's a lot of very interesting opportunities in this day and age around blended finance. There's a lot of opportunities around impact finance. And also public-private partnerships. These are three particular themes that I'd like to highlight as being ways and means in which we can get more traction in implementing the agenda of sustainable poverty reduction, because we know that if we don't get the production side moving, the value chains and the value addition to move, we will always be just papering over the cracks. So my focus in the work that we do at TDB Group is to try to really just get some serious traction in those areas where we think we have a manageable interest. And the manageable interest is on these types of areas. And we've managed to grow our balance sheet, not from billions to trillions, but I think from 1 billion to many billions, and we're continuing to do that. And we're focusing on African institutional investors, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies. Again, to Christina's point, not always looking outside, looking inside, but then doing the leveraging at the same time to bring global resources on the back of domestic resources. And again, I think the one conference that I think would be very interesting would be to find 10 CADEPs, and put the spotlight on what's been working and what approaches and tactics have been employed and who's found some kind of formula how to get the needle to move on the ground. Because I mean, I think there's so much consensus that we're so good at doing the analytics 10,000 feet above the ground. But the question is who can get movement on the ground? And we do have success stories in Africa, apart from CADEP-like experiences at the sectoral level. We have countries that have managed to get quite a lot done. Mauritius, Rwanda are cases in point. Morocco is another. There's quite a few experiences. And I think it would be very interesting just to highlight what is it that these countries have done that's within their manageable interest, where they're learning how to walk and run in the rain despite the paradoxes, the contradictions, and the multiple shocks that are always coming our way. And so I kind of like to be a little bit practical sometimes to say, to keep my motivation going, I need to just find out where we can focus our action to get things to move on the ground. Because in the end, if we don't take control of our own destinies through action, we will always be sharing perspective at a conceptual level. We do need the conceptual perspectives. We do need the diagnostics, but I think it'd be great to have much more focus on the micro level environments where action actually takes place, and drawing on the lessons, the emulation that Dr. Monique spoke about, and sort of building on that side of things while we grapple with the bigger global contradictions. Those will always be there, and from what we hear, might even get worse as we go ahead. So we've got to find our own spaces to get things done, and sort of build some motivation around that, create some positive stories, and then we'll be surprised that global resources will flow even more to us as we start to demonstrate that we have our own houses in order. So maybe I'll just stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tadesse, for your very interesting points. As I mentioned before you started talking, we only have a few minutes before we have to wrap up. This is incredibly frustrating, but this is how we have to go about things. We have a much more conversations coming up on the rest of the day. I think that the question that I threw to all of our panelists was partially touched on, because as Mr. Tadesse mentioned, we are very good at diagnostic and analysis, and I think we all did that, and we did a lot of reflection. Some of you did mention some key actions that can be taken moving forward, but since we only have a few minutes left, I want to once again give every single panelist the opportunity to maybe give us one main takeaway, one key action that they would like for us to focus as Africa as a whole, or maybe as specific regions or countries, because it is a difficult answer to respond in a very linear way. So I'll just again open this time. We'll start with Ahuna, if you could start with the main key action and also main takeaway from this discussion.
Thank you. I go with Tadesse, who is a proud UNDP influencer for development. Great to see you, Tadesse. And I think she said something important. There are some things that we're in control of. You know, the world is very complicated, polarized, everything, and we can keep harping on that until the cows come home. But as we're in this room today, we should start to get into the plumbing side. What are the things that we're in control of and the tools that we have to work with? I think one of them is governance. You know, today, all African countries can say that they are free politically and that they have the control, they can have agency and the control to exercise the right kind of governance that does not allow Africa to lose $500 billion a year. So it's very important to deliver on strong institutions, to deliver on the agency of the people, their right to exercise their agency, to deliver on basic services. That's governance. And we saw what happened in Senegal recently, and it's important to mention that, where you see a combination of forces, civil society that's active, institutions that are competent and listening, and delivering a transition that we can all be proud of. So governance, I think, is key. Energy, already mentioned. If we tackle energy, and there are many things we can do, we don't have to wait for all communities to get on the national grid. We can mobilize around renewables. Africa still has 60% of the world's best solar resources. And mini-grids, and UNDP is investing in mini-grids. We have the Africa Mini-Grids program, which is targeting millions of Africans in rural communities to get access to electricity. When you tackle energy, you tackle a lot of things: GBV, clean cooking, education, learning. You tackle health outcomes that can become better, innovation, connectivity. Without energy, we can't have connectivity that bring innovation that then helps create jobs. And lastly is investment in youth. I think this is critical. Youngest region in the world, we are ignoring young people as if they are a marginal issue that we just need to tackle because they are time bomb waiting to explode. They are an ally for the kind of development we're looking for, and UNDP is betting on them with a new program that we're calling Timbuktu to spark a startup revolution on the continent, because here is where we're seeing the talent of young Africans able to transform the development landscape in terms of challenges in all sectors. So I think we invest in young people massively as architects of the development of the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Duarte.
Very quickly. The four conceptual notions at the end of the day was, I tried to structure as a strong call to increase the levels of exercise of ownership in Africa. And I do believe that I have seen this narrative over and over, even in the reports, that Africa's policy framework are very good, are strong. Our problem is implementation. Let's move to action. And sometimes trying to explain the lack of implementation with technicalities or the absence of technicalities. I personally have some difficulty in accepting this explanation. Please allow me, and my apologies up front. We need to understand why we have not been delivering. And it's not a lack of technicalities, it's not. There are solutions that have been in the shelves for more than 20 years. I can give you one. Azikuda, UNCTAD, to tackle trade mispricing. How much we lose on an annual basis on trade mispricing in Africa? $60 billion. The technicality is there. The solution has been in the shelf. What is the missing piece? And allow me to give an example of food systems that I had the opportunity to say yesterday. Why you have been unable to unlock a process of food systems transformation in Africa, and today has become a paradox. We are rich in agricultural resources, but in food insecurity. Why? Because I do believe that, and please, if I'm wrong, I'm completely open to different opinions. I do believe that until now, policy making on food systems in Africa have not featured, in my opinion, a very small but important feature. Food systems today in Africa have a geopolitical dimension. What is that? It's simple. By 2050, the world will have more 2.5 billion people that needs to be fed. What is the continent best place to be in that equation? Africa. So food systems transformation goes beyond the African continent as a geopolitical dimension. If we don't factor it in the design of our policy making, in 10 years we'll be talking about food systems transformation. So I do believe that we need to understand, and I want to mention, what is the constellation of external factors and internal factors. So when we design our mixed policies, we should directly hit the point. Thank you.
Very much for your thoughts. I'm going now to throw it to you, Mr. Minister of State for Planning and Development.
I think it's really difficult to speak after these, great speakers. And I think one of the things I can draw, from the conversations we had, the issue of really prioritizing. What could Africa really influence? Of course, given the heterogeneities between, African states. The first most important thing to me as a policymaker is what can an African states using their own agency could influence is the most priority. In that regard, I think we can talk, of course, the food system, transformation, as much as it is, external influences, the global financial structure, the trade structure is affecting that. I think the farmers at stake could really, require that. And I think focusing on food, focusing on those, basic infrastructures that, our agency, our own, individual agency could influence is really important. Of course, most of all the goals and aspirations that we speak are equally important. Technology is important, energy is important, health and education is important, food is important, all, goals are important, but what can we really influence to bring, a transformative goal is, it's an important, dimension to it. The second most important, I think, such platforms should recognize for African states is looking into the multilateral approach of strengthening, collective action to influence regional and global, financial actors that we speak, because most of the external influences are outside Africa's reach, outside most of, developing economies. And what kind of multilateral, platform should we really aspire as African nations to really, bring those changes? But, things that can influence in our own context should also really get, attention, policy attention and development planning attention in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Yeah, so I started on very negative note, and also, as usual, with the lamentations. So I'll be now positive. And one, I speak from where His Excellency has left. Where we stand now in the global geopolitical interactions, Africa is like that very beautiful girl who is being, enticed from several areas. And now it is our time now to decide which way do we want to go. And this is it. I want to believe that were it not for the BRICS, the emergence of the BRICS, Africa would not be invited to be the 21st member of the G20. That's a fact. And so, in that tug of war, in really enticing this very beautiful girl, we can take advantage of that and say we want the reform of global international financial architecture, and that will be delivered. I think that is positive, and that's the answer. Number two is about our resources. The transition to low carbon, climate resilient future is inevitable. And this being the case, Amina Mohammed mentioned that we have 46 trillion worth of resources, critical minerals, lithium, copper, and all these coltan, and all these which are driving the new technology on renewables. Call it solar energy, call it the electric vehicles, call them, wind power. We have those resources to drive the future. How do we add value on those resources so that they can create a job for the millions of youths who are no jobs, and those others? So we have an opportunity. We have institutions, African Free Trade Area agreement, and all those. So why can't we really rise to the occasion and believe in our institutions? The most important thing, which we do not have, is that we are very good in establishing institutions. We are very good in setting policies, setting strategies, everything. What we lack is implementation. And we have resources to do that. And in terms of energy, we are very happy. Imagine, in the last 2 days, we launched a campaign, 630 campaign. And we are inviting, I'm very happy, UNDP is in this, and all of us, we have several initiatives on energy. And how do we ensure that we ensure the 630 million people in Africa who have no energy get it? And I think for the interest of time, I think we are going to build those partnerships with UNDP and those other allies. And I believe that through that, we are going to bequeath the future to the future generation, which we are going to make them happy. We need three things. One, how do we address the question of sustainability, human well-being, and environment, because all of them are interconnected. Once we arrive on that, I believe we are going to provide solution to the world. I think the solution to the world, all these difficult geopolitical problems are going to be solved by Africa. Thank you very much.
thank you very much for this optimistic note. And one more panelist to finish us off, Mr. Admasu Tadese, if you can hear me. Just one key action.
Yeah, I'll just leave the panel and the audience with one final remark, and that is to say, as we digest all this complexity, I think that what I find very useful is to ask myself the question, how easy is it to close the gap at the macro level versus the meso and the micro level? And the bottom line is we have a lot more room to maneuver at the micro and meso level as opposed to the big macro level, because the macro level gaps are not there for lack of knowledge. We have all these contradictions and gaps at the big macro level because of interests and design. So it's not about knowledge. So that's why I like to focus at the meso and micro level in the continent, because there at least the gaps that we face, we have a better chance of closing them, right? So, I mean, I work on the ground. I've been working in this industry for 25 years. There's a great deal that we need to do on the ground. And we've seen examples of countries that have managed to deal with the gaps at the micro and meso level, the institutional level. I think we have a lot of institutions that exist. We have a lot of policies that have been, you know, designed, and they do reflect best practice and all of that. But in reality, you know, this thing of implementation, it's not just talk, right? I think Africans, we know, our Achilles heel. Our Achilles heel is we really need to be better organized and better disciplined at the level of the spaces that we have a better chance of controlling. The other spaces are very important as well. I don't belittle the need for advocacy and engagement at a much larger level. But I think we need to be cognizant that we shouldn't assume it's for lack of knowledge. It's not because of that. I think those of us who've seen the biggest generation of global resources in the past 4 years, it was the special drawing rights of the IMF, where $65 billion were created overnight. And ask yourself how much of that was allocated to Africa. It's a structural problem. Everybody's talked about reallocating these resources, but there's no reallocation. So I kind of like to be humble and say to myself, it's not for lack of knowledge at that level. It's just there's no will. There's no will, and you can't move the needle very easily. Of course, you can advocate, and there may be opportunities that opens up to ease things a bit. But in the final analysis, the premium is on executing at home, and at least closing the gaps where you have a chance of doing that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your closing remarks, and that will wrap up HLP 1, which was focused on stepping up ambition and innovative solutions to eradicate poverty and reinforce the 2 agendas that we are talking about as part of this forum. Thank you so much to our brilliant and esteemed panelists, the Minister of State for Planning and Development of Ethiopia, the Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Africa, Mrs. Duarte, the UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, Mrs. Ahuna Iziakonwa, the Executive Director for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Mr. Mitika Mwenda, and the Group President and Managing Director of Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, Mr. Admasu Tadese. Thank you all for your presence here, and thank you all for your attention. We are now going to give the floor to Dr. Nassim Ulman, Acting Director, Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resource Management Division at UN, the Economic Commission for Africa.
Thank you very much, Hanan. I'm the person between you and the lunch, so I will be very brief. I will switch in French. Mesdames et messieurs, il s'agit de partager avec vous l'information sur l'élection.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to share with you the information that we have gathered at the Bureau. I'd like to inform you that the current Bureau, outgoing, in fact, met online and started consultations with the various sub-regions and the members of the current Bureau, being the President of Niger, First Vice Chair Morocco, and the Second Vice Chair from Namibia, Third Vice Chairperson from Chad, and the fourth, Ethiopia. So they met and started discussions. A note verbal was sent so that these consultations can be pursued. A number of consultations did take place, and we made submissions region after region and requested the member countries and the representatives of those countries during the lunch break, with about 5 tables that are reserved to the various regions so that they can then take advantage of that proximity to discuss various issues. And the roles of the vice chairpersons is a historic one in the framework of this forum. So for the incoming
La première vice-présidence sera l'Afrique australe, deuxième vice-présidence,
bureau,
troisième vice-présidence, Afrique de
Northern
l'Est, et
chair.
rapporteur sera l'Afrique de l'Ouest.
And
Donc, pour
then
la
second from Southern Africa. So currently consultation on
la Mauritanie.
North Africa,
Pour
and we
l'Afrique,
have the
Namibie s'est portée candidate. Pour l'Afrique centrale, nous
and for Southern Africa, it's Namibia. For Central Africa, we don't have a name yet. For East Africa, we have received a proposal from Uganda, and from West Africa, we have Niger. Niger has actually raised their hand. So traditionally, the chairperson then becomes a rapporteur as it is dictated by tradition, but it's not compulsory. So please take advantage of your lunch break. There are 5 tables where you see the nameplates of your sub-regions. Make sure that you are represented by at least one person from your country, and we would like to invite the members of the outgoing bureau to be at that table so that we can then better finalize those consultations. Just before starting the next session, and I hope that we'll have the opportunity to keep you abreast of what has been decided. Thank you and bon appetit.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, for the lunch, please, you have the VIP room there. So the colleagues will guide you for the VIP lunch is on my right, is there. And there are the other places that also are prepared. Mahasna, you want to add? 2:30, yes. And we please come back here at 2:30. We count on you to be here at 2:30. La salle de restauration pour les VIP se trouve sur ma droite au fond.
The VIP lunch room is on the right hand. Somebody will show you the way, and then we meet again at 14:30 sharp. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders. On behalf of Mr. Cleve Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. ARFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the ARFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen and development stakeholders, on behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future, to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. AFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui...
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good lunch and that you feel all the more inspired to participate in the rest of the proceedings for today. I'm going to please ask you to get to your seat, report to your seats as we will begin or resume our program shortly. So if you could please find your seat very quickly so that we could begin. Mesdames et messieurs, nous espérons que vous avez pu déjeuner et que vous vous sentez prêts à continuer à écouter nos sessions qui seront toutes aussi inspirantes que celles de cette matinée. Je vous invite s'il vous plaît à regagner votre siège le plus rapidement possible car nous allons reprendre avec la suite du programme dans quelques instants. Merci beaucoup.
Avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre le cours de nos travaux. Donc, il s'agit des questions organisationnelles et qui correspond au point 3 de l'ordre du jour relatif à l'élection du bureau. Aussi, c'est mon grand plaisir de donner la parole à son Excellence le président du bureau sortant, Monsieur le ministre de l'Hydraulique et de l'Environnement du Niger. Monsieur le président du bureau sortant, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur Nassim. Je tiens d'abord à remercier par rapport à la session passée la conférencière principale, la présentatrice et tous les panélistes et les délégués pour une discussion très enrichissante, ainsi que la modération efficace du débat par la modératrice. Donc, comme annoncé, nous passons aux questions organisationnelles de l'ordre du jour, notamment celle de l'élection du bureau. Donc, distingués délégués, nous abordons maintenant les questions organisationnelles pour l'élection du bureau de la 10e session du Forum pour le développement durable. J'invite le secrétariat à nous faire économie des consultations qui se sont passées lors du déjeuner. Comme annoncé, donc avant le déjeuner, il y avait eu des candidatures, il y avait eu des propositions aussi. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président du Bureau sortant. Donc, suite aux consultations qui ont eu lieu au préalable avant le début des travaux et au cours du déjeuner, nous avons à la présidence, comme je le disais, l'Afrique du Nord, donc, qui sera représentée par la Mauritanie. Nous avons la première vice-présidence, l'Afrique australe, qui sera représentée par la Namibie. Nous demandons à l'Afrique centrale de nous indiquer le résultat de leur consultation. Ils sont en train de finaliser. Le Tchad. Merci, c'est le Tchad.
Nous avons, nous, de la RDC, nous avons concédé pour que le Tchad prenne la place.
Okay. So, yes, he was representing the DRC, and they had consultations, and they are happy to announce that they agreed to nominate Chad for Central Africa. Thank you. Third vice president is East Africa, is Uganda, and rapporteur is from West Africa, is Niger. As you know, it's a tradition. The chair of the outgoing bureau is always his candidate propose his services to become the rapporteur, to keep also the history of the work of the bureau. So, voilà, Monsieur le Président.
Merci.
So this would be it, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you. After,
so this economy,
further to the fact that
I
there
have
is
no
no
objection
objection to
with
the
regard to the composition of the new bureau.
It is so decided.
So it is so decided.
It is therefore
it is an honor and privilege for me
to invite His Excellency
to
Mr.
invite
Mahmoud
His
Inyang,
Excellency Mahmoud Inyang,
Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Mauritania, to assume the presidency of the 10th
to take the floor.
African Regional Sustainable Development Forum, or African Forum for Regional Sustainable Development.
Cependant, donc, avant de donner la parole au président de la 10e conférence,
so,
before giving the floor to the chairperson of the 10th conference, let me take this
session. I would like to seize this opportunity on behalf of all the colleagues of the outgoing bureau to express our heartfelt gratitude to UNECA for all of the support that was provided to us throughout our mandate. I would now invite His Excellency, Mr. Mahmoud Inyang, who is with us at the rostrum, to take the floor and make his remarks. Thank you. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, thank you. Honorable ministers, ambassadors, honorable guests, by electing Mauritania to chair the 10th AFRSD, you are honoring my country and have once more shown the respect that all of Africa entertains towards His Excellency President Razwani, President of our Republic and the African Union, through the declaration that we are making on behalf of my country in this meeting. And therefore, on behalf or in the name of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, as well as in the name of Mr. Mohammed Salah, Minister of Economic Affairs and Sustainable Development, and in my own personal name, we wish to express our heartfelt gratitude and recognition to my country that is here represented. And I also would like to thank the outgoing President and Vice President, Mr. Maisama Adoulay, Minister of Sanitation and the Environment for Niger, for all of the task that was accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of sustainable development in Africa, the main challenge facing the continent is to succeed in a unstable world fraught with changes to eradicate poverty and ensure the prosperity of Africans. It is therefore the objective of eradicating poverty, ensuring welfare and good health for all of Africans, gender equality, a fair distribution of riches, and innovation, infrastructure development for all of all of the African countries. So, what Africa wants is actually subject to the collective commitment to work in all of our states on improving our development parameters and ensuring the sovereignty of our national resources and preserve our continent and environment from all threat factors, and particularly considering the negative impact caused by pollution. With this in mind, Mauritania, within the framework of a accelerated strategy for development, SCAP, has been implementing since 2016 in earnest on promoting inclusive, sustainable development, ensuring the promotion of human capital, having access to all basic services that is made of 5-year plans that are compliant with all of the goals of Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum will be the opportunity for my country to enrich its experience in the area of sustainable development in conjunction with all other developing countries on our continent. As I said yesterday, science innovation should serve as the engine for sustainable development within Africa, thanks to a greater coordination and resolution with which we will individually and all together have access to industrial, scientific, and technological sovereignty. This shall be achieved by pooling our resources, sharing our experiences, involving our diasporas in pondering the way forward on how to harness scientific and technological progress for the sustainable development of our continent. The various ideas that will stem from this forum should enable us to strengthen bilateral and multilateral cooperation so as to develop added value, productive projects in agriculture, husbandry, and agribusiness, and also to ensure the harnessing of science and emerging technologies. I reiterate the will of my country to share its experience in this regard with the other members of the African Union for the Sustainable Development of Africa, and notably for the scientific, technological, and industrial sovereignty of our continent. I thank you. Thank you, incoming chairman of the 10th ARIFSD. And this closes item 3 on our agenda, and we will now be able to move to the next session on the Summit of the Future. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are doing fine still this afternoon. We've now been able to witness the incoming bureau take over for the 10th forum. And as Nassim put it, we're now going to move on with the rest of the program for the afternoon. And we have another high-level panel due. This time, it's about the race to 2030 and beyond, leveraging the summit of the future to get back on track towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal. So I'm going to be moderating this panel, and just before I call our speaker that will give the opening statement and set us off on a good path to having this discussion, I'll explain that the structure of this particular panel, it will be done a bit differently. We'll have three dialogue groups, that's what we're calling them, and I'll be calling speakers 2 by 2, and we'll have specific questions, and then we'll throw to the floor to have contributions from you all, and then follow with the second group and then the third group. So we are hoping for a candid conversation, and I'm going to urge all the panelists to keep their messages as concise as possible so as to keep it interactive and have contributions from the floor as well. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome the opening speaker for this high-level panel 2, and we have with us Under Secretary General for Policy, Guy Ryder. If you would please welcome him warmly, ladies and gentlemen.
Ministers, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, colleagues of the United Nations system, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to say a few words in introduction to the panel which is to follow, and to give you perhaps some background concerning where we stand today in respect of the Summit of the Future. And I have to say that this exchange is extremely timely. Day for day, we stand at 5 months away from the Summit of the Future that will convene in New York in September. And without going back into the history of this summit, suffice to recall that the summit was first proposed by the Secretary General in his seminal report of 2021, entitled Our Common Agenda. And in that report, the Secretary General puts forward the idea of the need to redynamize, to modernize our unilateral system, to render the United Nations fit for purpose, to meet the challenges of today and of tomorrow, foremost amongst them, of course, the unfinished business of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the 2063 Agenda. And I think it's worth recalling that in his report back in 2021, the Secretary General suggested that in the light of our current circumstances, the world stood at a crossroads which could lead either to break down or break through. And there is a very real sense in which the Summit of the Future in September will determine to a significant extent whether, from the multilateral perspective, we take the road of breakthrough or remain on a trajectory which in all too many respects looks like leading us to break down. Now, the General Assembly decided to accept the Secretary General's proposal for a Summit of the Future, and in the course of last year, the General Assembly decided on what the output from the summit should be. And in September last year, the General Assembly decided that the summit should adopt a pact for the future. And it also set out the main structures and issues which this pact should address. And let me very quickly take you through the 5 subjects, the 5 chapters that will be contained in the Pact for the Future, which is currently under negotiation in New York. Well, the first chapter, and you won't be surprised in this regard, relates to sustainable development and significantly the financing of sustainable development, a recognition indeed that halfway through the journey to 2030, we are badly off track. Only some 15% of targets are currently on track. And so one outcome of the Summit of the Future must be to accelerate and to improve our record of achievement in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. So sustainable development and significantly financing of sustainable development. I will come back to that in a moment. It's also in this chapter that we will find reference to climate and climate change. We are, of course, well aware that climate action has its own negotiation and action track in the COP process, COP29 taking place this year in Azerbaijan, but it is important that this first chapter of the Pact also contain important language on climate action. The second of the 5 chapters is to be devoted to international peace and security. And in this regard, the Secretary General has put to member states an ambitious new agenda for peace, an agenda of action which would cover, in the words of the Secretary General, the full continuum of peace, dealing initially with the root causes of conflict, with prevention and prevention strategies, moving on to peace building, peacekeeping, peace enforcement, going on to deal with emerging new domains of conflict, and they are numerous and they are dangerous. The relevance, I believe, of this chapter of the Pact, peace and security, I think, to the continent of Africa is evident. So much of the United Nations toolkit on peace and security is being put to the test in this continent with the results which you can all appreciate for yourselves. So the second chapter will be on peace and security. The third chapter is on science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation. A very complex and very important and topical area of concern. And whilst it is full of complexities, I think its intent can be summarized in a single phrase, which is how we must put technology to work for the benefit of humanity. And that means all of humanity. Nowhere else has the theme of leaving nobody behind seemed so apposite, because I think we're all aware that extraordinary and transformative technological change in recent years has benefited some, but often excluded others. And so we have to deal with the problems of the digital divide, which can all too easily become something even worse, particularly as the applications of artificial intelligence come on tap. So this chapter of the Pact for the Future will deal with issues of connectivity, will deal with issues of capabilities building, particularly in the developing world. It will deal with the very real risks and downside of technological innovation, work out how we must make sure that human rights are respected online in the same way as they are offline, and all of this will be contained in an annex to the main body of the Pact, this annex to be called a Global Digital Compact. And let me, between parentheses, just add in regard to this chapter that the governance of artificial intelligence is acquiring rapidly priority importance in these discussions, but it should not be an exclusive priority. We are all aware of the rapid coming on tap of artificial intelligence applications, but it would be unfortunate, indeed it would be wrong, for artificial intelligence to crowd out all the very many other aspects of the governance of new technologies in the way that I have described. The fourth chapter of the Pact for the Future will deal with youth and future generations, two related but distinct ideas. Youth, our young people today, of course, require attention for two reasons. One, the Secretary General is convinced that we must upgrade qualitatively the manner in which young people participate in decision-making processes, both in their own countries and in the United Nations system. And he has put out a number of proposals of how this qualitative change can be brought about. In a word, the aim here is to render youth participation in decision-making more meaningful. Over recent years, we have multiplied the opportunities for young people to come to the United Nations, but they are asking us whether their participation is, and excuse my blunt language, purely tokenistic, it makes us feel good, or does it actually have consequences, do some good? So the word meaningful before youth participation is fundamentally important. We will, of course, also be addressing in the Pact the major social and economic issues facing young people, I think particularly of youth unemployment, education, and social protection. And here again, the resonance with African circumstances is very strong. We are all aware that in contrast to some other regions in the world, Africa has the benefit, the dividend of a youth bulge, of a youthful population. It is important that that youth dividend is made a reality. Standing in the same chapter as youth is the issue of future generations. This is different. This is not about the 1.9 billion young people in the world today. It is about the 10 billion people as yet unborn who will be born before the end of the century. And the question to be answered is how our policy making and decision making today will take proper account of the rights and interests of future generations. And to this purpose, the intention is, and it's the second annex to the Pact, to adopt a declaration on future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth and the last chapter in the Pact for the Future is entitled Transforming Global Governance. And this covers a broad range of issues, all of which I think respond to the imperative that the Secretary General identifies of ensuring that our governance structures in the UN system reflect the realities of today's world and are capable of addressing those challenges of the world. He points out, and does it quite bluntly, that some of the major instruments of governance reflect not the world of today, but the world of 1945, when the United Nations was created, and when the United Nations had 51 member states, not the 193 member states of today. We have a major updating of governance to do. You will think, I am sure, immediately of the issue of Security Council reform, and rightly so. But a great deal of the discussion under this chapter, I think, and today's proceedings reflect why, will be a consideration of the international financial architecture. We heard in the opening session today many speakers referring to the shortcomings, inadequacies, and unfairness of the international financial architecture as currently constituted, and the need for major reforms. The Secretary General has been outspoken in making the case for these reforms, and the debate in this area is perhaps one of the hottest that we have on the road to the Summit of the Future. Will we be looking at the governance processes inside the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, or does that belong in another place? Can we make a difference on the debt architecture, the treatment of debt today, in a situation where so many countries, including on the African continent, are under the burden of unfair and unsustainable debt levels? Can we make progress on international taxation systems? Can we do better on the recirculation of special drawing rights through multilateral development banks, increasing the volume of funding that can be dedicated to sustainable development and the delivery of the 2030 agenda? These are the questions before negotiators in New York. And let me conclude by telling you where our negotiations on this pact currently stand. A zero draft of the pact was published by the co-facilitators, who are the governments of Namibia and of Germany, at the end of January, and have been amply discussed in detail. In the process, an initial draft of some 30 pages expanded with the comments of member states to a total of 242 pages, quite an unmanageable volume of text, although you could, if you take a positive view of matters, say it was a very good demonstration of the interest and importance that member states attach to this process. As of last week, the co-facilitators have insisted on the need, and they have the support of member states in this regard, to present a revised draft, which I think will be published in the course of the month of May, with the stated intent of making the text not only concise, but also high in ambition and very clearly oriented towards action. The sort of pact that will make a difference to the all-important issues that are on the table. My closing comment would be that at this crucial stage, we are truly at a pivotal moment in the negotiation of the Pact for the Future. It could not be more important that the voice of Africa is heard loudly and clearly in the negotiating halls in New York. And the Secretariat of the United Nations is at the disposal of you all to ensure that whatever support you need or you would wish as our African member states to receive so that Africa can carry forward that crucial role, we are at your disposal to provide that support. So we thank you for your attention. That is my introduction to this important panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guy Ryder. I welcome you to please sit, yes, right here on the podium, since we would love to hear more from you as part of this panel. Mr. Guy Ryder did give me a good segue to introduce this discussion, as he provided the wider context for why this high-level panel is happening today, which is the lead up, the road to the summit of the future. And so let me just remind very briefly what the objectives of this panel are. To advocate and mobilize wider and effective engagement in the Summit of the Future by members of the Economic Commission for Africa and other stakeholders, and to generate African priorities to contribute to the deliberations during the lead up and at the summit, and to the outcome document of the summit to be entitled A Pact for the Future. That is, in other words, to sort of come together and lay the ground for the way that we want Africa to be represented at the summit and to be heard in one voice, preferably. So now, if you'll allow me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll welcome our first dialogue group, and one of which was here just moments ago as he became the new chair for the Bureau. And so please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome with me the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Mauritania, Mr. Nyang Mamoudou. Monsieur Nyang Mamoudou, le ministre de l'Éducation.
Mr. Nyang Mamoudou, the Minister of Higher Education and Research of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, I would like you to please join us for the first panel discussion.
Alongside him, we'll have another speaker, the permanent representative of Namibia to the United Nations and co-facilitator Summit of the Future, Mr. Neville Gertz. He will be joining us via Zoom. So with this, I'll just join my panelists, and we'll start with dialogue group 1. So as I mentioned earlier, the way that we're going to go about this session is that we'll ask 1 or 2 questions to our group 1, and then we'll throw to the floor, and you are obviously very welcome to contribute with comments, but also reactions. And of course, Mr. Guy Ryder, you're welcome to intervene whenever you feel as though you want to add anything to the conversation. Je vais commencer par vous, Monsieur le Ministre, Votre Excellence. Alors, la Mauritanie
Your
donc,
Excellency, I shall start with you. Mauritania is now, or represents now, the Bureau of the 10th AFRSD, but Mauritania also represents the African Union. And when we talk about the African continent, we talk about African youth. And the Summit for the Future comes at a proper time, considering the youth, the greatness of the young population of Africa. And when one thinks of the Summit for the Future that is to be convened in a few months, how is it that we could view the role of youth and African youth in particular, not as an issue, but rather as an asset? Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. Yes, we in Mauritania, youth is not an issue, it is rather an asset. The issues facing our youth would be embodied in education. And what we have undertaken in our country, we placed a tremendous focus on education. And to date, we are still launching our third program, the National Education Development Program, which has been launched since the year 2016. And every 3 or 5 years, we conduct a diagnosis. Yesterday, we've completed a status report or a diagnosis. And now, what is it that we should do? We have youth that are not schooled, and we have created school camps in order to help these youth build their own future. We've also devised some programs for youth using STEM education. And also, we convey these curricula using our languages, and therefore we educate youth on IT, but using our local languages. Now, with regard to education, in global terms, we've implemented reforms on the basis of STEM education, higher education, and vocational training. Young Africans need to have their interest revived. What is happening nowadays in terms of African youth in general, and from our point of view, is that there is a want in terms of integrating them within our policies. In all our management of development programs, and even within our institutions, we've included youth. We have the National Youth Council, and there is no program in Mauritania that is being implemented without consulting youth. They are, because they have been left aside, they have been forlorn, and we need to focus on democracy and good governance. They need to feel that they will be there one day, and for as long as there is no good governance, and for as long as they would feel forgotten, we would have a youth issue. And furthermore, we need to open up, and we need to what we seek elsewhere, we can find at home. And therefore, we need to have a transformative policy, and as well as a policy that will really mainstream such youth within our continental programs. Why not hold workshops for youth, have tours organized for youth from Ethiopia, from East Africa? They will go to West Africa or Central Africa. At least we should entertain exchanges. Each and every one with us, of us rather, should be benefiting from such programs within their own countries. And we also understood without this, we could not do much. One has to adapt to a country's reality and open up to the world. We in Mauritania, our motto is provide assurances to youth, inform them, and provide them with resources. We have a program titled My Future, whereby each youth, considering to their curriculum and considering their ability, we would provide them with life skills. We have covered 2 regions so far, but otherwise we have practically covered nine regions where youth are given access to a program named My Future. So the young person will imagine their own project and we would provide financing. We do not give handout cash. We force them to implement their project with such funding to educate, train, and employ other youths, and we give them enough time to reimburse. So there is this aspect of training, but also the reassurances that we need to provide them. Because if they're well educated, they can find jobs. And if they're well trained, they will find jobs. Of course, there are differences in terms of living conditions, but uh, as far as social action, it starts with one's own initiative. We cannot simply go, okay, I'm going to apply this model at home. We need to be African in our focus. And in terms of education, we also understood that we all are considering technologies, but also our friend from Benin talked about it here. We did introduce this very aspect because we've forgotten also to give importance to social studies because the experience that we draw from our elders need to benefit us. We need to teach our youth. Africa has done a lot for the world, but this is not a known fact. In Mauritania, when you consider everything that we have contributed to civilization, our youth should also be, when they are told about this, they are surprised. And therefore, we've also convinced our diaspora, we are in close contact with our diaspora, so that they talk to youth and tell them, look, if this is what you have there, we have it here. So Mauritania is not, or rather, is a country that still needs many schools and universities, but we have worked in earnest on education and higher education, and we have excellent cooperation with the entire sub-region. This is very important. You know, mobility, as I said the other day, with our neighboring countries such as Senegal, Burkina, Mali, we have Mauritanian students, and it is Mauritania that pushes them to go to those countries so as to have develop a better understanding. And within the sub-region, even though we may have schools, we provide scholarships so as to go to other countries, acquire their experiences, and bring them back home. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your contribution.
Nations, who is hopefully hearing us and can soon express himself via Zoom. The Minister of Mauritania just mentioned one thing that I think can help build a question towards you. He mentioned the need for collaboration across the continent when we talk about issues that have to do with the youth and promoting the youth. And I think that is something that trickles down to every other field that we're thinking about when we think about SDGs. So can you please maybe speak to all the opportunities of collaborations that you believe are essential to lead to the Summit of the Future for Africa?
Thank you very much. I trust you can hear me, and greetings from New York. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. I must just quickly say that the introduction given by Undersecretary General Guy Ryder really painted a proper picture of where we stand at the moment in terms of the preparations for the Summit of the Future. The Minister is absolutely correct. I think there is absolutely great need for us to find new ways of strengthening cooperation. At the moment, the world is at its biggest deficit of trust amongst the member states of the United Nations. This trust deficit can only be overcome with better communication and better coordination, better cooperation. What we are indeed concerned about is that multilateralism is not strong today as it should be. And if we are to strengthen it for the benefit of the global population, we need to find new ways of bridging inequality. Inequality is, in essence, the biggest challenge we are facing, and through that it is expressed through the challenges we have in terms of financing, in terms of debt situation, and in terms of capacity building. And if we consider that the future is going to be primarily predominated by, or dominated by, the digital advancement we have, Africa stands to be left behind again if we do not invest now and find those partnerships to strengthen the collaboration in the digital space, in the technology space, in the science and technology and innovation space. Clearly, those things will help us deal then also with improving peace and security, and also with the factors that drive migration, for example, as well as the voice that Africa should make stronger on the multilateral space when it comes to climate change issues, and in terms of the gender the debate that is there, and the overall human rights aspect that's going that is under discussion. So in this discussion, Africa should not be left out. What we need to make sure is that the blueprint that Africa has in its 2063 agenda, that we extract those elements from the Agenda 2063, that we make sure through stronger collaboration with the member states in New York, the African agenda is brought into the Pact for the Future. I leave it at that for now, and then see if you have more specific issues you wish me to address.
Thank you very much for your remarks, and for indeed speaking to how we have to make sure that the African agenda is fully represented as part of the Summit for the Future. And I think this is what we're here to discuss, and the different ways, the various ways we can make sure that the voice of Africa is heard, so that the continent is not left behind. I'm now going to open to contributions from the floor, which hopefully will echo some of the sentiments that were expressed here. So if there are people from maybe member states or others who would like to add or react to some of the points that the panelists have made. Yes. Someone will come with a microphone in just a second, and then we can hear this contribution.
Okay, I would like to thank the presenters who have made wonderful presentations. And my name is Jacqueline Amongin. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda, and I represent Uganda in the Regional Assembly Parliament. I would like to make two comments. We have Agenda 2063, and we are already reviewing whether we're on target with Agenda 2030. And of course, there will be this summit of the future. And one of the agenda within this summit, what is going to be debated is in regards to financing for SDGs, where we have reached, and especially also bringing climate change on board. And I think that this is a regional forum for Africa, and we are bold to speak what we would like to see in the Summit for the Future. The Summit for the Future for us, Africa, would like to see that, despite the fact that we are always talking about going net zero, we are talking about financing for climate action. As you can see the data, only 11% of the money comes to Africa, and also it comes as loans. So you find that accessibility of this funding is totally, the bureaucracy is quite long, and this money is not accessible to most countries. So when we are discussing about the Summit of the Future, we commit less than 4%, and that song will always continue to be on record. it's imperative that the commitments that are made at the different negotiations at the UNFCCC are reckoned at the Summit of the Future. That means then as a globe we shall be moving together. And I think this should be taken very critically. And lastly, I was recently a young person until I left the youth age, but I remain a youth advocate. But what I know, I will die a woman. So when we are talking about the one of the items for the Summit of the Future being the young people, I am very excited because I'm a mother now. But I'm also a mother. He was giving statistics on how many children are born daily, and by 2060, how many young people would be in the globe. And these children are born by mothers. So I would want to see the Summit of the Future reflect critically on how women are being brought on board. If we are talking about youth in generality, girls in Africa and in other parts of the world are seriously left behind. And I think that in the agenda of the Summit for the Future, the issue of gender, the issue of women should not be left behind. And lastly, did I say that was the last? Lastly, the issue of data. We shouldn't underscore the role of data, because for me as a policymaker, what informs my day-to-day decision in Parliament, even when I talk on behalf of the people, is the data. So we should emphasize the issue of data so that it informs our day-to-day modus operandi in our national member states, and also at the Summit of the Future. So I think those are the issues that I wanted to raise. Thank you for giving me the attention.
Thank you very much, Representative from Uganda, who had very interesting points to make. Oh, did you want to respond? Yes. And then we'll go back to you, sir.
If I could just respond to the excellent points that have just been made. I should have mentioned in my initial introduction, I failed to do so, that in addition to these 5 chapters in the Pact, gender issues, empowerment of women and girls, and human rights issues are identified as transversal issues to be taken up as appropriately. That was a decision of member states. There was a lot of discussion, but that's what member states decided. Just reverting also to data, part of the Secretary-General's agenda in his Our Common Agenda report is to strengthen UN data capacities, absolutely. There is a UN data strategy in place, and that data, to be as effective as we wish it to be, needs to be gender disaggregated. It needs to highlight the specific circumstances of young people. And if I might just revert to youth very briefly, moderator, and I'll stop then. It's absolutely clear, and the Minister said it with great clarity, if Africa is to make an asset of its youth, it does depend on us being capable of generating sufficient numbers of decent jobs to allow young people to make the contribution that they wish to society and to be able to benefit as well. From my previous jobs, I know that youth unemployment is typically, and this isn't replied to Africa, it's global, 2 or 3 times higher than general adult unemployment. And until we find the way to unlock that conundrum, we're always going to have a struggle. And I think there can be fewer higher priorities than that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. I'm going to keep encouraging the back and forth, so that's why sometimes I go back to the podium. And we also have Mr. Gertz that's also listening, so feel free, all panelists, to react to some of the contributions from the floor. Sir, I saw someone from this side. Yeah, I'm going to start here, and then I'll go to you. And I think that's good. That's going to be all for this first group.
Testing. First of all, my congratulations and appreciation to the ECA Secretariat for hosting today's forum. I then would like to thank all the panelists for their briefings today. My question is on the briefing we received from the Under Secretary General regarding
Any chance you could tell us
Sorry, my
who
name
you
is
represent?
Mohamed
Thank you.
Yeriso. I'm from Somalia. Yes, sorry. My question today is for the Undersecretary General regarding the Summit for the Future. He laid out the platform, or he laid out the 5 categories for the discussion. My concern is that because the plethora or the large amount of issues being discussed and the different forums relating to each issue, so the SDGs, we have Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, the issues on transforming global governments, we have the C10 initiative for reforming the Security Council, and also the peace and security, we have the Security Council. So there's already different forums for each mechanism that was discussed. How can we ensure that things are streamlined so that there isn't parallel initiatives taking place? That's the first question. The second question is, as Africans, how can we ensure that our interests are projected across the summit in a uniform voice? So I thank you very much, and I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just move to the man over there, and then we'll give the opportunity to Mr. Ryder and other panelists to respond. Right there with the hat. There you go.
Merci, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for giving me the floor. I congratulate first the organizers of this forum for this successful meeting, specifically the ES, Dr. Claver Gatete. We followed duly the panel, but I would like to make some proposals. What are my proposals now relating to sustainable development as it was planned or envisaged in the future? I believe that each government has developed a national sustainable development plan. So I propose or suggest to the UNECA to consolidate all national plans to develop a comprehensive regional plans where you have the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the strengths. Second, we need to develop an action plan, an African action plan on sustainable development. This action plan is the response of African leaders to tackle the various challenges that the continent is facing while attempting to achieve the sustainable development goals. This action plan would be a unique opportunity because we would have a strong and lively partnership between African countries to put in place the foundation for sustainable development. Thus, Africa, we need to create an African fund within the framework of sustainable development. This African fund would identify and would be well apprehended by African nations. So this was my contribution at this juncture regarding financing to sustainable development. Again, we need to consolidate all national development plans, and then we should identify the strengths, the weaknesses, and the opportunities. I thank you. Thank you for your contribution and concrete proposals. We
from Somalia. I don't know if anyone would like to take them.
May I take a jump at it?
No. So, do you wish for him to repeat them, or do you remember? Okay, perfect.
On the first question, Madam Moderator, I think the Ambassador of Namibia will sympathise with the sentiment of the question. He is charged with the job of trying to bring the very many different subject matters on the table in those 5 chapters I've outlined. to ensure that we reduce them to a manageable process. And the word manageable is important. I said in my introduction that when member states began to digest all of the different areas of negotiation, the draft that was put to them expanded very rapidly to 242 pages. And that is a real reflection of the point that the questioner made, that we do not want to duplicate language or processes taking place in other parts of the international system. We should not develop parallel systems of discussing the same thing in two places. And I think that a great deal of care is being taken, both to take advantage of processes taking place elsewhere. Two examples come to mind very quickly. One is Security Council reform, which is under consideration in a separate negotiating process, and the all-important question of climate action, which of course is on the in the COP process in UFCCC. We are having to manage this carefully, and I think that we are, with the under the leadership of our co-facilitators, in a position to actually negotiate the very real challenges that the questioner has pointed to. On the second question, I think I can only comment because I think a lot of the questions were directed towards the African situation. That the Secretary General, in the lead up to the Summit of the Future, published a series of policy briefs, 11 such documents, in which he set out his ideas of the issues that the Summit of the Future should be addressing, and some of the proposals for action that he believed they should respond to. And I think it is that, that capital of proposals which also has helped member states inform their thinking, but I take on board the very interesting ideas that the questioner added to them in the African context.
Thank you. So before we wrap up the first group dialogue, I'm going to give...
Could Ambassador Herze in New York, could I also say something to this, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Guy has just explained to you that this is an issue that preoccupies the co-facilitators every day. And indeed, we are committed to avoid duplication in efforts. Streamlining is very difficult to do, but what we have come up with as a way out is where there are issues that are overlapping, we are leaving space, merely placeholders in the draft for the pact, so that those processes would feed their outcomes to us, that we would then accommodate or capture the highlights in the final document that we intend to do. So as to avoid duplication of discussions on certain issues. He mentioned Security Council reform. Of course, there are other areas of reforms under discussion that we are monitoring. There is currently a process underway for the preparation for the financing for development next year. And so some of these discussions, we are hoping that out of their processes we will get input before we finalize the pact for the future. Just also to say that in terms of scheduling meetings, this is something we take into consideration as well, so as to ensure that negotiators are able to follow all these processes without one impinging or infringing on the time of the others. And then lastly, in terms of the proposal that was made by the gentleman in the room, I think certainly Agenda 2063 had taken on board inputs from member states, Agenda 2063, from their development plans. But I think there's a good idea to take another look at streamlining that as well. And then to the lady in the audience, gender equality is indeed a critical part of the Pact for the Future. As Guy has indicated, it is a cross-cutting issue, and we do place emphasis on women and girls throughout the draft that we are working on. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Gertz, for responding to these comments and also questions from the floor. I think that unless you have maybe another takeaway or another message that you'd like to share with us, we are going to wrap up this first group dialogue and move on to the next one. Thank you, Mr. Goethe. Merci à vous, Monsieur le Ministre. Si vous avez peut-être un dernier mot, un dernier message.
Thank you, Minister. If you have a last message to convey before going to the next panel. Thank you. The message that I have is that in Africa, we need to trust ourselves, and our young people need to understand that Africa is waiting for them, belongs to them, and they have all the means to develop their continent. Furthermore, integration between the young people is also very much important. I would like to ask that we need to create a link between our various universities. We need to have a frank collaboration between ourselves. Yes, we talk about wars, COVID-19. We say it's a bad thing that happened to the continent, but personally, sometimes these things might be a blessing in disguise. For me, these COVID and war issues helped Africans to revive. And when you are not able to circulate within your country and within your region, then you need to start thinking about the solutions. COVID in Africa, for instance, was not as such a problem. We did not vaccinate our rural population, for instance, and they were less impacted by COVID-19. So we need to reflect on this specific aspect. The young people should trust us. The young people should work on having credibility. They need to be tolerant. Our young should respect the elders, the veterans, and this is part of our African culture. They need to respect each other. We, for instance, we always respected our elder people. We, politicians, policymakers, we need to include our young people in all spheres of the societies. They need to trust the policymakers. If they trust us, then they can achieve. Thank you very much, Minister, for your observations.
Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Gatete, if you could please, is there a microphone that someone could give the Executive Secretary, who's also going to give us some remarks? Someone's coming with a microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's not remarks actually or comments, but I thought this topic is very, very important. And that's why you have the Undersecretary General Guy Ryder and our friend, the ambassador, who is also co-facilitating really the Summit of the Future. And it has several chapters, as Mr. Ryder mentioned, very critical for the future of our society globally. And there has been a lot of debate among the ambassadors and also with the civil society, with the private sector, and this was the chance for Africa. The issues that were mentioned, maybe they could give, I was just begging for extra time for the people because this is the only chance they have for them to make a contribution. For example, the issues that were mentioned by some of the people on technology. There is connectivity, there is what is going on online, the misinformation, disinformation, there is the data, there is the AI, there are so many things that are there. We want to hear from them. They also mentioned also in other sectors on the debt, on the financing, because they know this affects their day-to-day lives. Right now, there is a whole debate on the international financial architecture, and their contribution would be very useful for them from their own life. What is affecting them would be very important to be included in the Summit of the Future. So we wanted to make sure that our experts, Under Secretary Guy Ryder and Naveer, which is who are really doing this on a daily basis, to hear from this. If you can give them just extra time so that they can maybe be able to say what they think that affects them, I think that will be very important. Thank you.
Of course, and you're absolutely right, Mr. Secretary, Executive Secretary. I think that the way we were going to go about it is just to split into 3 groups, but we'll continue with contributions from the floor so that Mr. Ryder and Mr. Gerke could also still continue to react. So did anyone want to, yes, in the back there?
Thank you very much. My name is Omar Farouk Osman, and I'm speaking for the trade unionist group. And we are very happy to see Guy Ryder here sitting at the high table. And I want to join the Executive Secretary of EAC. This is the turn for Africa. So please, it's good to have commentaries and people to contribute. With regard to the future, the Summit of the Future, would like to know how, it's complementing the social justice agenda, especially the work that the global social justice is carrying out. That is number 1. Number 2 is we have seen the SDG process, and of course governments have to take the lead and they have to be responsible, but also we have seen the challenge of how the process sometimes cannot be a people-centered process. So how can we make sure that the compact that will come out in September be a people-centered document which can especially be representing the aspirations, the needs, the issues of the working women and men, the poor, the downtrodden people of the African continent. Thank you.
Before we move to the answers, is there another contribution that we'll just group them together? Yes, the lady over there in yellow.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Hanan Dale. I'm from Light for the World. Light for the World is a disability and development organization, a civil society organization. So I'm honored to participate on this high-level meeting. And I would like to thank all the people, the presenters and the panelists. So I would like to reflect on, as I said, I'm working on disability, and personally, I'm a person with disability. So to my surprise, as we are talking about inequality, bridging the gaps, and many other important issues, hunger, poverty, but I haven't heard any word mentioning people with disabilities and so many their unmet needs, how to engage us or them in upcoming future developments, or how we are affected in different inequalities. So first of all, I would like to call upon all heads of states, representatives to think of how people with disabilities are underrepresented and how they are not engaged, and in the future, Pact for the Future, how we can meaningfully strategize in reducing the causes of disability and improving the quality of their lives, our lives. And it's very important to think of 15 to 17% of every population. We count that we represent 15 to 17% of every country's population. We're not a minority. Even though we are a minority, we deserve to be taken into the scene. And I would like to call upon your prestigious attention on this matter, and thank you for hearing me.
Contribution So what we'll do is that we'll have Mr. Geider, but also I think that Mr. Gertzig might want to also react to these two comments and questions that were thrown from the floor.
Well, I think we owe thank the Secretary for pleading for a bit of extra time for this discussion, because I think those two questions illustrate how important it is to listen to. Oh, sorry. I was sorry, I wasn't on microphone. Thanks to the Executive Secretary for giving us or pleading for a bit of extra time to hear these very important questions, particularly from civil society representatives. I think it's opportune to recall that the negotiation of the Pact for the Future is an intergovernmental process. Those at the negotiating table, those who will take decisions, will be the representatives of our member states. That is how the United Nations works. That said, it has from the outset been important to the process that that decision-making process be informed to the maximum extent possible by listening to the views of different stakeholders, be it the private sector, be it academia, be it local and regional governments, be it women, youth representatives, or the spokespersons of people living with disabilities. And this has been part of the method of working that our co-facilitators have adopted. And I want to just give a particular mention to a major civil society conference that will be taking place in Nairobi, 9th and 10th of May next month, when we expect to have some 1,500 civil society representatives gathering to discuss specifically the Summit of the Future. And immediately before the summit itself, on the day before the summit in September in New York, there will also be pre-summit events where multi-stakeholder representatives will have a chance to participate further. Now, as to the substance, that was a process piece. As to the substance of the questions, it is indeed important that the result, the Pact for the Future, respond to the imperatives of social justice. I think the close alignment with the 2030 agenda, with the human rights aspects transversally in the Pact for the Future, and given the very nature of the 5 chapters I've tried to outline this afternoon, I think there are important parameters which can lead us to be reassured that social justice issues will be very well reflected in the Pact for the Future, if acted upon, will be an important boost for social justice processes. It is important, I think, that we are reminded of the importance of the inclusion of people with disabilities in the Pact. We are operating on the same leave no one behind principles as the 2030 agenda is based upon. As the speaker reminded us, some 15% of our populations live with one type of disability or another. And it strikes me that 2 things can be done in the Pact for the Future. One is specific reference to the issues faced by people living with disabilities. And the second is to draw out how some of the subject matter being addressed in the Pact for the Future. I think, for example, of the use of new technologies, adaptive technologies, which actually facilitate the participation and integration of people with disabilities in working and social life can be drawn out as well. So both points are very well taken, and just to reassure the speakers that we are working very hard to ensure that this is indeed a people-centered process and a people-centered outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryder. If we have Mr. Gertz still listening, would you like to react? Yes. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. It seems Mr. Ryder and I have the same speaking points today, or speaking notes, because I was about to give the same response as he had just given. But that said, it has been a very transparent process that we've been following since we started preparing for the Summit of the Future. We are having regular virtual meetings with civil society to invite their comments as well into the discussion. And we invite member states to those conversations so that the transmission of these ideas could come through the member states into the outcome document. So the issue of people with disabilities and other minority or marginalized communities' interests have made have been heard in these discussions, and of course, depending on how much support member states would bring to it, may find then landing space in the final document. I can assure the audience there that the co-facilitators are listening carefully to the proposals that are coming also from civil society. And indeed, as Guy Ryder has just pointed out, we're looking forward to the meeting in Nairobi in May, where the International Civil Society will meet and where we will, as co-facilitators, attend as well. And so that is an opportunity for us. So just as a final point, I just want to say that there are many difficult and challenging issues that we are discussing under the various chapters. I think as co-facilitator from the Global South, I would encourage the Economic Commission for Africa and member states in Africa to take steps to avoid the risk that the summit results in an outcome of the lowest common denominator. We must push for the more difficult things, particularly around the financing architecture and the reforms required. But it's equally important that the African Union and the ECA engage with member states as well as with civil society on these pertinent issues on the continent, so that these inputs can support data and priorities that could come into the discussions here in New York. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to remind everyone, for if you haven't heard it, Mr. Neville Gertz, but also Mr. Ryder, both mentioned the summit in Nairobi in May, which will be a people and civil society centered summit, which will also focus on the summit for the future. That's going to be another platform for a civil society to be heard. This is not the end of this conversation. I know that there are more contributions that are going to be made from the floor. We're just going to move from group 1 to group 2 and 3. So I'm going to thank my two panelists, Mr. Neville Gertz, Permanent Representative of Namibia to the United Nations and co-facilitator of the Summit of the Future, and the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Mauritania, Mr. Niang Mamoudou. Merci beaucoup à vous pour votre participation. And now I'm going to call our next
Thank you so very much for your participation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Starting with the Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel, Mr. Abdoulaye Mahdieh, who's going to join us. We also have the Chair Expert Mechanism on the Right to Development, Human Rights Council, Isabelle Durand, who's going to be part of this discussion, and the co-chair of the Steering Committee, Africa Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Other Stakeholders, Martin Zunke. Thank you. I think they're going to change your name tags in a minute, so you could just sit however you please. And we obviously still have Mr. Ryder with us, who will continue to react to the different comments and questions that will be asked from member states and all the other participants and delegates from the floor. Thank you for joining us, dear panelists. So we're going to continue and hopefully add to the discussion, very interesting discussion that was had up until now. And we're going to speak to your various fields of expertise. Starting with you, Mr. Abdoulaye Mahdieh. Your focus is the Sahel, which is a region, as we know, that is faced with a plethora of challenges. What are some of the key elements that you believe have to be centered, have to be put at the forefront when thinking about the Summit for the Future and making it a game changer for Africa, with the Sahel in mind, obviously?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'll go beyond the Sahel and Africa. Normally, I decline when I am asked to be a panelist of the last panel because you're always a victim of this, the syndrome of redundancy.
The second, to be fair.
But I'm trying to beat that syndrome. Maybe focusing on three elements. What I see as an imperative or a bridge to the future. The future is not a jump in the void. You have to find ways, pathways to the future. I will maybe reflect on that. Second, on what I see as a soft spots or blind spots in the discussion that we have up to now, including what I have read in the Pact or even the Africa contribution to the Pact. I have seen some soft spots. I want to put my finger on that one. And I will maybe end by a reflection on, the last panelist said it, oser le futur, how bold we have to be to dare the future on the three things. Guy is right. We are at a crossroad, but when I listen to Guy, I think that we are in those Gramscian moments. Remember Antonio Gramsci when he said that when the new world when the old world is dying and the new world is burning, you have in between monsters that you have to tame to go to the new world. And listening to our discussion today, I see two types of monsters. The first one is that I think we are we are living the paradox of lack in the world of plenty. That's why I see that the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs is an imperative. It's not to be diluted in a pact. It has to be recognized as an absolute imperative to deal with. We have the tendency to stretch forward the SDGs to the longer future, but SDG is now. I think we have to reaffirm that certainty. The second imperative I see that we can't jump to the future with all the hotspots that we have here. Palestine, Ukraine, Central Africa, Central America, the Sahel, mine, Haiti. We can't in September put that under the rug. I think that imperative to deal with that is extremely important. And guys, I'm glad you raised it. We have an instrument for that, the new agenda for peace. And for me, that should be the second imperative. So to bridge to the future has to preempt the future in the pact for the future. My second point is what I see as spots or blind spots. I like what we say in the pact and in the Africa document on the centrality of rights, of human rights, but it's becoming a rhetoric. I would like to invite you to read again Hannah Arendt when she says that human dignity is the right of rights. Human dignity precedes human rights. But we have forgotten that. We see human dignity as just a kind of normative right. We have to see how to make a positive right or make it something actionable policy-wise and programmatically. And for me, the way to do it, and I think I would have raised it this morning, is what we call people's agency. Guys, if I were not from the United Nations, I would have challenged the line number 1 of the pact. He said, we, the government of the United Nations, representing the people. I don't think government no longer represents the people. I'm seeing a gap between people and governments and the elites confiscating the governance of the people. We have to find a way to balance that preeminence of governance without hijacking the governance of society. And that, I think, for me, is extremely important. Now, my second, what I see as a blind spot is the notion of culture. It's conspicuously missing in both documents and even dramatically referred in the Africa document. I'll come back to it. Culture, and UNESCO has documented it empirically, culture has been a powerful vector for peace, security, and development. And I think, guys, we have to give greater preeminence of the notion of culture in the pact. I will caution on a notion that disturbed me. I saw in the African paper, the notion of cultural relativism. For me, it is a license for all disasters. You have seen exactly in some countries where on the ground of cultural relativism, they want to ban or repel law on female genital mutilation is unacceptable. And I think that we have to deal with it. Cultural relativism is a kind of invite to challenge human dignity. And for me, it's a no-go. So culturalism, cultural dialogue is something that should be there in the paper. Last but not least, Madam Moderator, I think the last point is that we have to dare the future. If our world were a bank, it will be a terrible bank. Normally, when you look at the bank sheets, the optimal ratio of asset over liquidity is 1 to 2. Our world today, we have $5 billion of assets. And our liquidity, it should be a world GDP, 5 billion trillion of assets. And our GDP is 100 trillions. 5 over 1 is 5. So we are a horrible bank. So we have a lot of dormant money. That's why, guys, I think we have to stop this rhetoric of reforming our financial architecture, which is not future-proof. I think we have to be daring and reinvent it. And if you look at the compact, our common agenda, I think that Antonio Guterres made an excellent proposal in policy brief number 6. You know, that architecture that is there, where we have to shift funding from short-term views to sustainable outcomes. I think in the summit of the future, we have to put again on the table that excellent proposal from the UN Secretary General on how we should be reforming, reinventing. You see, I'm even carried by this doctrine, reinventing the financial architecture. Over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these remarks, Mr. Mardi. I'm now going to give the opportunity to Isabelle Durand to also speak to the same question, which is how moving forward and with your specific field of human rights in mind, do we make sure that the Summit for the Future and the Pact for the Future that will be drafted then is a game changer for Africa?
Merci. Je vais parler en français.
Thank you. I shall speak French. I should have asked the question in French. Well, this would be actually so as to be understood in either language. What you've just said on creativity, on how one should start with should have a fresh start. I believe that this pact will partially provide us with the opportunity to start on a blank page. I believe that all of the other goals, the sustainable development goals, the various African goals, and all of the devices that were adopted and that have meaning need to be stirred at a multilateral level, even though it may be difficult, but we need to have various screens, various visions, so as to build, to work on this reconstruction and not just the reform. Now, with regard to the SDGs debate that was held earlier, they were adopted in 2015, before very important things have occurred. And of course, you have mentioned the war in Ukraine and what is taking place nowadays between Israel and Hamas, not only because these are the only two conflicts in the world. No, there are many, many more conflicts of which no one talks on our continent, on this continent, because such conflicts have provided for change, geopolitical change in terms of the distribution of power, the authorities of some over others, the way we seek for solutions for such conflicts, and this has led to an issue of food insecurity through Ukraine, as well as the hiking of oil prices that has a direct impact on your continent, but also on the most vulnerable. I believe, therefore, that their adoption in 2015 did not take into consideration some African voices that are becoming increasingly louder, maybe not in a disorderly way, but I would say that political and economic integration, as well as the most diversified voice of Africa, because it is a continent rich in culture, but I would say with a stronger view, a common path. These are very important things. I say so modestly. I am a European. Within my own region, economic and political integration is faced by a surge of nationalisms and extremisms, whereby each country would seek actually to refuge in nationalism, whereas we had built a common political framework. And I would say that the joint voice and economic integration represents an endless journey, an ongoing process, but a very healthy engine for the Pact of the Future, for SDGs, and for any other resolution that we would adopt at a broader scale than our region. What I also wish to say, as I am also part of the mechanism of experts on the right to development, this is a declaration that dates back some 30 years ago and which seeks to create a new set of law or canon within human rights that would imply many more things, whereby all countries and populations be able to make contributions, benefit from development, and also provide their own touch, their own contribution. This is no easy task. To draft a new set of laws is something very difficult, and therefore, in terms of rights, there is a draft convention that will be tabled on the UN General Assembly so as to create the right to development. Once it is adopted, it would become part of the compendium of international law and rights. But I would say it's up to the member states to decide. However, a text is not sufficient to build a right. And a law. You need to have concrete and tangible political actions. We've made mention of many this morning in terms of the indispensable actions and initiatives, but I can assure you that the mechanism of experts, even though I dislike the term expert, I'm not sure I am one, this mechanism of experts is trying to provide contributions so as to build these tangible policies and solutions. And our meeting, which will be held in New York on May the 1st and 2nd, right before the finalization of negotiations for the Pact of the Future, we will work within the context of such and deal with climate finance, international financial architecture, and cooperation for development. I therefore call on you and invite you as your representatives in New York. I would invite you to take part in this meeting. And with regard to New York, as we are in the last mile or the one before last, I believe that African voices will be heard, not just to voice their priorities, their sensitivities, what is important for them in terms of Agenda 2063, but also to be able to contribute to building consensus. I believe that legitimacy of a continent, the political legitimacy of a continent, I mean, within the concert of other nations and regions of the world, also represents the ability to contribute to a compromise that should be the best possible. But I am really hopeful that African voices will be heard, not only to make sure that their desires are communicated, but also to lift any litigious or difficult elements, as there are many. So we know that through negotiations, it is only in the final run that complicated decisions need to be made with determination, but also a dose of a constructive spirit for the common good. It's not the easiest or simplest exercise with regard to your populations. However, it is indispensable should we wish for this pact to become a tool for new generations, for youth, for women. And I thank those ladies who have spoken earlier, particularly with regard to the community of the disabled and the lady who had talked about the gender approach. I believe that all such rights ought to be treated at the same time, and no chain of command shall be imposed upon such. And therefore, this is the exercise that we are facing once the pact is adopted, because once it is adopted, things will only start. That's what I wanted to say on behalf of the experts that are working on the right to development. Thank you so very much for your statement, Mrs. Isabelle Durand.
African Regional Mechanism from major groups and other stakeholders, Monsieur Martin Tsunke.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank everyone here. Thank ECA for bringing us here. When I say us, I look at my first co-panelist who said, rather than saying we, the member states, it should maybe be better to say we, the people. Yes, it should be said we the people. And I hope my voice here will be the voice of the people, because I will try to convey what we think the people expect us to convey today. Because what I'll be saying here will be not personal, but much something that comes from a process where civil society organizations and other stakeholders discussed some possible other ways to move toward the future. And I will start from the hope that you got, Madam, that the hope that the African voice will be understood or will be listened to. Yes, but who can make that possible? It's Africa. We Africans should make possible that our voice is listened to. And the way to do it, somebody said this morning that we need to stop business as usual. We should stop that business as usual, including in our minds. The kind of mindset that African should carry through the negotiation has to be changed. And we see that change with 3 dimensions. One is Africa should make sure that she rethinks the way African perspectives are put forward. Because we have the feeling that we've been going to negotiations years, decades after decades, without being clear on what we Africans want our perspective to be. I'm not playing down the fact that we went to the SDGs negotiation with a common position, which was a very strong one, and one that had influenced what we got today as Agenda 2030, because when you look at Agenda 2030 and the kind of similarity that you got in Agenda 2063, this is not, it does not come from nothing. It's because Africa was able to influence that global position. So we need to be clear on the way we draw our perspective. The second thing is we need to enhance our self-determination. This seems to be lacking when we go to negotiations. That is, we need, before we discuss with others what they can bring to us, we need to be clear that we have something to offer and maybe we have more than the others. And that is very important, because if we have more than the others, we will not stand in a low position in negotiation. Third thing is the way we partner has to be changed. That is, we should partner differently. Why should we partner differently? All the discussions that we've got up till now show that multilateralism is failing to satisfy everyone. You see, I'm trying to find good words to say this, because I could have said it differently. Multilateralism is a failure, unfortunately. And that failure is too much for Africa, because we lose much in the multilateralism format that we have today. So we need to partner differently. And partnering differently means that let us look inward and see how we partner between Africans. Because the intra-African partnerships are not that strong. That we need to strengthen. And we also need to think of the way we accept anything that comes from outside. What I mean is that we need to be clear on our own assets. And where we have enough, we should ask those who want to bring something to wait a little bit until we are in need of that. So these 3 pathways, Madam Moderator, are the things that I am standing here to discuss with our fellow participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution and laying down these three pathways for the lead up and the road up to the Summit for the Future, which is what we're here to discuss. So as you mentioned, we're now going to open to contributions from the floor, who hopefully are going to help enrich the conversation a little bit more. Earlier, there were many hands raised. Oh, I see a hand raised over there. So we're going to give, a woman from... It's the member state side, so if you could just present yourself and the country you're representing, please. And if there's a specific question you're asking one of the panelists or Mr. Ryder, please feel free to specify as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for this opportunity. Thank you to the panelists also for the very enlightening discussions. My name is Teresia Bilola. I am here representing the Integrated Carbon Observation System. We are running a project where we are trying to integrate African climate science. We are building a network of observation in Africa. And I want to speak especially to integration, data integration. I was very impressed when Isabel raised the issue of integration. I know a bit about the European context, and now with this project, a lot about the African context. I want to throw this question to the panelists. What are you doing about data, knowledge exchange, integration in Africa? I would give a disclaimer that I like to start with. Africa does not lack data. We have data everywhere, at the grassroots, right all the way to government level, but we are not sharing them. We are not making them visible. How are these initiatives integrating the already existing data and lots of research that is going on in Africa, that is funded by the West, but is in silos? Thank you.
So what we'll do is we'll take one more. Oh, there's a comment here from Madame Morsi. So we're gonna allow for her to speak, and then we'll go back in the back of the room, and then we'll take it back to the panelists.
Many thanks to the panelists. My question is about how do we deal with multilateralism in a time of geopolitical fragmentation, as well as a new change of global economic order. So we have now the fact that we have emerging markets taking over as a group, the G7 in early 2000s, and taking over developed countries by 2008. What does this mean for us in terms of advancing the agenda for multilateralism in a time when there is rising nationalism, forgetting that we are all interconnected? What can we do? Thank you.
Thank you. So if I could just maybe ask the panelists who would like to take the first question to begin, and then we'll move on to the question that Mrs. Morsi, Madame Durand.
The two questions. First one on integration. I would like to avoid any misunderstanding. I'm not here to speak as European how it works, how it doesn't work, or lesson to give to you. Of course not. It would be very useless. But I mean that integration, which is the format of this integration, is important. Economic integration, political integration, because it helps, of course, for a region or for a continent to exist in the rest of the world and in a very interconnected world. That's just, and I take my previous pet as the DSG of UNCTAD, and what you said about data, it's related to what was done by UNCTAD, but not only by UNCTAD, on digitalization for development and the capacity for Africa, not only to be connected, but to be able to have the benefit of digital economy, because data is also not only a value, it's something which can, of course, bring resources. It's a kind of fuel, if I may say, for the digital economy. And I think that it's not just be a client of the big platforms, but be a player in the game of the new digital economy. On the other question, which is more difficult, I think, related to how we deal with the new multilateralism in a world which is more fragmented than even 5 years ago, I think that the multiplication of the fora in the world is a fact. The new BRICS is bigger. We have a lot of fora existing everywhere for economic or political reasons. And I think that it shows that, of course, the discussion within a region or between two regions is already existing. But what is important to keep, it's a place, the UN system, where everybody is there, where a voice, one country, one voice, even if we know that the government is not representing all the time all the people of the planet. But I think that it's really today important, and the Pact of the Future has the ambition to address several problems which were not on our table or on the table of the UN before, and which is discussed in other fora. And I think that trying to bring all those questions within the UN's multilateral system is the ambition of the Pact. I'm not sure that it will, I hope that the Pact as such, of course, will be a good Pact. Is that enough to really address the new multilateral era in a fragmented world? Probably not. And I think that it's important that also within one region, we are here in Africa, that the voice could be as united as possible, even if, of course, each country has also its bilateral discussion with a lot of partners. And what you said about the partnership, I would like to just mention the fact that this new partnership that Africa would like to have, especially with the European, but not only. And I agree that sometimes the European were, and maybe are, a little bit in a position of superiority, or it's perceived like that in Africa, and I can understand why. That's a fact. So we have also, as European, to transform our way to partner with Africa, and especially on minerals and all those issues that we discussed this morning. But it requires also from African level a will to really have partnership, which means that each partner has a voice on equal foot. And I think that between European and Africa, we have a lot of things to do. Not only the summit, EU, that's nice, but it's not enough to really develop a new partnership, which is important for Africa and even for the EU. I stop there because I'm not here on behalf of the European Union, of course not. I'm not representing them, but I give you my personal vision on that. Finally, the multilateral system is, of course, in a very difficult position today, but it depends on us, too, to transform it, to be more creative, to be more adapted to the new world. And I hope that the new generation and also the youth can help us also to adapt this way to discuss together, but to keep one place where everybody is there. Otherwise, we will have just a multipolar fragmentation of the region. It's maybe not better than the multilateral than just African position.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Sorry? Oh, no.
Oh, you want to come? Yes. Yes, I want to come on this because this is one aspect that if we had had time, I would have said a lot on it. I would have requested for like 2 hours to try to. I like the question because in this context of geopolitical issues that we have, I think this is an opportunity for Africa to gear the way the next multilateralism format will be, because we do have assets for that. The geopolitical fragmentation is such that if we look inward and implement all the initiatives that we have at the level of Africa, that allows, let us consider the world was only Africa. And then we have an African multilateralism. This would be useful for other people to understand that there are another way to do things at the global level. So what I mean here is one solution is for Africa to implement anything that has to do with their stand in any multilateral space, so that they are strong enough to gear the discussion towards something which is useful. Because up till now, we seem to go there and listen to the others to tell us what to do. I think we should change that paradigm and go there to tell other people what to do, because we are stronger, but we are not aware of this. And the second thing, that's related to the first question on data. I think we have a solution in Africa, but we don't use it. We don't use it enough. When I look at how much work has been done at the level of the African Union to make statistics something very reliable and very good, I tend to think that if we bring that at national level and get all stakeholders participate, that's the one thing which is still missing. What we got now can be more effective in terms of having reliable data, shared data, and multi-stakeholder collaboration is very important in the way we collect, process, and share or use data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tonka. Mr. Mardier, a reaction or a response?
But I think that the very fact that we are having the summit for the future and the pact and the annexes do respond to the question posed. I am against the integrism of having these multiple poles that is deviating our world from the center of gravity, which is the United Nations. In fact, what we see as these multiple poles is a reflection of these national identities. That's not the future of the world. We all have to imagine, like John Lennon, that the world will be one without borders. And this is what the pact is giving us. I think we have to, even as an African, I sometimes react when you say, we Africa. Africa is plural, by the way. And I think we have to de-emphasize this urge of creating islands of ourselves. If we one day, and that was the spirit of the United Nations, people forget that the UN is born out of spiritual mind. And we are so materialistic. We have to go back to that spiritual mind. And remember, Sri Moy, and those of you who have been in the UN a long time ago, under UTAN, used to organize silence and meditation sessions in the General Assembly when we opened it. And the idea was, it's only in the silence that we are one. And I think we have to recreate that spirit of the United Nations as one. And that's why I would fight against this multiplicity of groups like G20, G7, and so on and so forth. Now on data, you're right. Who controls the data controls the tune. And that's why I like the annex on digital world, which want to democratize data. But I hear us very often when we talk about data, we think statistic. And data is bigger than statistic. It's storytelling. In the Sahel, if we tell our story of the Mandan Charter, we empower our kids. You see, those tellings should be put back on the frame of data. It's not only counting beans, it's only showing the spirit that we had in the past. So all these, I think, the summit, the pact will give us and empower us to be one world, not multipolarity world. That's my philosophy. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diek. So we're going to do one more round of contributions from the floor, the reactions and responses from the panelists, and then we'll have to wrap it up. We'll begin over there with the lady in orange, and then I'll move to this side.
Merci pour la parole.
Thank you very much for the floor. My name is Mayuba. I am a young leader of the young. I come from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you for giving me the floor. Now, following the contribution of the second panelist and the last panelist, I believe that in September, another history would be written. We are talking about impact, a pact that would be signed, adopted, and that would become an instrument for future generation. And I belong to the future generation, of course. Now, allow me to ask to the government, to the United Nations, and following the speech or the contribution of President Tshisekedi to President Macron, he said that we need to change on how we do business. We need to see each other as partners, and we need to work as partners. When I say we, because we also have the adults among ourselves, please get ready to host us, to consider us as partners. Be ready to listen to us. You said that our voices count, and I belong to those category of the population. So get ready to listen to us, to our own way of thinking, our own way of expressing ourselves. Now, following the last speaker's contribution, he said it well. Things should not be imposed on us. Rather, we need to think together. But what I noted often is that in big meetings where we have the leaders, it's as if they are listening to what is being imposed on them. We want to change things. We want to achieve progress. We are the United Nations. We are not dominating and dominated nations. Now, if we are United Nations, we need to consider each other as partners. Thus, we need to accept each other and not impose suggestions and proposals. Now, when it comes to African leaders, we suffer a lot. We see how you, the existing leaders, or how you behave. It's a little bit disturbing, and we are losing our identity. Now we have a lot of military juntas. We have wars in Africa, and this has become a business. We are confused now. Our own leaders, those who had to show us the road so that we create a conducive environment, is no more. And
avancer dans un ordre dispersé puisque vous...
So that's why we are dispersed. You, dear leaders, dear fathers, you are also going in a scattered way. And if we create an equal environment where the young people, the young African people are respected, it needs to be done internally within the continent. Dear fathers, dear leaders, try to create a conducive environment. And this would help us when we present ourselves before other countries, then we will be respected. But if our parents, our leaders are used as puppets, then it would be difficult to have a good image of the African continent. I thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
There's two women, so first on the right and then the lady in the back, and then we'll come back to the podium for reactions.
I think it's me. It's you.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I feel so honored to be here. My name is Fivan Dababa, and I represent ISEC Ethiopia. ISEC is a youth-led organization that works for youth, and that is led by youth. So I'm going to raise a question about youth. So I have listened in the morning and still now that youth should be included in decision making and should be included on the improvements. As I've worked with youth a lots of times, I have noticed that youth needs help. Youth wants to be helped, youth wants to be included in decision makings and so forth. But when greater organizations like this, international organizations, mostly mention that they want to include youth and they want to hear youth, but there is some gap. And there is this gap between the youth that want to be heard and the organization that want to hear. So what is going to be changed to fill that gap between the youth and the organization so that the youth can get the promised advantages, the promised improvements, and so that we can get the most out of the powerful youth that we have in Africa. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And then, yes, to you.
I am Warren Jai. I'm from Senegal. I'm the Senior Global Advocacy Advisor for Sight Savers, which is an international organization based in the UK and working on inclusion, social inclusion and disability rights. I'm part of the major group. Actually, my intervention was really reinforced by Mr. Ma, who mentioned the word dignity at least 3 times when he spoke. And it made me think of Donna Hicks' book, Dignity and the Role It Plays in Peace Building. It plays in peace building. And I would like, if you may, considering that the process of validation of the Pact of the Future from now to September is not over, I would like to please mandate Undersecretary Ryder and all the stakeholders in this room who are going to be part of the negotiations to put dignity in the heart of this document. Africa, the Agenda 2063, we call it the agenda we want. We keep talking about the Pact of the Future. And I would love to see the Pact of the Future, the dignity we want, or however you want to phrase it. And I would love to have that conversation taken back to all the major stakeholders. This is not theoretical at all. I've heard all the conversations we've had about policy making versus policy implementing, the gaps and so on, all the macroeconomics versus micro. And we know that all these are developed under theories, based on theories. So let's go back to the theory of dignity and think about it as a global world and put it in the heart of this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remark. There's this one person that already has a microphone and that wanted to make a comment, and then we'll wrap it up and listen to the panelists.
I'm here.
Yeah? I'm listening?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you to the moderator and to the distinguished panelists. I'm from the United Nations, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. My name is Sena Boudia, and I just wanted to propose something that our High Commissioner and our office is proposing, especially regarding sustainable development, which is basically human rights economies. And it's an approach that will actually enable to solve a bit all what we've heard today, like business models being broken, the need to be people-centered, the need to put human dignity at the front. So it's basically the idea of using human rights norms and standards to guard and inform policy making in trade, in taxation, in budget, in industrial policies, and that will enable not only, to realize human rights, which are really linked to SDGs, but also to realize SDGs and to ensure nobody will be left behind. So it's something that is being talked more and more, something we are offering our help, and something we really hope also to see in the Pact of the Future. And IMF has just issued new publication, a bit on the same topic, like, what to change in economics and which kind of new frameworks and ideas we could use. And we really think that human rights could be this toolbox. So very happy to have Guy Ryder here and to be able to share this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the proposition has been heard, and so you guys could exchange probably contacts and discuss this later. Unfortunately, we cannot take any more contributions from the floor. We are running over time. We've had very interesting comments, but also questions from different stakeholders, but also civil society and member states from the floor. Thank you very much for participating. What I will do now, just as we have 5 minutes left to wrap up this session, is go to all of my panelists, have them maybe answer or react to some of the questions and comments that were made, but also give us a key message, a key takeaway from this discussion, and then we'll end with Mr. Ryder, who can make some concluding remarks. Thank you. We'll start with you, Mr. Marte.
Thank you, MC. I'm really pleased to hear what our discussion this afternoon, this morning and early afternoon, I see that we're discussing about the hardware of the future, and this segment is more about the software of the future. And what I hear really out of the panel here, the panel is not us, it's really you guys here, and some powerful words came out like dignity, like rights, like people. So in a way, I'm seeing you, us, writing the missing chapter of the Charter of the United Nations, which is chapter 20. Remember, chapter 1 starts with "we the people" all the way to chapter 19, and we sign "we the government." I think we have to write chapter 20 back to the people. So Guy, I think the message I am capturing here is, how can we go back to the people? Now since you are the chief engineer of the pact, so I will pass you the baton to carry to New York. Thank you, MC. Thank you
much, Mr. Marty. Madame Isabelle Durand.
But to go to the participation of youth, women, civil society, various actors, I think that it's not just a question of consultation. Consultation is nice, but it's not enough. And I think that, yes, we have to invent or to create mechanisms on micro level, but also on bigger or higher level, to really organize a deliberation between the citizens, because I'm not sure that all citizens, or even all youth, expect the same things. Youth is also a group of people, of course they have the same age, but they are living very different situations. The same for women, it's of course a group of having some commonalities and some common issues, but they could be also very different. A rural woman in a small village, it's not the same that a woman with a PhD working in the UN. So it's true that there is big difference, and we have also trying to build something which is deliberative between the citizens in the same region, in the same country. Finally, I think that what you said, Madam, about dignity is something very important. Not only dignity between the people, but also dignity in the relationship between various member states, between people having the responsibility to define the policies, to define how these policies will be implemented. And I finish with the human rights economic approach that the Human Rights Council would like to really elevate. It's the beginning of a new process. I am very interested to that because, of course, economic development has also to include dignity, include human rights, include respect of a lot of issues which are normally consensual but are not consensual in the economic world. So I think that I would like to thank you for your contribution. It's also food for thought, also for me in the group of experts working and thinking about right to development. So thank you for that, and thank you also especially for your contribution.
Thank you, Isabelle. Mr. Tonke.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think one thing that I can say after all this discussion is that when you look at it, generally challenges come from outside, but the best solutions are made inside. So African citizens should make sure that their perspective is used to build African solutions and go out to partner with other people after arranging all our strengths, because we do have many of the solutions that we need, but we are not implementing these enough. Someone took an example this morning of the CADIP. I think if we stop a while and make sure that we capitalize on everything that has been done good, that has been done well, we can enhance the achievement of the SDGs the best way. So let us work on internal solutions. Let us look for the best way to use our natural resources and other resources that we have, because that's where we can achieve something good. Let us use all the instruments that we've been able to build, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area and so on. And when I say using these instruments, I mean to be concrete on that. If we could go out here tomorrow and print an African passport and give it to all Africans to be moving from one country to another, we would have done a lot to make the African Free Trade Area a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsonko. I'll now leave you the floor, Mr. Ryder, to give your concluding remarks to this panel.
Well, this has been a really thought-provoking discussion. And I've got a lot of thoughts, but I'm not quite sure what to say about those thoughts. But a couple of very telegraphic thoughts. The first has to do with the issue of ambitions. Ma has challenged us not to reform things, but to reinvent them, that we should be operating at a really very high level of ambition. And I have a great deal of sympathy with that. Why? Because our circumstances, the gravity of the challenges that we face, the extent of the changes that many of us believe are required, makes it unrealistic to be less ambitious than he is suggesting. It is the circumstances that the summit will meet in that requires that high-level ambition and really does put the onus upon member states to do rather better than find the type of lowest common denominator consensus that can all too easily arise out of this process if one is realistic. And that brings me to a second thought. One is ambition. The second thought is about responsibilities. My neighbor on the left very diplomatically said, well, multilateralism is not satisfying everybody. And then he got a little bit less diplomatic and said it's a failure. Now, I think there is a widespread perception that multilateralism is failing. I absolutely agree. The question then is, where do the responsibilities lie? Do the responsibilities lie in multilateral machinery which is simply not fit for purpose? Whoever the actors were, this machinery would not work because it is obsolete or it's inappropriate. Or is it alternately that the responsibilities lie with the multilateral actors, with our member states, and this interesting idea about we the governments or we the people and what the difference between the two is a very interesting concept. We haven't really followed it through to its logical conclusion, but the logical conclusion is we think very much more carefully about where responsibilities lie for things that are failing and therefore what we can do about them. Yes, the geopolitics of our moment, the state of the world is turbulent, and that might lead some to argue that this is the worst possible moment to embark upon an ambitious summit with all of the ambitions that we've talked about. That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it, starting from the same beginning, it is precisely because circumstances are so difficult, precisely because tensions are so high, that this summit is required. Quite honestly, if things were going more or less all right, we wouldn't be talking about a summit of this nature. So we are obliged by our circumstances, whatever the difficulties, to proceed with this summit. And I hope very much that we manage to come out of it successfully. Yes, I agree with Ma. Culture is a blind spot in this pact, and I think that's recognized by an increasing number of actors, so that could be put right. Yes, I think the notion of dignity is a very, very important and basic one. It covers human rights, respect for the individual, it also covers a notion of respect for and recognition of people's cultures as well. I think it all comes together in a common thought. And lastly, youth participation. There is something different about the way youth is being addressed at this summit, because already we have an Assistant Secretary General specifically for youth, first time in the history of the United Nations, and we have, before the Summit of the Future, a series of recommendations that would make youth participation not just optional, not just, I'm being provocative, decorative, but consequential. That what youth come and say would have consequences, would make a difference in the results that multilateral action produces. So thanks again, it's been a great panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to our brilliant panelists, to our guest speaker, Under Secretary General for Policy, Guy Ryder, for contributing, listening, and hopefully bringing all of these shared thoughts forward on the road to the Summit for the Future. We're certainly optimistic that these conversations that include so much of comments, very thoughtful comments from the floor, are going to help build a strong case for Africa, and that are going to represent the best interests for African people and be transcribed into the Pact for the Future. Thank you all for participating, and thank you for also participating. We're now going to wrap up this HLP2 and move on with the rest of the program. Of course, we're going to take a break before that, because I know that you guys have given us a lot of attention for a long period of time. We're going to need to tell all of our delegates to join the DES Antonio Pedro to inaugurate the Knowledge Fair on the lower ground floor of the building. And then there will be a tea break as well, which you will all be able to refresh yourself during. Thank you so much to everyone. And we'll see you shortly for HLP3.
Dear participants, just to highlight that we are really late on the program, so if we could take just a very short break. So let us restart in not more than 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much for your understanding. Of course, the coffee break will be there, so you can also will stay available. But let's try to restart in 10 minutes here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more message for you all. So I invite all the delegates to join the Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA, Antonio Pedro, to inaugurate the Knowledge Fair on the lower ground of the building. And that's going to happen anytime soon. So you're welcome to join the DES as he inaugurates the fair. Mesdames et messieurs, alors je vais juste repréciser un message que je vous ai donné tout à l'heure. Donc on invite tous les délégués, les participants à rejoindre le premier étage du bâtiment pour inaugurer la foire du savoir qui sera donc fait par le secrétaire député de l'ECA, Antonio Pedro, qui sera donc au premier étage du bâtiment. Je vous invite donc à rejoindre le premier étage. Merci beaucoup.
General and the Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. ARFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Invités, Je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abibatu Wan, Chief of Mission of IAM Ethiopia, head of the United Nations Lead Agency on Migration. This 10th session on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development takes place at the same time of when African member states continue to face multiple economic crises and socio-economic development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFSD 10 will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regressed below the 2015 baseline. However, as a UN entity that is mandated to promote safe, human, and orderly migration for the benefit of all, migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and as such will be key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As IOM, we are tripling our effort together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure the facilitation of Target 10.7, which is to promote safe, regular, and responsible migration, and the implementation of well-managed migration policies, as well as Goal 13, climate action, and Goal 17, partnership for the goal, are brought back on track at scale. For example, on Goal 13, IOM is working to enhance understanding and response to drivers of human mobility due to climate impacts. On Goal 17, IOM plays a key role in supporting partnership and the means to collaborate at national, regional, and global level for better and more effective migration governance. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to rescue the SDGs and get them on back track. It is doable in this lifetime.
My name is Marcel Akpovo, and I'm the Regional Director for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in East Africa. And I serve also as a representative to the African Union. As the lead UN agency mandated for human rights, my office is working to ensure that applicable human rights standards and principles are integrated into efforts to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. SDGs and their targets are framed to be fulfilled in compliance with a human rights standard, and OCHR has been engaged in showcasing the instrumental value of the centrality of a human right as problem-solving tool, and human rights as accelerator to SDGs, including the 6 identified as transition priorities, with catalytic effects across all SDGs. We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16. As the human rights commitment go unmet, violence increases, conflict evolves, inequality hampers inclusive decision-making, and corruption erodes the social fabric. We can't allow this to continue. OCHR reiterates its commitment and stands ready to deliver on that extremely important responsibility. I thank you.
partners. I'm Ibrahim Mama, and I serve as the country coordinator for the United Nations Capital Development Fund. As we convene for the 10th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, it's imperative to acknowledge the myriad of economic crises, socio-development challenges facing African member states. Moreover, with the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals fast approaching, ARFSD 10 holds critical significance. This forum will center on crucial actions required to eradicate poverty and implement sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the objectives outlined in both the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. It is evident that progress towards most SDGs is not on track, moving too slowly, or regressing below the 2015 baseline. However, as the flagship catalytic financing entity for the world's 45 least developed countries, UNCDF works to crowd in financing in support of sustainable growth and inclusiveness, specifically through our unique investment mandate to blend and deploy grants, loans, and guarantees, as well as provide related advisory services, which dates to its inception of UNCDF in 1966. Today, we are intensifying our efforts, collaborating with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure financial inclusion is aligned with SDG 1, no poverty, by expanding access to financial services for underserved populations. Additionally, our clean energy finance initiatives contribute to climate change mitigation efforts outlined in SDG 13 Climate Action by facilitating access to finance for clean energy projects. Moreover, our inclusive finance for SMEs fosters entrepreneurship and economic growth, aligning with SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, and SDG 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth. For instance, in support of Goal 13 on climate action, we're backing the establishment of a credit risk guarantee facility in Ethiopia in collaboration with UNDP, the Development Bank of Ethiopia, and the Ministry of Water and Energy. This credit guarantee enabled 20 energy MSMEs to access $1.2 million in loans from financial institutions. Furthermore, through projects focused on access to energy, performance-based grants were provided to 2 companies to scale up the adoption of solar pay-as-you-go in rural area. By the end of 2022, these companies have managed to sell 3,000 pay-as-you-go solar products and impact over 15,000 people in off-grid areas. While we acknowledge these efforts, we are aware that more needs to be done. We are rallying action and sparing no effort on this journey to revitalize the SDGs and steer them back on track. It is a challenging endeavor. It's achievable in this lifetime, but we can't wait any longer. We need to get to work. On behalf of UNCDF, let me say that my organization is ready to be an accelerating partner in service to governments to achieve their domestic development agenda, donors to achieve their international development priorities, and the UN agencies as well as UN country teams to accelerate achievement of the SDGs in order to leave no one behind. Thank you.
I'm Samir Do. I'm the resident representative for the United Nations Development Program here in Ethiopia. The clock is ticking on our collective commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That is why I'm deeply pleased that the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development is holding its 10th session here in Ethiopia to spur momentum around the SDGs. As the premier development agency in the United Nations system, UNDP here in Ethiopia will focus on achieving SDG 1, the eradication of poverty. And we believe that achieving this, we will use SDG 7, SDG 8, SDG 10, and SDG 16 as the drivers, as the accelerators for achieving the eradication of multi-dimensional poverty in Ethiopia.
UNESCO is organizing 3 side events during the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The first one is the 6th African Science, Technology and Innovation Forum, which is going to focus on leveraging science, technology and innovation to address critical challenges facing our continent in view of achieving sustainable development. Our second side event is STEM Bootcamp in Innovative Technologies, where we are responding to contributing to the African Union Theme of the Year on Education. Our third side event is the UNESCO Equatorial Guinea International Prize, which is a prize for life sciences, and the only science prize which is funded by an African state, and a UNESCO prize which covers all fields of life sciences.
My name is Parfait Onanga Anyonga. As head of the United Nations Office to the African Union, a key instrument for the United Nations African Union Strategic Partnership for achieving the AU's objectives of a peaceful, safe, united, and more prosperous Africa. This 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, the ARFSD10, takes place at a time when, in the words of the UN Secretary General, we are on the verge of a new era, marked by the highest level of geopolitical tensions and major power competition in decades. Moreover, we are now beyond the halfway mark in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track, and only 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals are currently on track. Against this worrisome background, UNOAU is boosting its effort to advance Goal 16 for peace, justice, and strong institutions. For example, UNOAU is working closely with the African Union in preventing and mediating conflict and sustaining peace through joint conflict analysis, early warning, and good offices. Our work on Goal 16 also extends to the response to conflicts through coordinated and consistent UN advice to the AU on long-term capacity building and short-term operational matters, particularly in the deployment of peace support operations. We are joining the call to action to reverse the current trend and get the SDGs back on track. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is indeed within our reach. Let's work together, take meaningful actions, and create a better world for current and future generations.
Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs here in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a country that is affected by global climate phenomena, and these are increasingly leading to worsening droughts and floods on a regular basis. This is a country that's also recognized this vulnerability and has built many national systems in order to be responsive. However, when they're overwhelmed, the humanitarian system, coordinated by OCHA, is here to try and ensure an overall response. This year, to over 15 million people in need of response to drought conditions, and also those who've been affected by recent conflicts, including over 4 million people who've been displaced from their homes. For sustainable development to be a reality, further investments are needed in these national systems to be able to deal with the consequences of worsening climate conditions. That includes ensuring that systems are responsive to these kinds of shocks, but also investments in communities to ensure their resilience and also adaptation to the changing climate. Until that happens, the humanitarian response is going to have to continue to grow. So we need further international solidarity, interagency, and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
The country office mandated to expand implementation capacity across peace and security, humanitarian and development efforts through its project services, including infrastructure, procurement, project management, human resource, and financial management services. UNOP supports governments, the United Nations, and other partners in achieving member states' global goals and local objectives for people and countries. The 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, ARFCD 10, takes place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple economic crises and social development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFCD 10 will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regress below the 2015 baseline. However, the agency that is mandated to work on infrastructure, project management, procurement, HR services, and financial management, we are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure that Goal 1, no poverty, Goal 2, zero hunger, Goal 13, climate action, Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and Goal 17, partnership for goals, are brought back on track at scale. For example, on Goal 13, climate action, we are talking about institutional energy through installation of solar energy to health and school facilities. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to rescue SDGs and get them back on track. It is doable in this lifetime.
ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders. On behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster
Okay. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Start in very few minutes. People are joining, but we need to start. So at least this will accelerate their movement. So let me. It's a great honor to invite the new chair or representative of Mauritania, Her Excellency the Ambassador of Mauritania in Addis Ababa, the African Union on ECA, and the chair of the COREP. So to take the floor, and please, representing the chair of the Bureau. Excellency, Madame l'Ambassadeur, merci de prendre la parole pour ouvrir cette session.
C'est bon? Allô? Bon après-midi à tous, mesdames et messieurs, les participants. Mon nom c'est Khadija Mbarek. Je suis
Ladies and gentlemen, participants, I'd like to wish you all a good afternoon. I am the Mauritanian ambassador, representative, and special representative to the ECA. I recognize Madame Banga, President Madame Banga from Malawi, as well as all the distinguished delegates here. It's an honor for me to preside over this afternoon session. So without any further delay, allow me to give the floor to the Assistant to the Secretary General in charge of Youth Affairs. I'll call on you to lead this summit, this session regarding the Summit of the Future and the reinforcement of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm very happy and glad to be here. Thank you, Ms. Chair, for the introduction. I will start saying that I hope that in the next of our youth panels, we should have them at the beginning of the events, because I would like to see more engaging in these kind of spaces, which are trying to address one of the crucial issues, which is how we are going to include young people in the decision-making processes. So my name is Felipe Polier. I am Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs at the United Nations, and I have the responsibility and the honor of leading the recently established United Nations Youth Office, which the Under-Secretary General Guy Ryder mentioned in his previous intervention. So this office was established by a resolution of the General Assembly. This office doesn't mean that the UN is starting to work on youth affairs. It means that we have made one step forward in the prioritization of youth issues in the institutional structure of the UN system. And maybe the most important step is that this office being established by a resolution of the General Assembly, it means that this office was backed by political support of member states that defined that it was crucial to establish a new vehicle in how to advance on youth issues. As you heard on the previous panel, and the idea of the one we are starting is to continue the conversation, but with the youth and an intergenerational perspective. We have been speaking a lot of this process of the Summit of the Future and these discussions and negotiations of member states around the Pact of the Future. And this may seem a very, very far away discussion that is taking place a lot of kilometers from here in New York headquarters. But essentially, the discussion that is taking place could be crucial for the future of multilateralism. And I believe that it's especially crucial when it's about how we are going to engage with young people in multilateralist organizations. 50% of the world's population is under 30 years old. In certain countries and regions, this number is even higher, especially in the Global South and especially in this region. However, there is a big gap between institutions, structures, the system of power and governance, and the populations they serve. The United Nations is celebrating next year its 80th anniversary. When it was created, the world was a very different place than the one we live today. And this is a reality that can be also spoken about at the regional platforms and at the national level across all the regions. Because we have 19 developed and established institutions to respond to 25 first century challenges. And that's a big, big issue. And we cannot sugarcoat it. The systems and the structures we have are failing short in addressing the issues we have. The Sustainable Development Goals are drastically off track. And being off track of the Sustainable Development Goals means that we are being off track on ending poverty, on ensuring quality education, on ensuring health for all, on solving the climate crisis, and on ensuring peaceful and inclusive societies. That's the meaning of being off track of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I heard a lot during the discussions in the morning that we cannot continue to do business as usual if we want to challenge and to transform things. So the whole opportunity of the Summit of the Future, and specifically when it's about youth issues, it's a chance to transform how we are managing things. And specifically, on the discussions around the Pact, there's a whole chapter about youth and future generations. But we can confuse youth and future generations as the same thing. Youth are our biggest partners to transform the world for future generations. But we cannot charge only on young people this responsibility. But we need to transform structures for youth to engage now, to lead now, because young people are leading by example at the local and the national levels. Just to end this brief introduction and to start into the discussion and the panel, which is going to be the most productive of all this hour we have together, I would like to finally reflect on the matter of trust in institutions. Because the whole opportunity we have during the Summit of the Future, it's about rebuilding trust in multilateralism. And I'm sure that all of us here believe that we need more than ever a strong multilateral system to respond to the global challenges our society is having. But we are not going to rebuild trust if we don't establish transformations for meaningful youth engagement. And why meaningful youth engagement? Not only because meaningful engagement, it's a human right when it's about participating. It's meaningful youth engagement because it's being smart to address the issues that affect young people. We are not going to address effectively the unemployment rates if we don't bring young people into the conversation. Because the way and the capacity to transform the job market and the way young people understand the job market is completely different than the way of the ones that are taking the decisions. We are not going to be effective to address mental health issues if we don't bring young people into the processes. And believe me, the only way we are going to believe and to rebuild trust is if young people feel part of the decisions we are taking. Because being part is the first step to have trust in someone that is happening. So we will have now 3 rounds of dialogues. Some of our panelists are going to join us in present. This is going to be an intergenerational panel, which I think it's crucial because we are not going to address and we are not going to transform systems only having conversations of young people in one side of the table. The only way we are going to transform it is with a solidarity between the different generations. So I will invite now to join me in this table some of the panelists, and we will start having this conversation. So I would like to ask all of us to give a big round of applause to our panelists, and I will start with Her Excellency Joyce Banda, former President of Malawi. Thank you for joining us. Excellency Joyce Banda is also a member of the Advisory Committee for the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and she's going to join us in our panel. Thank you, Ms. Ms. Chiro Cleopatra Mbempa, the African Union Youth Envoy, which is going to join us virtually. I will also invite Ray Paul Kilio, Head of Programs at the Pan-African Youth Union's Office of the Secretary General, to join us on stage. Let's give him a round of applause also. I will invite also Ms. Ropafado Sandra Shoko. She's a lawyer, and I think I mispronounced her name. I'm really sorry for it. She tried to explain it to me before we start. But thank you for joining us. She's a lawyer specialized in science and technology, founder of the Mentor Me Please platform, and she's going also to bring private sector perspective and how to engage with young people into the conversation. I will also invite Mutesi Oliver, Vice President of the Pan-African Youth Union, to join us also on stage. Thank you. And finally, and also online, Ms. Chioma Okoro, Chief Executive Officer of Woodlab Foundation, Mr. William Mukambila, President of the National Youth Council of DRC, who is joining online, and Ms. Sofa Jachi, Director of Youth Lead Africa, who is joining us online. This is working now. So once again, thank you to our panelists for being here. And I will start with a question to Your Excellency Joyce Banda. So as we were introducing in the first part of this dialogue, we are definitely off track to realizing the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Summit of the Future is an opportunity to change this and to accelerate to 2030 and beyond for a sustainable world. So in your view, how can young people from Africa engage with and take advantage of this summit to address current and future crises, and mostly to invigorate efforts at local, national, regional, and global levels? You have the floor, Ms. President.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, let me express my disappointment that we're meeting here, and I think the young people should be at the center of all that we are discussing. This part of the conversation in this conference should have been in the morning. This should have been in the morning because this room was full. Now they are not there. They've left the youth, and then plus the two young people, me and somebody else who are my age. The rest of us who should be listening to the young people are not here. That's very unfortunate. The question says I should discuss with young people and say what I feel they should do, to be more productive and to be more prepared for the summit of the future. Let me go back a little bit. Let me talk about history. Let me say what we, women of Africa, did in 1995. We decided that enough was enough, that we had been sidelined for too long, that we had been discriminated against for too long, that we had denied equal opportunity for too long, that we had been off the table, the policy formulating tables of our nations for too long. So we marched all the way to Senegal to prepare for Beijing, and we went to Beijing with a very clear message. The energy was with us as women. That is my first advice to the young people in this room. Make your decision now. Raise your voices. Get prepared. Hold hands and be united in your message to the summit for the future. My advice, what I have learned on my journey, because I'm not young and I feel very overwhelmed and to be among these young leaders. What I have learned is that confrontation doesn't work. You have to engage us, name and shame us if necessary, but engage us, because the moment we feel we are being too confrontational, we just close the door and you'll be outside. I want you to engage us. I want you to make us feel guilty and to feel ashamed. As I am saying now, this message can go to everybody who was here this morning to say, Joyce Banda said, you should have been there this evening to listen to the young people. Why? And I'm not worried about me being quoted, because President Mandela told me, we met in Kasani, there was a conference one time. He said, the beauty of being over 70 years old is that you can say anything and people will forget and will forgive. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, therefore, young people, when you mobilize yourselves and organize yourselves, demand that there will be nothing about you without you. The Assistant Secretary General, who is our moderator, said it earlier, to say that they know exactly what, you know exactly what should happen. And you know how you can contribute and shape the agenda towards the future summit. So tell us, let us know. When I say us, I'm talking as leaders, to say there will be nothing that will be decided about you without you. You must get involved, and you must be sitting at the table. And you have now got your own envoy here. You have got your champion here. You must make sure that you work together and talk together and prepare for the summit, the future summit. I have been thinking about climate change, and I have been saying it is important for you people to demand to be sitting at the policy formulating tables, because there's the top-down approach, and I am against that, because I'm thinking that it should be bottom-up. Why? Because If you hear us, older people, we will say, young people are destroying the environment. Young people are cutting down the trees. Young people are burning the charcoals. In most of the communities in Africa, the young people are desperate for jobs, for income, for livelihood. So they'll cut down trees, they'll burn charcoal, but they also burn bricks because that's the only way they can make an income. So while here we are preaching about don't cut down trees, we don't know why and what's happening on the ground. There is no way we are going to stop the cutting down of trees, the destruction of the environment, if the youth are not given alternatives. So I'm talking about financial inclusion, digital inclusion, as our moderator said earlier. It is only when we pay attention to their needs that they will stay away from those things that we feel are going against the preservation of our climate. We will not blame the youth for destroying the climate if we have not given them options and opportunities. And leaving out our young people from the agenda, the development agenda, is a crisis, it's a bomb waiting to explode. And I have told young people all over Africa to say, if anybody ignores you, any leader sitting in State House like me ignores you, they are doing that at their own peril. Because one of these days you are going to rise and mobilize yourselves, and then we blame you instead of blaming ourselves. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk to us as leaders, as policymakers. We have a responsibility that as the young people push to be included, push to be sitting at the policy formulating tables, we must have the political will to create opportunities in our countries for our young people. Our young people are dying on the Mediterranean, going to look for greener pastures. Our young people are going into other countries and dying, confronted with the xenophobic acts against them because they are desperate. There's nothing they can do at home. So us that are leaders in our countries, we must create opportunities. We must include young people in our programs. We must look at the participation of young women as well. In saying this, I would like to say that to us as politicians in our countries, we are also using young people to fight our enemies. We find them desperate for livelihood. We find them desperate for jobs. So what do? I'll recruit 10 people, as long as I give them food for today, to go throw stones to my enemies and radicalizing our young people deliberately, and then creating conflicts that are rising on the continent of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, civil society must play their role. I would like to advocate for the inclusion and the active participation of the civil society in mobilizing our young people on the continent of Africa and helping them create opportunities for themselves. I am worried about the time it takes for countries to come up with programs for COP28 to bring the money that we have been promised. The Paris conference, the money that was pledged then, up to now we haven't seen it. While people are waiting for those bureaucracies, I would like to urge the civil societies in their countries to pick the low-hanging fruits, to mobilize the youth and give them opportunities in creating jobs for themselves. It has happened in many countries on the continent of Africa. I have Tanzania in mind, and I would like to congratulate them for what they're doing in providing opportunities for young people to enter into self-employment, especially in the agricultural sector. Allow me to conclude by saying that the young leaders tackling both current crises and future and achieving the SDGs will require that you demand a radical change in the way things are done. I gave an example of African women earlier, and I would like to have hope. I would like you to have hope that you will get there. Because when we went to Beijing, we never even imagined that we would have a female president on the continent of Africa. Now we are talking about 6. And we have had 6. Do you know what? We are going to get a 7th one on the continent of Africa. And you know what? There are other countries, democracies of 200 years, are still trying to get one woman into State House and failing. We haven't failed. And Rwanda can pride in 63% of its parliament with women. And the president after president are appointing 50% of their cabinets being women. In Malawi, it's 42%. It was never like this before. But we positioned ourselves. We decided we were going to fight to find ourselves to the policy formulating table. And we've done well. I'm proud. We've still got a long way to go, but we have a lot to show. The young people of Africa can do the same. And I may not be young, but I'll stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for this powerful voice, and also for bringing into this panel the intergenerational solidarity and perspective, which is crucial if we want to transform these challenges. No, you mentioned politics, and I think it's important to put some perspective. While 50% of the population of the world is under 30, only 3% of parliamentarians are under 30 years old, and only 1% if it's young women in parliaments under 30 years old. And that's a big challenge, and I think thank you for bringing this into the conversation. So to follow up, I will invite now Ms. Chido, which is joining us virtually. Chido, are you over there? If not, I will pass the floor to Ray before. Ray, thank you for joining us in this panel. And I would like also your reflections on how the African youth can get involved in this whole summit and in the necessity of identifying young Africans as partners in the acceleration of the Sustainable Development Agenda.
Thank you so much, Felipe, and Excellency Banda, for really reflecting on very strong, key points. So to briefly start this off, I wish to just give you a highlight of what our organization represents. So the Pan-African Youth Union is a federation of national youth councils across Africa. And national youth councils are statutory structures under a hybrid mechanism in a country where they were constituted by the adoption and ratification of the African Youth Charter, which is probably the most robust youth development framework in the world. I think Africa has that framework. And so what these councils do is they allow young people to organize themselves within the country from the very grassroots toward several tiers to be able to say, this is how young people will participate in country processes. And so with respect to the Summit of the Future, I think this is a tremendous opportunity. At the Pan-African Youth Union, I want to point out that we've been following the processes all along. And I'm happy to also share that towards the end of this week, right here, we will be having a regional consultation and a discussion with youths from across Africa to around what is the message, what is the position of young people to the Summit of the Future. And we will be joined by the 54 National Youth Councils and the National Youth Coordinating Mechanisms from across the country. But also we are bringing regional youth platforms from regional economic commissions, and we are not doing this alone. And then this is an important aspect that you mentioned, ASG Felipe, that rebuilding trust. We are very grateful to the enormous amount of support and collaboration and cooperation which is ongoing with our various UN partners. I want to mention the ECA, the UNDP. We've been working hand in hand to really say, how can we make this possible? And as young people, we've been very vocal, and there's nothing wrong about that. And so we are happy that the expertise of our partners trying to build into our aspirations, this kind of partnership really gives us a gist that I think the future is very optimistic. And in terms of the processes, so there's just about 3 processes. So towards this week, our national youth platforms would be doing consultations at country level to determine, the position and also hear from young people in each country the key elements of discussion they want to bring to the future, to the regional consultation, which we'll be having towards the week. And we will also be having a post-process, which will be having a consultation. And this really means that we are ready to really understand and commit fully to this process. And we are trying now to understand, can we break it down into what it means into our daily lives, the youth that we represent, the young people across the various rural youth, and the youth that also have a leverage of an opportunity to have an education. So in terms of advantage, this is also to say that we are committed, we've been involved in the process. We are happy that we are channeling the conversation with the United Nations system, which they've been very supportive. And finally, also to say that we look forward to drive the outcomes of the Future Summit itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. And thank you also for understanding the football code. I will use these cards. I have one yellow and one red. So maybe 30 seconds before to the panelists to start finishing, and the red card just to respect the time of everyone, because we are running a bit late. We started a bit later, and I think it will be good that way. But thank you very much, Ray, for your intervention. And I will pass the floor now to Ms. Chido Empa, the African Union Special Envoy on Youth. Chido, thank you for joining us virtually, and you have the floor now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Felipe, for having me. My apologies. I've been logged in for the past hour, but it seems I did not have panelist rights. And I would have loved to have been physically with you in Addis Ababa, but again, with logistical challenges, having received the invite a bit too late in the week last week. But having said that, I'm very happy to join you virtually and to also be part of this crucial discussion. Felipe, just last week, we were together at the UN ECOSOC Forum, where we co-hosted a breakfast meeting with the ministers of youth globally in terms of their participation and their contribution towards the Summit of the Future. And I say this specifically because we need to realize that Africa has a crucial role in these conversations, and African youth have a crucial role in these conversations, even towards the global agenda. And I also echo the words that have been spoken by the former president of Malawi, Her Excellency Madam Joyce Banda, to say we need young people not just as tokenism, but to actually be at the forefront in these conversations. Most conversations that we've been a part of, you find that in as much as 75% of our population in Africa are the young people, but we only have the 25% that are represented in the room, which is usually, the older generation, and in as much as that is crucial for intergenerational co-leadership, but we need to make sure there's sustainability, we need to make sure that there's continuation, and we need to make sure that in these decisions, young people's voices, especially from Africa, are taken into consideration, and that will be crucial. And I say this, Felipe, that it should not just be in regards to the process alone, but in the Summit of the Future in itself. I make a call to action to our member states, and it's something that we discussed in our convening at the African Union last week on the sidelines of ECOSOC Forum, to say, can we have young people part of the delegations of the governments when they attend the Summit of the Future, including in September? It's important that they're not just part of the process and the consultations, but they're actually at the table of the decision making, looking at what the future holds, which is the future, that lies in their hands as this generation. We make this call to action as well in terms of more leadership positions for young people in structures, be it in government, be it being in the African Union, be it at the member states, but also commend the work of the United Nations in creating this role, my brother, where, I've been truly honored as well, to be able to engage with you within this role that you've taken on in the UN Youth Office as an Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs. Prior to this, I was actually part of another engagement virtually, which was looking at how we bridge the digital divide for young people in Africa and looking ahead of the Summit of the Future. And one thing that came out of this is one of the panelists was on looking at the future of skills, because if you look at the future of Africa and if you look at the context of its development, it can also, look into economic development of our continent. And that economic development cannot be fulfilled if we have issues related to high unemployment. That can also, be as a result of skills mismatch. How do we prepare this future generation for the future of work? It is said that 50% of the population just by next year will need the relevant skills required for the future of work. How do we prepare? How do we upskill? How do we reskill? How do we even look at education? As you're aware that the theme of the year of the African Union this year is on education. How do we ensure that we look at all of this towards the development of the future and towards even the sustainable development goals? Because ultimately, even if we speak about poverty, how do we get young people out of poverty? It looks into economic development, it looks into education of young people in Africa, and also looks into the jobs of young people in Africa. Having said that, I'm also looking forward to the civil society forum that is scheduled for May, because I believe this voice is very crucial. The voice of civil society, the voice of the grassroots, because they are impacted the most by the decisions that are made, by leaders. How do we ensure that their voice are truly, truly embedded and not left behind? I am truly honored to take this responsibility as the African Union Special Envoy on Youth, to ensure that young people are not left behind, their voices are not left behind, from the ministers of youth, working with different youth organizations that are already represented in the room there today, working with the National Youth Councils, but working with young people across all board. But not only that, working with the policymakers as well, to see how we can, co-lead. Intergenerational co-leadership is very crucial, in this stage. I believe that it just doesn't take us as young people. We all need to play our part, not just as the young people, but as the leaders, to come together towards the future that we want, the Africa that we want, when we put it in the context of Africa. So I'll just end here for now, but I'm looking forward to continue listening in, as I've been engaged all day, listening in virtually, to see, how young people are truly and meaningfully going to be engaged, not just in the process, but in the final outcome and the final decision to be seated on the table. Thank you once again, Philippa, and everyone who's in the room, and I hand it over back to you.
Thank you very much, Chido. And it was great to have you also, your intervention virtually. And before we continue with our panels, I would like also to at least have one intervention in this round from the audience, and I will invite a resident coordinator from Lesotho, from the UN country team in Lesotho, Amanda Mukwasi, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, ASG. I would like to beg your indulgence to just be a little bit patient with me as I make my intervention. Thank you very much. I stand on the protocols that have already been established, Madam Joyce Banda. And for the youth, thank you for allowing me into your space. I have three things that I would like to say. One at the level of a message maybe for member states, one at the level of the resident coordinator system, and one at the level of the youth. And I'm going to do so by telling you a story, because I am an African child and I do speak in stories. Last year in August, I went in celebration of International Youth Day. I went with the Prime Minister to go and view stands by young people who had come from different parts of the country. They were showing the products that they produce, and they covered everything from food systems, science, in terms of robotics. You had bricks that are sustainable, and they were saying that they learned the art from another country on the continent. And as the Prime Minister went round, when he finished, he looked at me and he looked at the Minister for Gender and Youth and Social Development. And he said, I am got mixed feelings. I am really excited and inspired by what these young people are showing and what they're doing, because they're showing proof of concept. At the same time, I'm very sad because they've come here and I'm not sure that anything is going to come out of them coming here. I'm a businessman by profession, self-made, and I want to make a difference. While everybody else is talking about the policy framework, the legislative framework, and all the conversations that you guys like to have, I would like to take some action now. And I'm hoping that those two conversations are going to come together. To cut a long story short, that was in August. He asked the minister and said, can you do something by October 24th, United Nations Day? And he looked at me and he said, can the UN support this? Can they accompany the government to deliver on this? We called it Sibabatso, which means treasured. And in October last year, over 1,000 young people came from all over Lesotho. We said to him, we will need money to pay for them to come. He said, no. They're entrepreneurs. I want you to find them where they are, and if they're really committed and resilient, they're going to find their way here. And they did. And we connected them with investors. And now Sibabatso has become a brand name that means opportunity for young people. So here are my, and it's just that I have the opportunity to speak. Otherwise, I'm sure many resident coordinators can tell you stories across the different countries. Here are my three messages. One, this morning, and I think early this afternoon, we heard so much that was said around the challenges that Africa is facing as a continent. The fiscal space, the debt issue, the health, education, there's so many things, right? And then we heard about preparing for the summit of the future. So here is my question to member states. What are you taking to the summit of the future as far as youth opportunities are concerned? What is the position? And I'm asking this question. We have the Women and Youth Protocol of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Isn't this the time for us to make that count? And the reason I'm saying that is this is not the first time that African countries are having to sacrifice their own needs for the greater good of the many. An example, I won't go into it, but those that know that the frontline states, at the time when they were fighting and struggling to support fight against apartheid, they all came together, both in terms of resources, as well as in terms of actual tangible actions, resettlement, shelter, finances, and for many countries at a great cost to their own development. But the greater need, they recognize that and work together. I think the African Continental Free Trade Area is an opportunity for African governments, not just to agree on language, but to actually create a situation where young people, I would even say young people below the age of 70, that should be allowed free movement right across the continent, because the continent of Africa is one market and they need access to markets. So I'm going to stop. I can see you're coming back with the red. A message to resident coordinators. The role that we played in Lesotho was to really listen to the government, to listen to young people, and to bring everything that we had as a collective to support them. And so here is my message. Yes, it is true that, go out there, make your message heard, but there are so many thousands at country level, millions at continental level, who are just thinking about their next meal. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're just thinking about their next meal. And what they need is for us to fix it now, not tomorrow. Because tomorrow, there will be poor elderly people. So they need us to fix this now. And that's the conversation, personally, I would really like to have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for bringing this experience and, and this perspective also into the discussions today, and the importance of the UN system as a convener also in this kind of discussions and dialogues. So I would like now to invite Ms. Ropafado Sandra Shoko, and I'm mispronounce it again, your name, and I'm really sorry for it, but I'm happy to hear from you. And I would like your perspectives about which do you think are some specific concerns of African young people with regard to sustainable development, its financing, and inclusive in digital transformation and youth engagement. And I will invite you to freely answer to this question, linking it with your personal experience and your own perspective. So go ahead.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Yes, we want engagement. That's what we want as youth. We're not doing things just for just. We're doing things to change. Huh? In my language, we say Msambo Wachinja, meaning things have changed because we're in play. Huh? Okay, so my name is Ropafado Sandra Shoko, the startup Bay. And as Bay would mean in the very colloquial youth language, I work with young people to help them grow their businesses, right? Because Africa has a lot of messes going on, and I think the world all over. And I think the one solution, and one of the biggest solutions, is if we have innovative businesses that can cater. All your SDGs can be solved if we have that business. But where does that rise from? So I will particularly touch on the idea of sustainability, primarily linking it to the work I do. So I work at an incubation hub. I'm a lawyer. That's just like the underground of it, but I work under the science, technology, and incubation space. And we've been hearing a lot on the idea of science, technology, innovation. And what I think that concept of that buzzword is infusing in us might not be exactly what we want to achieve, because science and technology have been subjects that have always been there. But what are we doing different if we're declaring it as part of a strong idea for education? I really applaud African Union for declaring this year as the Year of Education. I think that's fundamental, because education is foundational to everything, right? But I think as we now explore the idea of science, technology, and innovation in a sustainable way, we need to employ methods that work to infuse it to the younger generation. The Summit of the Future sort of humbles me, because I always get in rooms and say, hey, I'm the young person in the room. But it makes us think of, hey, there are young people coming in the next tomorrow, and you have to think of them. So you're no longer that young, Sandra, So that same idea of how are we going to be sustainable. So the idea is to say, when we speak of science and technology and innovation, we need a supporting system of sorts in the education system. Our normal education system, even if we revamp it as much as we can, cannot support as much as we want the teaching of science, technology, and innovation. We need a system, something that we employ in my country called Innovation Hub Clubs, where young people can step out of the classroom and still get that idea of innovating, ideating, creating, trying out new things right outside of the classroom, being supported with the traditional education system we have. We need to establish those platforms that support that growth of science, technology, and innovation. And what we need to also understand is, I'm a lawyer, as I told you, is STI is not just for people in sciences. It's something fundamental to everything. I think when I attended ECOSOC Youth Forum, the UN ECOSOC Youth Forum virtually, someone said disability rights are not just for people that are disabled. They are for everyone. And it's the same thing with science, technology, and innovation. It is at the core of the growth. And when thinking of education, we need to think of that. That's inclusivity. So when we speak of this innovation, the ones that we're saying, the systems that support that, where young people come and think and grow and innovate, because it's not just a matter of, at the end of the day, you're seeing a solution made. At the end of the day, you have a challenge that is being called out. Who has built this pipeline that you're calling up? Who is teaching them all these other things? You need systems that then grow that. And this is where the sub-supporting systems come in place. And from then on, you need to bring them together to learn how to then compete and pitch and collaborate against among each other. I was thinking of the Africa Free Trade Area, which is really good and great, but now think of an Africa Entrepreneurs Network, where we've got young people coming together, enterprising together. Someone coming in from Mali, enterprising with a Zimbabwean, working together when they're 18. Why do we have to wait when they're 29 to say, oh, no, bring your business? Now it's no longer a business, it's a survival skill. That is what it is, because no one is teaching them how to innovate at that stage. So we need supporting structures, and it's a concept that we at Elevate Trust, where I work, are willing to teach everyone how to do it. And then also, apart from that, I'm trying to take my time, okay, I don't have the flag, yes. Apart from that, we also need to put our money where our mouth is. Yes. So what I mean by this really is to say, innovation, science, technology requires, if you're going to grow chemical engineers, you're going to need the space where they're going to do that. If you're going to have computer lab people, you're going to need the computer labs. What infrastructures are we putting in place for this? As we speak of STI, food for thought, right? And also, in terms of AI, that's something that's really being prominent and being spoken of. But AI is being developed by what is being put in place, right? And right now, Africa is not taking part, meaning when it gets to the end goal, we're going to be saying, oh, AI is racist. No, it's not. We didn't take part, did we? Food for thought, right? And then I'm also going to speak about the whole idea of, all right, noted, the whole idea of infrastructure, as I highlighted that, we also need governments to put in place what I call as the startup bay, startup funds. Governments need to put their skin in the game. You need to show private sector that, yeah, we believe in ideating, we believe in innovating. Because right now, if young people want to think of ideating in Africa, they are playing with bread and butter, man. They cannot do that. And what would help is this government sees. And I think lastly, I'm going to just speak about the database I speak of. Let's boast of our own database, right? Why are we going to look when we need things, when we could have innovators that have different ideas, climate issues, whatever it is, agri-tech, things happening in place. Let's boast of it. I don't know under what, but I know that I'm willing to lead that. And that is my submission on how we need to see science, technology, and innovation under the whole idea of the education, the quality education and education theme we have under AU.
Great. Thank you for this energy and this experience and this private sector perspective that also was needed to get into the conversation. I would like now to give the floor to Ms. Mutesi Oliver, Vice President of the Pan-African Youth Union, to bring also her reflections in this question.
Thank you so much. The Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General of the Youth at the UN, Your Excellency, Madam Joyce, I greet you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mutesi Oliver. I bring you greetings from Uganda and from the Pan-African Youth Union. Mine is going to be a little crude because as we're talking about the Summit of the Future, as someone who comes from the Great Lakes region, who is neighboring, my neighbors, all of them are torn up in war. I don't think we are doing justice for us to come here. We talk about all, it's like we have moved on and we have left them to deal with it. It's quite disappointing that most of our colleagues, the young people, are the ones involved on both sides of the war. Some are soldiers and others are rebels, so they are the ones dying on both sides. We cannot talk about sustainable development when we don't have peace. So, as we are going to the Summit of the Future, I think the first issue we should deal with as Africa, we should make sure every one of us is at peace. I'll give an example. My neighbors, Congo, as Uganda, we host the biggest number of refugees from Congo, from South Sudan, now Sudan, and other neighboring countries that have issues. But I haven't heard anyone at the UN. The last few months, they are all concentrating on Ukraine, now Israel. But for your own information, Sudan, they have had almost now 2 years of killing each other. No one cares, no one is looking there. Congo, it has become a hub of all types of rebels. Young people are dying on both sides. So we cannot start talking about development when people even don't have the basic right of peace, because peace is a human right. So as we are going to the Summit of the Future, fellow Africans and all youth at heart and youth in age, I'm requesting you that should we make this the first issue, can we all come together with one voice and say enough is enough? Can we have all Africans have peace and we move on the same pace? Because it's so selfish of us to come and start talking about technology, digital, when our colleagues don't even have the basic human rights of sleeping, like they can't have a decent sleep. So my issue should, as we're talking about sustainable development, let's first go back and we hold our brothers, we bring them on board. We shouldn't leave them behind. And we are running so fast, everyone is running so fast, but we are forgetting them that they are actually suffering and so many young people are being affected in this whole fracas. So another issue I would like to talk about education and skills. We have young people who lack bare minimum skills. So can we have meaningful education? Can we have skills? We put them in vocational schools, those that we feel like they have been left, they can't go back to have education. Can we put them in vocational schools? Can we give them meaningful education? Can we also provide education not only in urban centers, but also in rural areas where young people cannot access good education? Should we all make sure that everyone on the continent gets education, meaningful education, so that we can all move on the same pace as we're talking about the future? Because to me, I feel like I'm threatened. The future is not there when we still have such issues. We also need to talk about health services. We have young people who have not access on contraceptives. You know, if you read, you can see on the internet, you find that Africa has the biggest number of child mothers. So you can't talk about development when you still have children taking care of fellow children. You know very well that if you have children taking care of fellow children, then you're going to have a recycle of poverty. You're never going to take off. So we can only talk about the future if we get such issues off our table, where young people can get sexual education, sexual reproductive health information, they can access contraceptives, and then we see that we can end the issue of child parenting. Also, we have a problem when it comes to girl children. They still have basic issues like pads. They can't afford, they can't have decent periods. And these, to some people, these are small issues, but these issues determine someone's future because our children are involved now in transactional sex for pads. And they end up contracting so many diseases, STDs, they are getting unsafe abortions and all. So can we all say that, okay, now, as we're going to Summit of the Future, should we look at these issues affecting youth without taking everyone wholesomely, thinking we are all ready to take off? We are not ready to take off. Let's go back and we fast track these issues. Then we get them off our table. Then we can talk about the future as we are marching in the Summit of the Future. I think let's go back, first get all these people on board. We bring them together, then we can take off. We also have an issue of mental health. If you realize right now in Africa, we have completely turned a blind eye on the issues of mental health in young people. Young people are battling with mental health issues, and no one seems to be recognizing that there's abuse of drugs, there's abuse of all sorts of alcohol. So as we are marching into the Summit of the Future, we need to get them meaningful mental health service treatment. We can also take off. I think I have a lot to talk about, but Felipe is not letting me, so I think we shall continue the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mutesi, for your perspectives. Thank you all of us here for trying to make it possible in such a short intervention. And I will like now to also to get some reflections from three other panelists that are joining us virtually. And I will ask them very insistent to leave their interventions for at an excess of 3 minutes, okay? So Ms. Chioma Okoro, Chief Executive of Woodlab Foundation Officer, are you online so you can have your comments here?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. Existing protocols. Just want to clearly.
I think we have you there. We're having some trouble with the connection, but you're online now. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
So we are having some issues with the connection, but maybe, Ms. Kioma, I will pass the floor to Mr. William Mukambila, President of the National Youth Council in DRC, to join us until we solve the connections. Mr. William, are you connected? Okay, and Softfa, is she online? Yes, good.
Yes, I am.
That's the things that happens when we are live. So I'm not used to be at this role, but I think we are here. So Softfa, let's go with your interventions. Softfa is director at Youth Lead Africa. So please, we have 3 minutes for your intervention. So go ahead. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much. I will not take much of the time as the fellow panelists have really captured everything that I wanted to bring today into the conversation. So just allow me to commend the great conversation and particularly the previous panel, as there was a big mention on data and dignity, which brings me a bit to the point on how we, the youth, should convey our message for the Pact for the Future and the Summit of the Future. I would like to start by saying that I do hope the Pact for the Future will take into consideration strongly gender, climate, and education as cross-cutting pillars. And as we get into sustainable development and rethinking financing, I mentioned particularly when we look at African youth is that inclusivity is very costly. So we really need much more funding to make sure that we are inclusive in all the processes, and even more in making sure that we transform our language and our approach by making sure that all the youth are actors of change, as well as ensuring that we have sustainable funding for the existing youth structures, starting from the Office of the African Union Youth Envoy, the Pan-African Youth Union, but also youth organization. Through sustainable funding, it's possible to empower more young people and go beyond the idea of hosting consultations. On peace and security, there's been a lot that was said, but in the African context, in my opinion, we need to look at narrative and belonging. Young people getting closer to radicalization and terrorism is due to a lack of belonging. I am a North African young woman, and oftentimes I don't feel the belonging or the Pan-African belonging. And I think the divide that is there, we need as youth take that leadership to bridge that gap between the so-called North African Sub-Sahara Africa. And by building a Pan-African youth movement that is stronger in the sense of belonging, I'm sure we can counter some of the challenges on youth and radicalization. On digital cooperation, lots have been said about digital divide. Maybe my reminder is that the digital space is an extension of the offline space. And so a reminder that we need to make sure that we have necessary provisions in ensuring that the digital space is safe, particularly for young women. And then for the youth, remember the youngest among the youth, I'm 31. Certainly, I cannot be the voice of a young woman of 18. The aspirations are different, the challenges are different, but I can see that in the Pan-African youth space, it's much easier that someone like me of 31 years old takes the floor compared to a young woman of 18. And so it is time to lead that intergenerational leadership also within the youth space. It's also critical, the freedom of movement. And if we want to feel like global citizens, it is imperative that there is also freedom of movement at global level, because there isn't global citizenship if I cannot travel from one country to the other, or I cannot be in New York to voice up my concern and voice. And then jobs of dignity, which is extremely important in the context of AFCFTA. And last but not least, on global governance, young people have lost the confidence in the multilateral system. And so I would like to echo the process of Beijing, as well as the UN Action Coalition process, which I think was a spark of hope, because we've seen the opportunity for multi-stakeholder engagement. And I hope the Pact for the Future could take into consideration the development of an accountability framework where also individuals can commit on their contribution to each of the pillars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sotva, for joining us virtually, and also for respecting the time and for bringing your perspective into the conversation. Finally, I will give the floor to Ms. Chioma Okoro, Chief Executive from Woodlab Foundation. I hope we don't have any trouble now with the connection. Go ahead, Ms.
Hi,
Chioma.
thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Is everything
Perfect.
okay? Yes, all
Yes,
right.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I'm just going to be very brief because the other panelists have really touched on the different issues that we're looking at. One thing that I would like to say is our foundation is a grassroots foundation. We work with youth every day. We understand their pain points because we feel the same thing. And one of the things that I would really like for us to look at is the trust that is being withheld from youth. Now, a lot of the public sector and even private sectors, they come off like they do not trust the youth. They don't want to work with companies that are being run by youth. And I think this is something that we'd really need to look at. So on equal access to resources and opportunities to the youth, it's an area that we should really have strong conversations around, because for example, if we look at the mobile internet connectivity, yes, it has improved, but then there is still a significant gap in the usage. So because that there is now a wider internet connectivity doesn't actually mean that the number of people using it has gone up. An example is 78% of people in sub-Saharan Africa are still not connected, either because they're not covered by any mobile broadband, or they face other mobile internet adoption. So even when we're looking at the adult population, 60% are unconnected. So this really highlights a strong collective effort if we want to get everyone to be connected. And areas like the digital skills, lack of literacy, contribute to these challenges. So we have to look at the investment that are really going into education, investments that are going into the skills development programs, which are the areas that limit the abilities of these young people to fully participate in the global economy, especially the marginalized communities, which are the focus areas for us in our foundation. We work with the marginalized communities, we work with out-of-school children and at-risk children. Since the inception of 2021, we've been able to impact the lives of over 350,000 people in Nigeria. And we've been able to do that because of the partners that we have. We work with organizations like Microsoft, both international and national organizations. And with these partnerships, we're able to drive our impact. So we really need to look at interventions, including investment in infrastructure development, look at the social protection programs and policies that will actually aim at reducing the disparities in education. Also, I think that the areas that we need to consider really strongly is involving the youth in co-creation of summits. And aside from them, the youth being the key stakeholders in shaping the future, young people are often marginalized and excluded from decision-making processes. We need to look at this. Why? Why are they being excluded, even at the local and national level? So African youth, they need to be taken more seriously. Their voices and their interests should be an integral part of any decision-making. I mean, they stand to gain the most, you know, if they have the high quality education, if they have decent work, gender equality, but then they also lose the most if the world fails to reach these goals. So their ideas, their energy, their initiatives are crucial if we want to achieve the goals. So I think that I'll just round up by saying that it's very important to get the youth participation and inclusion in this decision-making, especially at the beginning, the co-creation of summits like this, give them the platform to engage, meaningful engagement. During networking opportunities, please speak to them, share ideas with them, you know, allow them to establish the advisory bodies and support the youth-led initiatives, just to ensure that their voices are heard and they're also valued. They're also valued in the decision-making forums. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kioma, for your insights and your comments. And thank you all of you that join us today. I'm really sorry we don't have any more time to open the floor. We are running late and there's an event already delayed to start and all the participants are already here. So once again, I want to thank you for your insights. I want to insist on the point raised at the beginning by Dr. Joyce Banda, former president of Malawi, of the importance also of bringing these dialogues at the beginning of these conversations. If we really want to put youth at the center, we need to start with this kind of gestures, of this kind of decisions. Thank you once again, and I will invite you, all of us, to join an advocacy call we have been trying to push from the United Nations Youth Office, and that wants to bring into the dialogue young people from all around the world into the process of the Summits of the Future. We have launched an open letter. It's an open letter. It's an open letter for world leaders. And what this open letter is about the importance of having concrete commitments in the process of the Pact of the Future on meaningful youth engagement. Meaningful youth engagement is a clear answer, a clear vehicle to address the trust challenges and issues, not only in multilateral system, but in institutions in general. So I will invite you all to join this call from the Youth Office, from partners all around the world, and I hope that we can manage to have the opportunity we're taking during this process of the Summits of the Future. To finish this dialogue, I will invite our ambassador of Mauritania to close this session, and thank you once again, all of you, for being part of this discussion.
Hello. Merci, Monsieur Olivier.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Once again, thank you very much to all those who participated in this very important panel on the role of youth, the youth contribution. On behalf of you all and on my own behalf, I would like to thank all those who participated this evening, this representative of the Secretary General of the UN on the question of youth, but also all the panelists with the head, Her Excellency, the former President of Malawi, Banda, and all those colleagues who accepted to participate in this panel. I only wanted to say that the success of everything that we have talked about today depend on the capacity of our youth to build their future and become self-supporting. The youth must play a central role in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, because the decisions that will be taken, especially in the course of this Summit of the Future, will commit their future, and therefore is an appeal, is a call to the youth on this platform, to all the youth to participate and to contribute to this future summit, which, as I said, commits their future. I was inspired by my sister, the vice chairperson of the Association of the Pan-African Youth. These are the themes on the link between security and development. As you all know, I know something on this because I'm from the Sahel. Sahel is a region that is extremely unstable, and where the contribution of the youth for its stability and development is an extremely important question. Therefore, what we are saying is absolutely relevant, and I would like to call upon the youth here to participate towards peace. There cannot be no development without peace, and you partners here, beginning with the UN, if we say that somewhere in Africa there's instability, you will not be going there. So we must put an emphasis on peace and the contribution of youth to peace. And I would also like to take advantage of this platform to inform you that seeing the importance and the role of youth seeing the very important role they can play and their contribution to peace and sustainable development. Africa chose this year, the African Union chose to declare as the theme of the year, the theme of education. An Africa without education cannot contribute to its development, nor can it contribute to its stability. So this year is extremely important for us Africans, but also for you all, the UN, and all our partners in general. Equally, I would like to inform you that on the issues that I have raised, the African Union had decided to organize regional forums, the 5 regions. And at the end of May, we'll have a forum in Northern Africa and in my country, Mauritania, which will be hosting that forum with a theme, the contribution of youth to stability and peace. So with these words, I wish to conclude. And once again, thank you all for coming and for having contributed to this extremely important theme for the whole continent. Thank you, and good luck to you all.